people of Earth. How are you? I am ALT. What exactly is LTA?
Absolutely. The LTA, of course, is our live time attack format, started by Break the Record Live. These runners are going to have 7 hours both today and tomorrow to set the best personal best that they can on our live time attack leaderboard. And at the end of this whole event, the runners that have the best times on that leaderboard will be the winners of this event. Now, it's an optimization between having to get the best time possible, but having the opportunity to reset. You know, if you don't like the pace you're on, you're not in the middle of a race, so you can go ahead and just reset the run, throw it right away, start a new one, start anew. But you do need to be able to get something that's representative of your skill, and this is a daunting category here. I don't think any runner would argue that this introduces the most opportunities for you to lose a ton of time to something that may not even be entirely within your control. On some of these 100 coin stars, you're really just hoping that coin spawns go in a pretty favorable way for you to get a time that's pretty nice. So, it's going to be a test of willpower, a test of all sorts of different criteria, if you will, of what makes these runners great, completely separate from the things that are going to be tested by normal PB attempts, completely separate from racing attempts. So it's going to be a very interesting time here along these 2 days as we see these runners compete and see exactly how low they can drive their times here.
For sure. What I like about it the best is, of course, we do have the world record holder, and we have many previous world record holders as well. But that doesn't matter right now. We got an even playing field right now. Who can put the best time up in the next 16 hours, 8 hours today and 8 hours tomorrow? And that is the challenge there. Putting it all together. You only got 8 hours. You don't have unlimited resets like people do when they want to make, their best runs, PB runs, world record runs. They don't have that. They got 8 hours now, and they got to make the best of that time. And it's really fun to see how runners do that differently, right? How many resets are we going to see? How many people are going to stick with the run to get some practice in are we going to see? It's going to be a lot of fun here. And we do have to talk about, before we get into the madness here, this is brought to you by a very special charity, and that is called Urban Arts. And we already have some people donating some money for this great charity. And let's get Electric. Can you talk a little bit about LTA, what they do?
Absolutely. So, !UA in the chat if you'd like a link with even more information. But Urban Arts is an organization that supports various youth that are wanting to kind of look into potentially careers in game design or just in general computer science and such. So they provide a number of different resources to underserved communities to both have various programs that allow them to pursue different game design projects of their own, have help applying for things like scholarships and just general college application, and just general support through whatever they might be having to deal with. And they have some pretty impressive statistics of the services that they're able to provide to these youths. In 2021, they served over 120 students in their game design program, with 100% of graduating seniors earning college acceptances, which, if you compare that to their peers, that's around a rate of about 50%. So they have a very substantial impact on these kids' lives and the sort of things that they decide to pursue after high school. And by serving low-income school districts in New York, Urban Arts is inspiring a new generation of diverse game designers. 91% of their students are BIPOC, 50% are young women, and 10% are gender nonconforming. So they're a really great organization that does a lot of great work for youth that sometimes just kind of fall between the cracks in a lot of ways. So definitely look into them. Like I said, !UA for more information, and !charity if you're interested in donating.
Yep, and we have a $5,000 goal for this total event, and there's a lot of incentives that will be coming up later. Just stay tuned for that. We're going to get into that as we have a lot of time to get through here. I do want to give a huge hype shout out for the first donator of the event, XBoat Van X. You are a legend that will be remembered in the hearts of all forever. The first $20 being thrown down. Does anyone else want to bop him, or you don't let him stay there forever? Let's see. And as we see here, the runners on display. As we mentioned here, Cheese, we got to talk about it. He's going to start at 5 p.m. We're going to look into, he's going to start a little bit later, of course. He is the world record holder, a little bit of a handicap here, but he will be a part of this event. Do not worry. We don't know the details of why he's not here, but that doesn't matter. He's not here till 5 p.m. A little bit of a handicap. Should be fun to see if he can overcome that, to be fair. How about... what are you looking for, Electric, in terms of who is on the most momentum? Who has the most heat going into this event in your mind, in terms of just practicing, grinding? Who have you been seeing playing the most in the recent days?
Oh man, well, a lot of these runners have kind of been making their way back into the game from some sometimes extended hiatuses. In particular, Blue Bob hasn't really been playing a ton for a long time, but recently had a couple of pretty significant PBs. So I'm thinking that Blue Bob actually has some potential for a true PB during this event, which will be interesting to see. And Punkation also posting recently that he was able to go ahead and knock out a nice 139, kind of trying to de-rust before this event. So we'll see exactly what sort of runs these runners are able to come up with. But anything within the 139 range and below coming out during any sort of situation is already pretty phenomenal, which I think virtually all of these runners have at least demonstrated that they're capable of those times, if not having gotten them numerous times in the past. But sometimes it is kind of just a matter of whether you're able to hold it together through this specific attempt through upstairs. Whenever you're getting into stars like Snowman's Land 100 coin and you know you're on 138 pace, you know, you really just have to hope that the money bag is actually going to shoot the coins the right way, and just all those little things have to go exactly right. And we're probably going to see multiple times that runners take runs upstairs on some pretty substantial paces, but it'll certainly just come down to whether runners are able to go ahead and hold it together through that one attempt.
Yes. So that's going to be the key, right? Knowing when to, you know what, you have a limited time here, so you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and by fold them in this case, I mean reset. So we're going to find out. We do have another donation from another legend, Board Green Bean, $25, bopping S-Boat Van X out of the top donation spot. Thanks so much for that donation, guys. We are just about ready to roll here. As you see, all the competitors here are here. And yeah, you see Punkation here, great story. He's been in the game just about as long as anybody. Interestingly, I saw his first run that was on speedrun.com, 2014, my friend. So that was a tidy 8 years ago of playing this game at a very high level. Of course, as you said, hasn't been playing the game as much as he once was. He was the world record holder for many years, at least I know almost a full year in 2014, I think. But yeah, great runner. Hasn't played as much though, but I would not be surprised to see him bring it together because you know he has the skills.
And it's part of anyone's healthy relationship with this game to just take a break every once in a while, take a bit of a breather, because Mario can be pretty brutal. This is one of those really technical games that demands a lot out of the player, to the point that if you're not careful, it can really get in your head and just kind of mess with you about little mistakes that you'll make. But you have to kind of remind yourself, like, it is really precise, and sometimes just take a breather to kind of de-stress, untangle those little mental blocks you form for yourself. And but you've also got runners like Liam that have just been hammering away at the grind forever at this point, and just really have a resilience that I don't think you see very often in any sort of competitive activity, and much less in speedrunning as well.
Yeah, he is a machine for sure. Liam has, again, just recently got bopped, not too many months ago now, 2 months ago or so, when Cheese took back the world record. And I know a lot of Liam fans are in chat right now would love to see him pull that right back. That would be a sight for us all to see. That would, just be incredible. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We do have 16 more hours to enjoy. Do want to mention Magnificus here, another donation, and he is upping the bar even more. $50 coming in hot. Herbert Arts definitely appreciates that, and all the people, all the future students they support definitely appreciate that as well. Thanks so much, guys. A great start to this event, and we are not even, the opening bell hasn't even been rung yet.
Waiting for a couple more minutes now, but you've also got, and what I think is going to be really interesting about this format in particular, runners like Ouija are kind of more known for their shorter category performances like 16 and 70 star. But in this sort of format, the sort of high-octane strats that end up resulting in a lot of resets that you don't really see in races that players like Ouija will go for will actually kind of benefit you in a format like this. You may end up having a harder time getting runs going, but when you start seeing the times that he's going to be able to hit into upstairs, it's certainly going to be really interesting. And I think it's going to give the audience a lot to watch for just from being on those insane paces. There's nothing like watching someone who, like, has the potential to potentially, like, knock out a low 137 if everything goes perfect.
Yeah, Ouija is that 70-star world record holder, and he is third in 16-star, just a beast at all avenues of this game. And he wants to be at the top of the leaderboards in 120-star as well. Right now, he currently is in the 13th spot, and he would love to move up there just to prove that he is an all-around beast at this game. And I know a lot of fans, Ouija fans in the chat, would love to see that as well. Oh, wow, we just got a 3-digit donation from Doge TK. You are a beast, legend, every word I can think of. You are that. And that is awesome. Donations are coming in hot, guys. Thanks so much. What a great start.
But with that $100, a pretty tall order donation note saying, go get them, runners. I want to see at least a 138 2X here. That's a pretty tall order, but there are a couple runners who've seen those times. So I mean,
there are actually 3 runners have seen those times. Liam, Cheese, and Simply are the only runners that have ever got less than a 138.20. That shows the heights of Doge TK's ambitions here. But we join him here. That would be pretty hype to see times like that in a live event setting, as we are still getting things going, concessions getting rolling here, cheerleaders getting all their uniforms put together here. We're just about to start, guys. Just stay with us here, as a lot of moving parts here. It looks like we're just about to ring that opening gong to start the fun. You see Puncation here on the main screen here. Just looks like he's about to get rolling. We should talk about Blue Bob here. Blue Bob is, some might say, he is the self-proclaimed as well underdog in this category. He does have the highest personal best here, but like you said earlier, Electric, he has the most recent PB of anyone in this competition, so might be feeling a little bit. And he would love to see another PB happen today, and that would be pretty hype. The underdog stories are always good, and we root for Blue Bob here.
And we've gone ahead and started up the attempts timer here. So a couple of runners have opted to just go ahead and continue practicing rather than starting with attempts. But we do have Puncation, Blue Bob, and it looks like just those 2 runners going ahead and starting with their attempts now. But just keep in mind the timer is running for everyone for that 8-hour window.
Yep, and so we are officially off and running here. So now we are in the time where everyone has the clock going against them now. So they want to use it for runs, they want to use it for practice, want to use it for break time. It's all their decisions here. And yeah, it looks like we do have only 2 runners doing official runs here, Puncation and Blue Bob. So let's keep the main screen on Puncation here with that first Lakitu skip, which of course at this level is a piece of cake.
And Blue Bob demonstrating that like easy peasy Lakitu skip with that nice camera angle. And a lot of runners actually had Blue Bob to thank for their beginner example run. If you've ever seen the 70 or 120 beginner example runs on YouTube, that was Blue Bob that actually made those.
Oh, nice.
Going off, you can actually, it's really cool to see because he gets some pretty good time. I want to say the 70 example run gets like a 49 or a 50, but it's using really basic strats, and it's like a really good bit of proof that you can get really good times, and it's just relying on having good movement. You don't need the front sub and the, really just wild out there strats to get those good times. It's all about the good movement.
It's important to say, like, obviously today we're going to see the top of the top strats here, the best of the best, the hardest of the hard strats here. But yeah, if you want to get into this game, is there any game with more resources to get started? I don't think so.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. So if you want to get started in this game, anyone out there, don't just watch. You can take part and join. It takes a lot of time to get to this level, but you definitely can. And there's many resources to help you here. As Puncation grabs a star here, that will be our first star of the event.
Blue Bob just behind, but of course I think the way that they started their runs, the parameters are just a little bit out of sync, so honestly these runs are on virtually the same pace coming out of the Dark World here. And Puncation getting the dance to get started here, capitalizing on it with that beautiful spin.
Nice, that's the 10% chance that it happened. We saw it in the very first encounter there, so that shows us good things are happening in terms of the RNG, which this game doesn't have a lot of, but of course it does have some, and we'll see it later, especially in those how the coins decide to pop out of enemies or pop out of poles, but we'll talk about that when we get to there.
Yeah, this category, especially the coin RNG, can really bite you, but we really have to be thankful as a community that this game, for the most part, the RNG adds a skill factor, and it doesn't just add a siphon to your run. It doesn't just tell you no longer have a run an hour in arbitrarily. Yeah,
that's a good point. There are speedruns out there where it's like that kind of moment doesn't happen until you're 2 hours in. It's like, all right, come on.
Like the final boss fight has a 10% chance of working ever, and it's an hour 30 in.
Yeah, this game is not bad. That's just one of the thousands of reasons why I think this game is the biggest speedrunning game there is. It's not perfect, but it's pretty close in a lot of ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Puncation missing Candleless, though, one of the more aggravating ways that I think you could argue this is a slight imperfection with this trick. How it's not quite luck-based, but it certainly feels like it with just how tight it is. I don't think there's anyone in the world who is 100% consistent at it, and I'm not sure there ever will be.
Yeah, definitely. And you have a nice little backup there in the Wild Blue Star, so you'll see our runners, if they miss it, they'll just go right around and go to the Wild Blue Star there and see if Punkation's going to give it another shot here. And let's see if he takes his time a little bit more, as we often do see.
He's still going to go ahead and go for the texture sped up. And this time does manage to grab the star, so I'm going to go ahead and continue along with just about like a 6 or so second time loss to the backup. Nothing too substantial there. Blue Bob also just working his way through Womp's Fortress here. The 100 coin here is another place that it's really easy to lose time on the ending if you aren't like a little bit particular about how you're handling that movement. You have to have a very good sense of when you need to go ahead and like stop Mario in place and kill his momentum, and when you can go ahead and carry your momentum through into some of the next bits of running around.
Yes, this is one of those levels. A lot of these levels like this, so you can kind of choose the order of the stars you want to take, and everyone has their kind of favorites. We'll see. Punkation now is going for the 100 star.
And he's going for the throw cycle here. So you saw how he grabbed that one line of coins at the very start. That's pretty much the most that you'll see runners try to go for with him. Oh, and actually missing. Yeah, that's going to be a reset right there.
Our first reset of the event there. Missing that wall kick.
Unfortunate, but mistakes like that are bound to happen, and with how tight you're having to go for that platform cycle, it's bound to stuff happen like that.
There you go. Blue Bob did nail Candleless there.
Yeah, up to 5 stars here. He just needs to clean up the stage, and we'll be moving right on along to everyone's favorite water stage.
Oh yes. Like we said here, Blue Bob is definitely the underdog here. Oh, there's a bonk, as I say that.
A little bit of a low jump there.
A little bit too close to that edge there. Gets the Wild Blue Star, though. I wonder, a lot of people like to get a run in, you know, like in these kind of events, you'll see runners just kind of, hey, not the cleanest of runs, but I'm going to finish one. And we'll see how many of these runners take that approach. We saw Punkation with not a biggest of mistake, but definitely a time loss, and said, nah, I'm going to go another one. We'll see what Blue Bob does here.
I think a huge part of that is like the level of engagement, like because once you start making a lot of mistakes early on, you just stop really caring about how the performance of the rest of the run goes. And I think there Punke just kind of said, I'm still so close to the start, like it's worth just going ahead and trying again real quick.
That's one of those funny things where, like, I've seen so many world records videos where people say, like, this run is horrible, I want to reset, but then they keep going and they get the world record, you know? It's like, you never know. You know?
That is true. I really loved Average Trey's video kind of talking about the this run sucks mentality, because it really is very enlightening, especially for people that don't speedrun games personally, because that line of thinking may not make a lot of sense from the outside, but that video helps explain a lot why it's kind of a natural thing for a lot of speedrunners to fall into.
Yes, that's definitely recommended watching, for sure. And yeah, this 120 star, even the world record, I mean, this is a run where it's so long and there's so many just insanely difficult parts of it. Even the world record has a few mistakes. I mean, there's no one's run the perfect 120 star run. It doesn't exist, right? It's so long that you can make a few mistakes and still be on the best time ever in history pace, you know? Like, so it's important to keep that in mind. Small mistakes are going to happen. I mean, that's just the nature of a run this difficult and this long.
Exactly right, yeah. I mean, there might be one day where someone just happens to string everything all together, but that day is super far out. And if you spend enough time in this community, you'll inevitably see people say, oh, X time will never happen. And then a few years later, people will go ahead and work up the skill to get to that kind of time. So there is a limit to this game, but so far it keeps, the goalpost keeps moving. So.
Yes, I love when people say that, oh, 138 is impossible. Oh, 137 is impossible. It's like, how many times do we have to say that until we say, okay, no time is impossible, you know? Like, I'm done with that thinking, you know?
Yeah, like there'll be a day where we find that time, but I think it's going to take a few years of people grinding for some, like, really ludicrously low time that just never happens or something for us to just finally admit, okay, it's over.
Yeah, that or some kind of, you know, there's still new strats are being found with this game somehow, you know? It's so crazy, but the game's out this long with this many runners. I mean, this has the most runners. I think it's usually in the top 3 on speedrun.com in terms of runners, too. They're just dissecting this game in every way possible, but still strats are being found. It's intense.
Chip clip being relatively recent additions. Like, still, it's crazy that stuff like that didn't get found earlier, but also once you kind of see how hard it is, it's crazy that stuff like that got found at all. But we're really lucky that this is a game that is capable of like being kind of dissected and broken down to be understood as well as it is. Like having the whole decompilation available is just crazy stuff.
Yep. And I want to ask you, what do you think the next kind of innovation that will be a part of runs? Because I think what I've been seeing is that long jump canalist is kind of it's not runnable now in terms of 120 star, but it might be the next thing, right? It's kind of the lowest hanging fruit in my mind, even though it is incredibly difficult.
I think with I think with short categories like 16, you might see people justifying strats like that. But I think in general, you're just going to mainly see people kind of digging back through stuff like the ultimate star spreadsheet or just single star records, just seeing what strats people used to just regard as not really worth it in an RTA setting. And I mean, there are a lot of little things that like you could implement one by one that just no one's bothered doing within the current runs. I mean, already on Ouija's most recent world record grind for 70, for instance, he had runs out of the like lobby basement area that were already on like low 46 pace with the strats he's already doing existing. So that, to be honest, I think the next big innovation is more so going to come from people just trying to really focus on how their mentality is handled in approaching the game. And really in like trying to innovate how you approach the grind to do it in a more sustainable way. Because I think depending on how exactly you approach the grind, and especially if you're really trying to go for perfection, trying to focus on how you can improve all of your strats possible, you have to really take a step back on occasion to make sure you're not neglecting your mental health too, and just kind of making yourself miserable. Because if you're not enjoying playing the game, you're not going to continue on the grind for more than a couple weeks, if that. And so I really think that's kind of going to be what we're going to maybe see a bit more of, is people trying to just really make sure that they're focused on making sure that they can stay on the grind sustainably.
Blue Bob missing that red coin there. He's going for his 100 coins and 8 red coins here. He is the farthest along in the runs now. Lots of people still practicing. Looks like Punk's on, just beginning days there on his run there.
Going ahead and opening up the cannon there. That is one strat that we've seen some people play around with in 120 is the JRB cannonless, but it seems no matter which way you do it, it just seems to be a little bit too much of an inconvenience for the time save.
Frustrations seemingly building here on Blue Bob's side. A little bit, wasn't the best 100 coins by any means, but let's see if he can turn this thing around in terms of mentality here. Doesn't seem to be loving this run right now.
And a lot of runners will kind of treat Bomb on Battlefield as their, like, a make or break point with, as long as the run isn't bad enough going into BOB. The BOB 100 point is regarded as inconsistent enough that a lot of runners will just continue whatever into it and just see how it goes. And they'll just go ahead and let BOB be that reset point. And in particular with 120, one of the big layers that 120 adds over, say, 70 stars is flying. In 70, you do a little flying, and it can make a bit of a difference if you never practice it. But 120 has a lot of stars where the flying is going to make a huge, huge impact on how your performance in the star goes. And the 100 coin in particular, you need to be really careful about how you're flying through the secret section to make sure that you're grabbing as many coins as possible.
That'll come up in just a little bit here. And yeah, that's one of the things about 120 star that I think makes it the ultimate world record in speedrunning is because just it carries. You have to learn every aspect of the game. There's no getting around anything. You have to be a master of all parts of this game, and that's part of the good. That's what makes it so hype when that world record gets taken. I mean, it's the peak of speedrunning is this world record, I think.
I can certainly agree with that too. I mean, different people approach speed games for different things, and I can see someone out there that this is not the prime speed game for them, but especially if you're approaching a game that you want it to like really challenge you want a game that's really going to put up a fight against you trying to play it fast. I don't think you could really find a better one than this. It plays fair at the end of it. It doesn't put up that fight by just having very cheap mechanics or very just half-baked movement or whatever else. It puts up that fight genuinely.
Yep. And as we see here, Blue Bob's still on the big screen here. Lots of runners still not getting going, just getting some practice in. All 7 runners are here, except for Cheese, who will start at 5 p.m. as you see there. A little bit of a self-handicap, I guess you could say. He is the world record holder after all. Maybe that's a good thing. He will have less time than all the rest, but I'm sure he can overcome that.
Yeah, we've seen before, he doesn't end up needing the entire session to set world records, as evidenced by the original Break the Record.
Yes, that was done by ESA, and he did get the world record during that live event, which was a very high moment, and you should definitely watch that if you haven't seen that after this event, of course, but what a moment that was.
Blue Bob messing around with the eel here, about to exit JRB as Simply goes ahead and starts its first run.
Here we go!
We've got Punkay advancing into JRB as well.
Okay.
We've got a few runners going here on in the lobby, but you know, it does take a little bit of work, a little bit of chipping away to manage to make something, string something together coming out of here.
All right, so let's get our slide times in, guys. What kind of time are you thinking for this first slide of the event?
I'm thinking a 12-7. I'll go ahead and go a little comfy here.
Okay, well, I'll help you once. I'll go 12. I'll go 12-6. 12-6 here.
Decent angle.
And Electric nails the first one. Give him some hype in chat there. I see Bernhard SR. Bernhard SR, nice job. You are also joining Electric as being a legend right now, but we'll have many more chances to guess that time as we go through here.
We go ahead and go into wing cap here, and this one's a pretty interesting little challenge here. These first 2 coins are such a pain to grab optimally, since you're just really barreling through, and any minor adjustment on the stick has a major impact on how Mario flies. Blue Bob just smoothly scoring through. Once you get practice at the other sort of flying activities you have to do in 120 star, this becomes a bit more of a breeze, but like this is already kind of difficult, and yeah. Got another slide time coming up for Blue Bob, though. I think Blue Bob will go ahead and clean up the slide a little bit for a 12-6 this time.
Okay, I'll let you get the first guess here. I'll say 12-7 this time, then. He matches his output for the first one.
All right, let's see a little bit more of a leftward angle. That should get a little bit of a better time.
Oh, he's very consistent, 12-7.
I just wanted my co-commentator to be able to get at least one guess.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Blue Bob, again, getting that 19th star. He is the farthest along.
You can never go wrong with the 12-7. 60% of the time, it works every time. You're heading on into Bomb on Battlefield. The 100 coin is going to be a little bit later here, just has to clean up a couple more stars first. In particular, the large bomb fight here. Punkay is working his way through JRB's 100 coin.
Yeah, this star here is one of those ones that looks easy, but it's actually not. It's very kind of precise in how you got to take this movement. Jump over him, do the kick to jump over him, then go back over him. It's one of those ones that looks easy, but yeah, try to do it, and it turns out not to be.
Yeah, and it's one that's easy enough that you can make it kind of pure muscle memory, but you gotta have at least a little bit of thought being put into it just to make sure that you don't try to jump early. Because if you jump off the ground before he starts approaching you, he won't actually be able to be grabbed. He'll like start spinning around really rapidly. So you gotta make sure that you're getting that timing right. And when you're not really paying that much attention because you've done the star a million times, it's easy to just kind of, you know, mentally zone out and then.
All right, time for that Koopa the King race, Koopa the Quick race. And you know, what happens here is we're gonna actually like do the race twice. So Electric, I'm gonna task you with explaining exactly why we do that.
So, whenever you finish the race, Koopa goes, oh, okay, I don't have to slow myself down anymore because you're actually pretty quick. So he actually speeds up. And the further you are away from him, he'll actually speed up a little bit when he's not being rendered on camera at all. So we can go ahead and, right now, this would just be dead time anyway. But during this time, we can go ahead and talk to this bomb to open this cannon we'll need later, and go back up to the top of the mountain. And the fact that we finished the race first is gonna stay preserved. It's not, we don't lose the race now just because we left. And so once we get back up there, we'll be able to collect our star from the Koopa without any significant time loss. And you see there, Blue Bob did that little bit of like extra movement to stay far away from the Koopa to, again, like keep him running on at that faster speed. And he's taking this particular route that like goes around the top that way for exactly the same. And so like now that the Koopa's back on camera, he's not quite running so fast, but yeah. The specific reason that the Koopa would be sped up by that movement that Blue Bob did was because of the cannonballs that come down the mountain. I think it's Adam Pass that made the video explaining, and like I think they were the one that came up with that strat. But there's a way that you can make the cannonballs that come down the mountain spawn where it actually also pushes Koopa faster too.
Just a small example of the depth that this game has reached in terms of optimization, my friends.
Yeah.
As we see. Bomb clip here for Blue Bob, one of the old standard tricks in this game. You know, when you first want to play this game yourself, you give that one a shot, and it's one of the ones that feels good when you get it, but there's a million zillion of those that are like that are much harder, but a fun star to grab nonetheless. We see Simply here. Has done a few resets, have some LBLJ issues I saw, but has his first star in hand now. Puncation still, he's in JRB here with that second run of his. Now we have the 100 star for Blue Bob, so explain what makes this, you know, RNG be an aspect of this one.
So, one of the big factors is going to be on the ending here. You're going to need to get a lot of coins out of these poles that can spray pretty much wherever. And depending on the spray patterns, those can waste a few seconds each. But a far bigger factor is going to be during this flight section here. The number of coins that you get is highly dependent on just how exactly you happen to handle the flying. And you can deal with missing a pretty big deal of coins. It's just the more coins you miss, the more you're going to have to do to make up for them. It's going to waste even more time on the later section. So right now, Blue Bob's got 62, going to go ahead and fly back through this one arc, and 68 is a pretty decent number. You can get a few more coins, but this is a pretty good number for like most runs. I don't think many runners would be too unhappy with this count here. And so on this ending section here, you'll see like as you run around the poles, sometimes you'll get a good coin spray, sometimes you'll get a bad one. In this case, too, as you're advancing towards this area, those Goombas can spawn pretty much anywhere. Their coins can go anywhere. So you're having to do a lot of very quick decision-making based on what exactly is happening with the coins as things are happening. And like you're having to really think about things in terms of if the coin goes this way and I commit Mario to turn towards it,
Like when you're just watching casually, you might not notice that, but that's a big time difference when the coins play nicely and when they don't play nicely. I mean, that's a big. I mean, it's something you can't do anything to change how that works. Of course, you can react better or worse, but how those coins pop out is a big deal. That does save a lot of time over the I'm not sure how many 100 stars we have to grab here, 6 or 7 or whatever, but it's interesting. It's something I'd never watched for before, but once you start looking for it, you can see that does make a big difference in times.
Absolutely. Yeah, and on some of the, like, Snowman's Land 100 is another huge place where that comes into play. Anytime where you're having to get a lot of your coins out of enemies in particular have very volatile coin spawns, and things like running around a log spawning coins also have very volatile coin spawns. And you have to remember that every time a coin spawns in, so like you break an object and a coin appears, the game makes 3 separate RNG rolls, or basically rolls 3 separate dice, to determine how fast that coin is moving in the X, Y, and Z direction. So if just one of those numbers happens to get a big dice roll, that coin moves really fast in one particular direction. So like sometimes you're wanting, and you have to keep in mind when you're spawning 10 coins, that's 30 dice rolls basically. So it's a lot of getting good times is about, one, hoping that you get the dice rolls to all do about the same thing so that your job isn't that much harder in the first place, but two, like, it takes a lot of time and practice kind of seeing where the coins go right as soon as they spawn and kind of mentally thinking through how you need to move Mario to have the best chance of grabbing them all.
Blue Bob here getting a reset here. A little bit too many ledge grabs for his liking here. And he says, you know what? I have seen enough. Let's see. Maybe it's time for some... Who's on the far... Maybe some Simply action or Puncation action. Let's see. Tech Crew. What are we going to watch next? We saw Blue Rob get his run ended there inside the castle. So castle movement, one of those things you might not practice as much, but it does make a difference. And we've seen a few runs die to castle movement for sure in these kind of events.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're, like, Blue Bob just kind of, you know, after what happened in VOB, just was not the biggest fan of that run. Knows he can go ahead and just finish out a much better lobby. And that's, like I said earlier, like, once you see how the 100 coin in VOB goes, you know that the next bits of the run are already going to be pretty challenging. And so if you're not already happy with how the run's going, there's a pretty good chance that another part of the run is about to go wrong anyway. So it doesn't hurt as bad to reset. But if some big mistake happens before you get through the VOB 100 coin and you're forced to reset, that always feels really bad because it feels like you didn't cash your ticket, if you will, to go ahead and just have your attempt at VOB 100 and see how it went. Punke here. You also see Punke there keeping his camera really close to Mario, and that's kind of keeping the Koopa off screen, like I was talking about while Blue Bob was doing the star.
Yeah, if we had to explain all those instances of that kind of camera movement that does matter, like lag reduction and things like that, I mean, we'd be talking for... We talk all week about that, but it's there's so many aspects of that that, you know, are unseen unless you try to play it yourself. And just the camera movement in this game is another aspect that, you know, just in a lot of games you don't have to worry about that, but in this game it does make a difference in your final, how fast you finish things.
Exactly. And when we say that this game has some of the best resources of any speed game, you might just think that we mean like, oh, they have some good tutorial videos. There is a database of every star and the camera manipulations you can do to get the least lag on every star. It's called the Usamune Lag Library, and it's the same Usamune that maintains the practice ROM. This game not only has a full wiki on all kind of different strats for every single star for you to learn in RTA, but there's a separate wiki that just tells you how to get the least lag possible when doing those strats. Like, it is incredible how detailed people have kind of analyzed and documented this game and the different things that you can do. And new runners that really have that eye for trying to get the best, most, like, those resources are a huge boom for them. That I don't know of any other game that has like a comprehensive lag library like that.
Oh no, I mean I don't think that exists. I mean, there's little, you know, hint things like here's what we're trying to do in this run, but the level that SM64 has is just off the charts. But yeah, we don't want that to be intimidating. If you want to, you know, that's something you don't have to worry about until you have many runs of 120 star under your belt. Then you can start thinking about how to get some of that lag out of there. This is extreme optimization stuff. So as we see Puncation here taking care of the 100 star, let's see what kind of RNG he does. We just saw Blue Bob get pretty good coins there, to be fair. Let's see what Punke does here. How many coins he has after coming out of this flying section.
66 there, so a couple less than Blue Bob, so he's going to have to grab a couple more during this ending section here. But this is still definitely tolerable. I think the least that most runners care to try to continue on with is about 64 out of the flying section. I think beyond 64, the amount of backup stuff you have to do just kind of is a little bit too much for most runners to want to deal with.
I think the magic number is 69 for many reasons, but I think you can skip a pole there if you have 69, I think, right?
Right.
Yeah.
As you see, like, running 3 times around these poles kind of a little bit much, but Punke getting some pretty good RNG, especially on that second pole there. Like, all the coins staying together in that spray, and like I said, that's 15 separate little dice rolls happening right there. All have to go all together right. If just one of those coins decides my X velocity needs to be really high today, then that coin just shoots way off to the side, and now Mario has to run off to the side to grab it.
I would like to know what kind of splits Punke is running over there, because as you can see, he's having some good numbers over there, but I'm not sure exactly what they are.
Oh yeah, and like Nux is pointing out in chat, you only need 68 for the pole skip, but you do have to kill like an extra Goomba for 68. But normally you will have a Goomba in the way for you to go ahead and just dive into as you're doing your movement towards the poles area in the first place.
Thank you, Gothic. Answering the question there on those splits.
One more star in BOB and then Punkade advancing on through. A live time attack is what LTA stands for, Mr. Dubber-Rucky. And exclamation point format if you want to see a bit more information about the rules. But basically, these runners are going to have a few hours both today and tomorrow to get the best run possible. And whoever has the best run as part of our leaderboard during that time period is going to be the winner of this event. So it's kind of like a race, except you've got a couple hours to get the best run possible as that race, if you will.
Here we go!
So we are still waiting for lots of people to get going. Ouija letting us know there. Eat FOD, then start. That makes sense. So we're going to have some Ouija runs coming up shortly after he gets sustenance. Liam's still not doing much over there.
And we'll see how Punkay manages through SSL here. A lot of runners indicate SSL is a pretty brutal point in the run, both from the 100 coin and the red coin star here. And a nice little punch grab on Mips here. And one thing that also makes this game really, really cool, a lot of speed games, what makes you go fast is kind of just the sequence breaking stuff. Like, you know, oh, you do the Door of Time skip and now you don't have to play half the game. But here, there are a lot of different tasks that you have to accomplish, like you gotta grab the rabbit. But there are like multiple different grabs that you can do depending on like whether you want to just approach this from a more beginner level or if you really want that most optimal time possible. And like some stars really have like 5, 6, 7 different strats that you can use to approach them. Like the Lethal Lava Land Lava Boost that you don't see in this run, but you do see in 70 stars, like a prime example where like both the beginning and the ending, there are numerous ways that you can approach it. And it all just depends on how fast you want to go personally.
We see Puncation here taking care of the bird here. Using that fly guy to jump off. A few ways to take care of that star as well, but that's the most common way, is to bop off that fly guy.
Yeah, but even on like the intro movement there, some people will approach the pillar from the left-hand side for a little bit of extra speed, but sometimes the fly guy can actually kind of aggro and lunge towards you prematurely if you go that way. And then still approaching from the right side, there are a couple different ways you can handle the intro jump that'll give you a bit more speed but be more inconsistent. So Pumpkin going to go ahead and get started on reds now, and he tried to go ahead and get some extra speed off the slope at the start, but just kind of got a missed angle there. And this flight section here is pretty finicky.
I love the bop off the side of the stage. I thought it was so swagger. Yeah, it's so awesome. His camera, he did the camera angle, couldn't see it as well as we might see in the future, but that's awesome strat there.
I love the noise that it makes. It's almost definitely like the wall that you ended up getting 0 frame. But like in this case, like it's exactly what you want to happen there, and it's just such a satisfying whack. But I want to say like that bounce off the out of bounds section of the stage, that's only possible during the very beginning of the flight animation when Mario's like doing the somersaults in the air. So like it's just because you happen to be able to start the flight from the pyramid like that you're able to go ahead and get that rebound with all the speed like that. If you had to start your jump like a pretty good amount of distance away and like you hit the wall a few seconds later, I think you would just lose all your speed and you wouldn't rebound. And it's pretty great how like a lot of different architecture in the levels of this game like really kind of works together to let you do really cool things like that.
So Puncation now is showing us, as far as we've seen today so far, taking care of the boss here in Stand Tall in the 4 Pillars star. He is on his 30th star. And let's see who else is going here. Simply seems to be on a run here. On a run is a very big term there, but he is at least playing the game as in, you know, and that's about it. We have Simply Implication, and Blue Bob is just getting rolling here.
Yeah, any run is roughly on a run as long as you're in lobby.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're not like a minute behind, I guess. Punky now getting started with the 100 coin in SSL. This one got a fair bit of RNG to it, but this is one of those where, like, luckily a lot of the coin spawns kind of fall in the category of you can deal with a lot of the bad RNG. You just really have to make sure you're staying focused.
Oh, here we go. Full screen action here for Punky. Again, one of the legends of the game here. He actually took the world record from... His first world record was actually taken from Siglemin way back in 2014. And yeah, he held that record for that almost the whole year there of 2014. Also 6th place in 70 star. So just an all-around legend.
And I believe that 6th place run was a world record when it was set.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. So you know he has the skills to make it happen.
Pretty good 100 coins so far. I don't think he's got the extra coins still. Forget whether this one has an extra coin or not.
That bonk there is so cool too. That intentional bonk up and fall down. It's so swag. Yep, it is beautiful.
And it's really interesting, like, how the momentum preservation mechanics work, because if you're holding the stick out of neutral when Mario lands, he'll preserve some of the speed that he had in the air. So, like, in that case, you know, he'll kind of slide back on the first platform he lands on, fall off of that ledge, and then land on the next platform. But if you had held neutral instead, Mario would just stop right in place. And so, like, this game, if you really pay a lot of attention, it gives the player a lot of freedom of control of, like, how exactly to handle little situations. It's just sometimes that control that it gives you relies on you, like, doing a very specific thing at a very specific time. And it's just, there are a lot of, like, little moving parts that you're having to keep in mind altogether, and it's very easy to just drop one or two things and just kind of, you know.
Longation, I think this is last star for SSL here, just the easiest one left.
Yep,
and I would say
that 139 run.
Yeah, any run that's, you know, around 30 minutes is pretty good for an event like this, right? Coming out of SSL?
I would definitely say so, yeah. And especially like the early game, like this. Yeah, the early game is inconsistent enough. We'll see where this is at going through like the later parts of the basement, especially after it gets through stages like BBH. But for a live setting like this is certainly a pretty good pacer to get, especially in your first handful of runs for the day. But this is one of the big stars that's going to make a big impact on that best possible time measurement here. We'll see Punky is able to go ahead and manage to catch back up with the elevator here. Just gonna go ahead and let it respawn. Honestly, that's a smart decision. It's gonna waste a few seconds here, but
that pull, you can do the pull and then jump there, but I don't know, that's pretty scary.
And then now I've always loved this movement, but it's always just so so scary. Like your wall kicking off the very sliver of a wall that exists on that platform.
There are a lot of stars like this, but this is one of those stars where I think this is about as far away as your intent is supposed to do this level as can be. Like, you're just running around randomly, but it's very planned with your path here. It's really, I mean, this is one of those stars where if you want to learn the path, it takes a while to learn the star optimally.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and it's what's always really struck me about it is the BLJ that's just part of the route right in the middle. Like, there is a beginner route that skips over the BLJ, but that's like, especially, you don't see BLJs in virtually any other category aside from being major sequence breaks, but to see one being part of a star is just, you know, very weird in the first couple times you see it. And there it is right there. It's just the elevator's right there. It is easier to, like, maintain a BLJ on an elevator than it would be on, say, a staircase, so, like, you can have it consistent, but, yeah. And now we'll see how the very ending segment goes here. So one of the blue coins that's vital for this route comes from an enemy called a Mr. I that's on a big platform in the air. And we want that coin to fall on the ground, but it takes a minute to spawn. So we have some other stuff to take care of in the meantime. And so I think I heard the coin go ahead and land on the ground.
Oh,
no,
yeah, there it is
got
on the
flies
very
off.
edge. Yep. You see
So
Puncation
in order
not
for
happy
the
about
coin to
that.
fall, like it's got to have a fair amount of speed, and it's got to like actually bounce. Sometimes the coins will just kind of fall on the ground and stay on the ground, but it has to be bouncing to actually fall off the platform. But didn't waste too much time. It was mainly that little elevator flub earlier that spent a little bit of time, but only 12 behind this 139 run. Not bad at all.
I think that's one of the most skill testing stars. It's so much going on in that star. You've tested it in a lot of different ways. And as a viewer, when you first watch it, like, what's going on? What are they doing? Like, how are they jumping in these areas? But that's a great star to see how runners are playing right now, what their skill level is at the current time. It's a really good star.
I love it too. Yeah, I think it's a good one for like if you really want to improve your skills at this game. It's a good start that's going to teach you a lot in the process of trying to like get a better time at. There are some stars like I feel like if you're brand new to this game, you shouldn't start with a star like Bomb Clip, for instance, because it's going to be a kind of hard trick to pick up, and it's not going to teach you a whole lot about movement. But trying to learn how to do a star like Dark World Reds is going to teach you a pretty fair amount about movement. It's going to make you learn like how exactly long jumps and dives and stuff, you know, are going to be chained together and such. Wait, Punky doing Toxic Maze BLJ?
Yes.
Whoa, okay.
Oh, we might not see that today, but we did see that. Puncation bringing the hype for the chat there. Nice.
I guess that's going to be a newer part of the meta now. That used to be pretty much unseen. I think only like Para used to do that, but that's depending on the speed that you've got there. It's really easy to end up going all the way across that whole bit of the pit room and then just stop right on one side of the fence. But Punky managing to maintain the mash really well there.
I'm about to see some metal cap action from Punky here.
Yeah, we'll see if he manages to get a blinkless star grab here.
Pointed. Pretty good. I think it's pretty good there. Can't complain about that, at least. All right, quick check-in around the event here. As we see Simply getting a 20-star level now. It looks like he's still practicing there on his side. So we have just Blue Bob, I believe, playing. Liam is finally off and running here. That is nice to see. Liam fans rejoicing in chat now as they see their man is ready to rumble. Cheese again coming in at 5 p.m. today. Ouija still not here. Taking care of that sustenance problem first and then going to join us here. Remind everyone we are here because Urban Arts allows us to be here because they put on this event and give us the support we need to make this event happen so we can support them. So if you like events like this, you might want to look into supporting Urban Arts. Just a great college prep program. They help underprivileged students in New York, teach them about art, technology, video games, and get them ready for a career in gaming, in tech, in all sorts of stuff. So if you want to support that and support events just like this one, I do recommend you think about donating to the Urban Arts. They're doing great stuff for speedrunning, and more importantly, for underprivileged people. So check that out if you will. Doge TK is still sitting high upon the throne of the biggest donation of the day as Puncation hits that magical Christmas Land star. And he is about to get his 42nd star, the farthest along in this event by far right now.
Yeah, speaking of like the way that runners kind of have to work around the level design, as you saw there, like Punky falling through the air managed to press that switch. That room that you do the triple jump from is just barely high enough where Mario will build up enough momentum during the fall to hit that switch when he hits the water. And so, like, when people first started running this game, they were really inconsistent about hitting that switch, and so it used to be called a Christmas miracle if you got the switch press. But then over time, people started to understand that, okay, it actually just depends on how much height you get out of the triple jump. And if you make sure that your triple jump is as high as possible and you get as much height out of that wall kick as possible, you'll be able to consistently get that switch press. But we just still call it the Christmas miracle anyway.
Puncation here in lethal lava land here. First one in there.
And Lethal Lava Land is one of those stages that's pretty interesting. If you run 70 star, it's going to be about the same except for the 100 coin edition. But the 100 coin does provide its own set of challenges, especially inside the volcano. That inside the volcano movement can be pretty finicky.
Oh yes, we definitely need commentator bingo. Curtis, Deanne, bring it to us. We're all about the bingos here. And we're trying to put one together for this event, actually, so we could use some suggestions for that, because I think it'd be pretty hype. But as we see, Ouija is back from Chipotle, McDonald's, we'll never know. Salad, we don't know. Make your guess of what he was eating, but he's getting prepared to take his place as a combatant in this event, as Puncation takes care of that big bully here.
And a very nice backup there for missing the long jump over to the bully platform. It's really easy once that movement starts to go wrong to accidentally just handle it incorrectly and have the bully knock you right off the edge and kill you. But Funky's been here and done that enough times to know exactly how to handle these situations now.
Oh, and stop the presses here. We did get another donation. Anonymous says, tip to support the casters. Thank you, ALT Insider and Electric. Can we get a $5 dono train? You heard Anonymous. Do we want to make that happen? We shall see. That is in the hands of the legends in chat. And thanks so much for that donation. You're doing great things here.
Now Punke about to be advancing on into the 100 coin in just a minute here. Kind of an interesting star. Not a ton of RNG compared to some of the other 100 points that we've seen throughout this route, but what little RNG there is does require some pretty quick reflexes if things do start to go wrong. It's mainly on Mr. I and such here. You see he's really holding the shell at the top speed here. Very, very nice out of volcano movement here. Yeah, and those flame shooters, getting the coins around those is always pretty tricky to do consistently and quickly. You saw Punke kind of like hesitate a little bit there, but like not taking a burn there is really just the most important part. Going ahead and getting a nice pole skip ending too.
Beautiful, the wall kick on the side, choosing not to grab into the pole, just going up the wall kick there. And Punke's been doing pretty well here for, I don't know, 2 stages or so. At least no big mistakes to speak of for some time now for Puncation. And yeah, getting that flag in the sand here would be pretty good. I think for the, if for nothing else, just for the mental aspect of it, to have a time in there that you're, not happy with, but maybe feeling good about. It's pretty good for an event like this. I mean, you want to get a time on that board, to see yourself in that first place and saying, all right, come and get it. And Puncation is on his way here. Seems to be on a bit of a hot streak here in terms of very smooth play.
Pretty comparable against that 139 pace run that he got as part of his D-Rust. And now we'll see how Vanish Cap goes, because Vanish Cap is one of those stages that can throw a wrench into things, but failing that, it might be on a one-way ticket to go ahead and cash the rest of Basement out on this run. And now we do have to remember, though, we've got to go ahead and take care of CCM after this. We've got to go ahead and get our rubber bands ready for BBH, and then go ahead and get through Dire Docks, but this could be the first time that we go ahead and see someone advancing upstairs today.
This is one of those runs where you're like, okay, whew, past that stage. There's still 5 more stages that are very tough, but every stage is kind of another hurdle. They get bigger and bigger too, because they get more difficult. Yep. And this is a big point right here too. Vanish Cap stage is no joke.
And there's a lot in this game if you're not careful to kind of like get in your own head about like, oh, this stage coming up is really hard, this stage coming up is really hard. But well, like you said, the whole game pretty much applies that pressure constantly. But you're kind of in the middle of the run, you're kind of thinking, okay, I just need to get past BBH, I just need to get past DDD. But like once you get past DDD, the run's only pretty much half over. You still got all of upstairs to take care of.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Even though time-wise, I think you're 2/3 of the way through the run at that point. Like it still mentally only feels like you're halfway there.
There's just zero chill in this game. Puncation pulling out the hype ending there. Shout out to Siglemic for that one. Always can't not think about it in my mind when I see that ending.
And that beautiful triple jump off the switch.
As we are now entering Cool Mountain for the first time, as Puncation here is on quite the run to start things off.
And we'll see how CCM goes here, especially with CCM Reds really being the major point of potential contention.
Here we go!
Beautiful walk into a work star. Okay, missing the right coin there. You'd be surprised though, like how little of room that you have to grab the coin without grabbing the tree, and so like you want to really just stay as far away as you can, but still just barely grab the coin.
That's an example of one of those mistakes where it's like, it's not going to end in a run, but it's like, wish I didn't do that. And if they keep building up, then you might want to say, okay, I'm done. But that's just got to try to get that out of your mind as fast as possible. It's a very small time loss in the scheme of things.
And the backup was really good since he didn't end up grabbing the tree. Like that's where that backup gets especially infuriating, is when you end up grabbing the tree while you're trying to grab the coin the second time. And it's like, okay, not only did I lose the time of having to go back for the coin, but now I'm stuck to the stupid tree for an extra second. Now we're going to go ahead and have the little slide skip here from Punke. We'll see if he goes for, you can get like a slightly faster ending here by walking Mario over the little corner of the ice here. Yeah, you see, oh, Punke went for it, but then ended up moving slightly in the wrong way. But like if you have Mario fall off of a ledge and then immediately land back on it to another ledge, the game will go ahead and take him out of that like belly slide animation, and he'll still be going really fast, but he'll be standing up. And so you don't have to actually roll out, and it saves a little bit of time. But if you hold just a little too far left, you'll bounce off the wall and just fall into the void in the slide area and die. So a little bit of time saved, but a lot of risk when you're trying to learn that and pick that up for the first time.
You saw Puncation there, misgrabbing the star there as well. There's tiny mistakes here coming, building a little bit of anti-momentum here, but let's see if he can fight through this.
Here we go!
Just a couple more stars in this stage.
And we did. Donation train real quick, like Electric, let me stop you. Did get a $10 donation from Anonymous here. Thanks so much. Keeping the donation train. Thinking about moving the station here. Hasn't quite left the station yet, but it's thinking about it now.
It's on pace too. We're going ahead and throwing the coal in the furnace.
yeah, there you go.
I'm curious whether Punke is going to go ahead and go for the next star that he's going to do after the 100 coin, the Snowman's Lost His Head. There's a slightly advanced strat that you can go ahead and do to make the ending just a little bit faster, but it does require a little bit of finesse. Now we'll see if Punke is actually going to end up probably going for the slide skip. Yep, here we go, committing to it.
Yeah.
With that special blue coin routing, you're able to go ahead and skip that small portion of the slide. The penguin does have some checkpoints that he watches out for, and if you complete the slide without hitting all the checkpoints, he will accuse you of cheating. It's just that little section of the slide doesn't have any checkpoints on it. So you can go ahead and skip that.
Here we go!
And that was also, I believe, originally theorized and kind of talked about by Adam Pass and Circum Arc.
Shout outs there for sure. quick few questions in the chat I want to answer. The days end at 8 p.m., but of course, if a runner starts a run before 8 p.m., they can keep going until that one is finished. You just can't start any run after 8 p.m., of course. And LTA stands for many, many things, but here it stands for Live Time Attack, which means try to get the best time you can while it's live, while all these legends in chat are watching you, which makes it all the more difficult.
Exactly right. Now Punky finishing out the snowman's head star here. See, I think he is going to go ahead and go for, if you land in a particular way here, you can, like, kind of skip part of this cutscene or something. There's something weird with, like the way that the star spawn cutscene is handled, that backflip actually saves a little bit of time.
Yes, that is 8 p.m. Eastern time is the finish time today. And of course, tomorrow, the same thing, 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Doge TK coming in hot, $50, saying, come on, y'all, lacking in the dono. You're going to bankrupt me. Don't make this man go bankrupt. Help this person out, I should say. He or she is trying to support Urban Arts, and you guys should too. As we go to Boo Boo's Big Boo's haunt here for Punkation.
Yeah, go ahead and get your rubber bands out, chat. The most infamous stage of all. And this is one of those stages where, oh, nice door skip from Punky there. Beautiful stuff here on this ghost hunt. See how the next door skip goes, because those can be very, very tricky. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, whenever the game is like waiting to show a text box like that Boo's text box about, I forget what he says whenever you kill each one of them, but whenever the game is waiting to show that text box, different objects like doors won't actually have collision. And so, as you saw there, Punky was just able to kind of jump right through that door in that one room, and the text box spawned right on the other side of the door, but he didn't have to wait for the door to open and close. Oh no, so many people are leaving the stream during BBH.
It always happens. It always happens.
What will we do? Oh no. Now Punky working through this 100 coin here. Sometimes these scuttlebugs can present a little bit of a pain with their RNG, but things going pretty okay this time. Just dropping one coin there, but that's okay.
Oh, should say, it looks like everyone is in action now, for sure. Everyone has officially started, not just practicing, but is off and running here. So we have 6 of our 7 runners here off and running. Cheese, of course, starting at 5 p.m. Eastern time, but everyone else is off and going. So once Punkation, this run ends, or we go to the finish, I guess. We'll see if something else hype happens. We'll get them on the main screen as well. But Punkation is on the first run. Might want to stick with this one all the way through if we can. If Punkation decides to do that, of course.
And Liam's on a pretty decent run, looks like, although I think Liam's also running against like a latest runner or something like that.
Ah, yeah.
Simply's also pretty deep into basement himself. Okay, just finishing up BBH real quick. Oh, I just know Punky's about to do that like crazy triple jump off the like banister thing in the lobby area here. There's this I don't think it's new at all, but there's this movement that people didn't pick up for a while for the ending of this like red and 100 coin. And I think Punky's about to do it. Watch this here.
All right, you heard electric.
I love that triple. That little slope right there. Like it's not quite steep enough where Mario just slides right off, so you can actually triple off it. You can't double jump off it, but you can triple, and there you go.
Punkation is bringing it here in a big
really
way.
Is. There's a lot of strats that to be honest, I haven't watched him too closely for a bit, but I think he's certainly been updating some stuff recently. There's been a time period where he was kind of known as like the consistency king that would go for things that may not be the fastest available strat, but he was so consistent at them and had such good movement that it really didn't quite matter. But he's certainly bringing a lot of the really updated modern stuff too now.
Can teach an old dog new tricks, I guess is the phrase here. This is one of the OGs of this game for sure, and he's bringing. I shouldn't say OGs. There is OGs before his time. He's kind of that middle era, I consider. Like 2009, 2013-ish is probably the first era. A lot of Japanese runners had the world record then. And then a legend named Seglemet came in and kind of set the gauntlet down in about 2013. And that led to Puncation taking over him. And then someone known as Cheese05 came into the community, and that's kind of the three eras as I separate it in my head, at least, of course. There is no written history of Super Mario 64 yet. Well, maybe that's a book for someone to write in the future.
Let's see, Blue Bob getting to the end of the flying section of VOB 100 here. Yeah, with 66 coins on this attempt, so not too bad. Looks like Punkay is on pace to lead BBH, still pretty far ahead of this 139 pace run.
I mean, what can you complain about? There's two little, tiny hiccups in the last 45 minutes of the whole run. In the last, let's say, last 30 minutes, he's had two little tiny hiccups, but everything else is going pretty much to plan. Taking care of Big Boo on that balcony there. And I believe he is done BBH now. So we go to DDD.
You just got one more star.
Got one more, yeah.
And this re-entry is one of the more finicky ones in the game, depending on like your controller notches. That's one thing that like some people may not kind of think about is different controllers will have slightly different angles that they'll be read when you hold the controller in like the up left notch or the down right notch. And especially like on castle re-entries, because you have to remember every time you finish a star, your first two moves are down on the stick to go to the continue without saving prompt. So whatever your next bit of actual movement is just you snapping the stick immediately into one of the notches. Like, and you don't have time to think about it or like set up your position with a precise angle. And that castle re-entry in particular, like you getting a good angle set whenever you start your movement is oftentimes the difference between you getting a really quick boo kill and a quick re-entry or like having to just waste seconds on trying to get at him with a ground pound. But now we've got Puncation going into Dire Docks, which has probably one of the most brutal 100 coins in terms of execution. The second part has just so many opportunities to lose like 20, 30 seconds plus off of just a tiny mistake.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite stars again. Just like 100 stars are basically my favorite stars because it just puts everything's on display here. And this is one of those ones where you cannot miss a lot of stars. I mean, I think you can miss one or two, right? I mean, on this route, if you stay along it, it's very few stars you can miss. I mean, it is very intense, and you're swimming.
And I think Punkay did already go ahead and miss one of the coins, so he's gonna go ahead and like have to. And like once you miss coins early on, that puts you in this like really particular mindset for how you handle the rest of the star. Because now you're not able to, you're having to try to make sure that you're not doing anything that could introduce any inconsistency. You want to make sure that like when you're moving Mario into a ring of coins, you're taking his angling safe. You don't want to take any chances from that point on with, oh, let me take this radius a little bit loose and maybe I'll miss a coin, but who cares? You don't have that luxury anymore once you miss a coin early.
Best part here, jump on the subs fin. Oh, he does not do it. No, misses it there. I love when you jump on the tail fin there. The ultimate swag strat there, but we'll see here. Still more difficult jumps to do here.
I've always loved the kick on the cage there, like these kicks to get back onto the sub, and then beautiful stuff to grab that 7th red, but now we got to see a front sub and then a beautiful triple jump across the actual, okay, and he's gonna have to reline up for front sub. Not wasting too much time. This triple jump can't be finicky. Good camera angle, though. Nicely done. Just needs to go ahead and finish out the ending here. Nicely done.
Yep. That's... I don't know where that is in the echelon of difficult stars, but it's definitely in the, what, top 10? Has to be there.
Yeah, it's... I really think, like, a lot of people in chat will kind of say memes like, the run doesn't start until LLL, the run doesn't start until BBH. I really think after this star is where you can go ahead and say, like, all right, the run begins here. After this point, you can start getting attached to a good run. Like, it's before this star, because of the propensity for DDD 100 to just go horribly wrong, I think you're kind of dumb if you get attached to a run before that star. But after that star, feel free to get attached. Like, that's kind of how I view it. I hate to be so blunt.
There you go.
No offense if you get attached to runs before that star, but...
Electric is giving you permission, chat, to get attached to this one right now. Get that Velcro out, slap it on you, and get attached here, because Puncation is on one here, as he is just about halfway point here. 69th star grabbed.
Yeah, and Markinator pointing out the next logical argument, the run doesn't start before Fire Seed. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, run doesn't start before Fire Seed. Just a couple stars away.
Once again, thanks everybody for being here. We are here for Urban Arts. They are a great charity benefiting underprivileged people, helping them get into school, to do a lot of things. Making video games is one of them. Getting into tech, it's a really great charity. So if you want to support that and this event, please donate if you can. This is a live time attack, LTA. In other words, we're watching 7 of the best runners of Super Mario 64 try to beat the game as fast as they can, and they can do so with as many resets as they want.
That was a beautiful front sub from Punke there. Very, very minimal lag on the sub too. Sorry to interrupt. That was just exceptional.
No, please interrupt. A hype is always worth interrupting anything I'm saying. So please don't be afraid as we see Puncation entering the Fire Sea.
And this is one of those stages that, compared to a lot of the other 100 coin movement and stuff you're having to do, this isn't too technical, but any little error here can lose you a lot more time than it should just because of the cycles here. But Punke pulling things off pretty well so far. Still gonna have some nice extra room on that early lava boost cycle. Oh, but goes ahead and misses the triple jump there, so I think he might still be able to make early Ellies, but... Okay, yeah, he's gonna have to go for like the standard movement for early Ellies, but should still be fine for it. See, he didn't make that much of a mistake, but already losing about 8 or so seconds. And had he missed this early elevator platform cycle, he would have lost like 20 plus seconds, so... Not really what you want to see, but ultimately he was able to kind of stem the tide of some much bigger time loss.
Yeah, what you want to avoid is getting things getting out of hand, right? And that can happen quickly, and especially in a stage like Fire Sea.
Exactly right, yep. Probably the worst possible mistake is, like, you realize that it's going to be really tight for you to make the early elevator cycle, so you try to go really fast through that section with the 2 square platforms sliding beside each other, and you end up falling underneath one of them, and then it'll just hold Mario against the lava until he dies. That's the worst kind of mistake. It almost always happens just because you're trying to take things very fast to try to make sure you hit an early elevator cycle.
Quick check around here. Simply is now on a little bit of a run himself, only about 20 stars behind where Puncation is. I'd like to get a comparison there of the times. Oh, and Simply did do that Michael Jackson, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, beautiful
slide there.
Walk right to the door. Yeah, Punke a full 30 seconds ahead of that 139D Rust run, and best possible time still saying 137.
Woo. And you already said we can get attached now, so I'm fully attached. Super glue is out.
Yeah, we'll see what the actual uptime is, but this certainly looks like it's on pace for like a high 103 up, which is not bad at all.
Yeah, just for comparison, the world record time is about a 102.40 coming out of upstairs. So, I mean, in a live event like this, it's very close. It's great.
Shout outs to Damage the Frog for a $30 donation, and the comments shout outs to Simple Flips.
Always always a statement worth saying in any event.
Always deserving the shout outs.
All right, so we're going back to Dire Ducks, of course. The sub is no longer there, so a little bit of less lag for these stars.
Beautiful jet stream there. I believe this star and the one in JRB both have the same name. They're just both called Through the Jet Stream. And I mean, it works. It explains what the star is. You go through the jet stream. Yeah.
I always think this kind of cleanup of Dire Docks is a little bit of a little bit of an exhale point, right? These aren't the most difficult stars in the world. A little bit of an exhale, a lot of difficult stuff you've already finished. These two stars are kind of a little bit of a break, and then we pick it right back up in a minute here as we get into Wet Dry World.
Absolutely. You just got to kind of keep enough of your wits about you to just make sure that you're not like trying to take turns too fast or anything like that. And I feel like these are probably the stars that runners take, if you want to call it this, they take them the least optimally, because if you were really trying to push for the frames on these stars, it would require so much more concentration to make sure that you're not overshooting turns or different stuff like that. Like on chess, for instance, you could take some really fast optimal chess turns and save like a second maybe, but like that would require that you concentrate so much more on your swimming than when you just take the really comfy turns, kind of correlate your like stick angle presses with like your swimming button presses, like just kind of try to make it easier on yourself on purpose like that. Compared to like a star like Canonless or Owless that you're doing so much and you want to get a very optimal time on anyway, like you really want to stay focused and play as close to perfectly on those as possible. But you know, for the swimming stars in DDD, especially on the cleanup, I highly doubt that these runners are trying to make things as clean as possible.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the ones, you know, me and you both commentate 16 star a lot, and that's when, you know, 16 star, you have to optimize everything. So we see a lot of time lost in those kind of trying to make that swimming just tight as you can, close to the wall. I mean, people lose time with these, a little bit off on that. So that's definitely a good point.
We got Punkay, and let's see, the uptime was a 103.26. Jeez.
That's he has to be feeling good about that. I mean, I'm sure he probably isn't, but he should be.
Having a couple issues getting up to the star, but that's okay.
Ouija, with some very interesting strats getting pulled out here. Started with food, said I'm gonna get food first, then I'm gonna play. Comes back from the food, then says I need a nap. Back soon. So he is deciding to get his body fully ready before making his runs. And that's, you know, he has the time to do that. You got 8 hours. You can't damn him for that, knowing that he needs both food and sleep, which is something all humans need, actually. I think that's scientifically proven. So he's taking care of himself, and then he's going to do some runs. We'll see if that is a good strat or not.
I think it has some evidence in its favor, but I don't know. I need to see the studies that all believe that food and sleep is vital for speed running.
Yeah. Definitely.
Now we got Punkay cleaning up in Wet Dry World. The 100 coin here in particular is going to be one to watch out for, because that one thing separating 120 from 70 is in this stage in particular, you're going to be doing the 100 coin alongside reds rather than secrets, and the town movement in particular can be pretty demanding.
I still remember
what Punkay's doing now. Like I've always loved the movement for this star. Like it almost feels like you're doing some kind of like Tony Hawk free run or something like that. But like just kind of doing tricks off different parts of the stage, or I like how the Tony Hawk games that have those like skate letters. It feels like you're basically doing that sort of thing just in Mario.
Shout outs to Tony Hawk, for sure.
Oh,
what a legend. I still remember when I learned where you jump in that picture determines how much water there is, and my mind was blown. Like, what secrets does this game hold? What other secrets does this game have that I don't know about? And it turns out
Oh
there's like
yeah,
a
same with the
million other
clock.
ones.
Oh man. I somehow like learned pretty early about like, oh, if you make sure to get into the clock at 12, it'll be stopped. But that also made me not realize there was an upper half to TTC for a long time because that one elevator platform is stopped in the upper position. So like if you've never been that high on the moving clock, you just don't even see that the elevator's there. And so like for the longest time, I just thought the clock kind of stopped halfway up because I only ever entered it stopped like that.
That's one of those things that, well, this is definitely old man speak here. But now in the age of the internet, you can those kind of secrets you don't find yourself anymore. But back in my day, we found those secrets ourselves. It was really cool,
Yeah.
but sadly,
I love like how they introduce that stuff to the player. Like the toad that gives you the star in Tippy, he'll tell you about the clock thing, and I think the one in upstairs will tell you about wet dry world painting. Like
Uh-huh.
if you're walking around talking to everyone and like really paying attention, there are ways that you'll find out about all this stuff. It just you've got to actually really kind of engage with the world, and I think games that do that kind of stuff are always really cool.
Location take
Pretty
care of
decent 100 coin coming out from Punkay here.
Once again, just avoiding that big mistake, right? I mean, that's what he's doing to a T here. Avoiding the big mistake, consistent play. And he is on his way to putting a time up there. I mean, I don't see how he doesn't finish this one now without something catastrophic happening.
You still got a lot more upstairs to play, though, of course, but certainly in a good position, at least.
Oh, I love the speculation here in chat. Where is Cheese? We'll have to get our sideline reporter in there to try to figure that out. We have a team of investigative reporters now trying to figure that out, but we know he will be here at 5 p.m. That is the promise.
That was a pretty ludicrous wet dry world. Like, yeah, Punkay only losing, I think, like 2 to 3 seconds to gold there. Like, that's pretty nutty. And I think virtually all of that was from that little bobble on like the very beginning Vanish Cap star. So let's see how Tiny Huge goes, because this is a Tiny Huge pacer, honestly.
Oh, definitely.
Secrets is one of those stars that, like, for runners of this caliber, it's pretty simple, but there are a lot of little things like that that can just go a little bit wrong. Oh, and then Punkay not quite having the speed for the clip through, but nice backup there. Nice backup.
King of backups here so far. This jump is scary, but he gets it.
And see, like, the mistakes that Punkay made there are like the little things that happen to runners all the way back to like a beginner level, I feel like. But it's the accounting and like the backing up that really makes the difference here. And like beginners facing those same initial mistakes would have probably lost like 6, 7, 10 seconds or more trying to back it up. But Punkay, they're managing to make that back up in like less than a couple seconds. Punkay getting some pretty decent RNG on those Goombas as well. Those Goombas that you have to kill for those blue coins kind of... oh, the coin RNG, they're not going super great, but still working okay. Sometimes they can be in a position where you got to ground pound each of the 3 individually, but he just got kind of lucky and managed to get a double there. You see how these go down here. And you have to kill them with a ground pound, otherwise they don't actually drop the blue. Oh, nice little backup there. The angle just kind of went a little bit weird in front of the platform, but accounting for it really nicely.
Here we go! Here we go!
Puncation just continuing this seemingly effortless run here. Again, as we mentioned earlier, he is someone that hasn't been on the grind as much as he once was, but has returned recently. And yeah, he is bringing it right now. Puncation fans extremely excited now that he might be put up a nice time to start this event, which is, as I think, it's a huge boon if you do that. Just put a big time up there and say, all right, come and get it. And
Exactly.
he now 84 stars in and can't complain about much. Taking care of the Wiggler here.
Yeah, and sometimes all you need to like be able to get a really, really good run going is just to kind of not have that pressure of all of your recent attempts. And just kind of, be coming at this with like a really fresh mindset or really fresh kind of, like you've been practicing and de-rusting rather than having just done like 7 months of daily attempts for 10 hours a day.
Yes, and that can take that can damage the best of men or women or anybody. I should say, stop the presses here. Distilled honey, dropping the $20 for the compliment. BBH, Evo leave. Thanks for that. You're doing a great thing, supporting a great cause, and you are a legend.
We got Punky with that nice mountain clip on the just standalone star there. Simply working his way through DDD 100 here. See here, but I think they're the deepest ones at this point. I think we've got Liam still on that pretty decent pace going through basement here.
Here we go!
Okay, Simply is pretty well killing it with this pace.
Yeah, we'll need to get a check on that time. Skillface taking care of it already. Unofficial timekeeper of GSA. Skillface saying Simp is 1 second ahead of Punkay on pace. Thank you, Skillface. That is correct. I'm blindly believing what you said, but I hope you're telling the truth. I believe you right now. So Simply a little bit better than Punkay right now. As we see another race with Koopa the Quick.
And I like how with this one, like, you end up using that smaller Koopa's shell to finish out the race against the big Koopa.
I always consider that he's taking his son's shell, which is kind of cruel, but that's what I consider that.
Right. And some people even go through the effort of, like, walking over to the ledge here and, like, grabbing the ledge off just to have the Koopa run a little bit faster. But I don't know if that actually saves that much. Like, it might save a frame or something.
Every frame is important. Every frame is a miracle that we need.
Every frame is sacred.
Yeah. All right, so we have 2 very hot runs right now, extremely heated right now. Sweat is starting to form in 2 runs in the form of Puncation and Simply. And this is pretty hype. Simply, of course, 3rd place on the world record. We'll talk more about him when he gets on the big screen, which I'm sure he will later. Puncation currently 5th on the world record leaderboard. Set that time about a year ago, though. So it's been a little bit since he's been in the daily grind mode, but like we've mentioned so many times, he does pick up that star with the Breezeless.
Beautiful stuff there. That does save a couple seconds over the normal strat, but really, really easy to fail there. And a nice way to go ahead and get things started in a pretty challenging stage here. We'll also have to see how the 100 coin goes, but the 100 coin isn't too bad. It's at this point in the game, you're mainly mentally kind of worrying a little bit about Snowman's Land at this point.
Yeah, this is the stage at the log wall kick. I consider that. You just do it like every single star. Can you talk about some people don't know though. What can we talk? Give us a little bit of explanation about, you see the clip we do in this stage every single time. You all of a sudden you're inside the mountain, you go up the water. What happens there, Electric? Let us know.
All right, so the way that water works in this game is a little primitive. When Mario is at or below a body of water, from not being at or below the body of water, the game assumes he entered from the top and then places him at the top and then applies his previous speed to figure out how far down into the water he goes. And so if you enter and normally that works okay because normally you're always entering every body of water from the top anyway. But in these cases where you enter a body of water from the side out of bounds, the game still does that whole snap you to the top, then figure out how down into the water you should sink sort of calculation. And so that's what causes this upwarp here, is that little bit of water from the pyramid, or not the pyramid, the waterfall that's like halfway up the mountain. When you get into the range of that body of water from the side, the game will just go ahead and snap you to the top just because that's the way it's programmed. It assumes that you're always coming from the top, so that normally works okay. But in this particular case, it actually just kind of works as an upward for you. As far as getting into the wall itself, what causes that is the difference between Mario's hitbox when he's just standing and running compared to his hitbox on the first frame of a proper jump dive is different enough that when you're running against the wall there and you do like a frame perfect A plus B press jump dive, like that change in his hitbox will actually send him entirely through the wall. Like it's like he gets bumped enough forward that instead of the game working correctly and pushing him out of the wall, it just pushes him totally through.
Mm-hmm.
But crucially, if you end up like pressing A then B by accident, you won't actually go through. And it's because in that case, you go from Mario's running hitbox to his jumping hitbox, then his diving hitbox. And that transition is smooth enough that like you never get embedded far enough in the wall for the game to just pop you right through.
Yeah, very well explained there from Electric. That's why they pay Electric the big dollars to be here, my friends. As we see, Punkation, during that explanation, has just continued to dominate this run.
Yeah, and this 100 coin here has a lot of pretty technical movement to it. Getting through all of this section here. You can just dive. It's if you jump then dive that you have a problem. But the reason that just diving works as well is since you're going from the running hitbox to the diving hitbox directly. It's just that if you jump beforehand, you won't actually get that, like, yeah. It may even just be that, like, if you jump, you're just not quite close enough to the wall for the dive to get you through. And I think it may have a bit to do, too. I don't think that wall is totally vertically perpendicular. I think it's like a 1 degree wall or something. So I think that causes a bit of an impact, too, in how the game does its calculation there. If it were a perfectly perpendicular wall, it wouldn't let you through, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a good question in chat. I wanted to take care of that. The times at the bottom here are all zeros because no one has finished the run yet. We just started at 1 p.m. Eastern time, just about coming to the 2-hour mark. We started a little bit after 1 p.m. actually. So when we get runs finished, which will happen maybe shortly, maybe the next 4:30-ish minutes, we'll have some times up there. That is the prize pool, though. As you can see, winner takes home $2 grand. Second place gets 1 large. Third gets 750. As you see, you can read. I'm not going to read out for you. But yeah, that's the event here. It's his live time attack. Runners have as many resets as they want. They're trying to put the best time they can in the 16 hours over the course of the 2 days here. Today we're going to 8 p.m. Eastern, and then tomorrow 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. And we are definitely gaming right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a big stage to watch out for. I've been hyping it up virtually this whole run, but this is one of the 100 coins that runners absolutely dread. But Punkay is in a prime position that if things go well here, this could enter Tippy on 138 pace, which is just ludicrous.
Yeah, that would be...
With this star out of the way, this is one of the quick stars that can sometimes provide some problems too, but we're just gaming right now. We're really cruising through it.
Punkation is putting on display here very early in this event, wants to put that flag in the mountain and saying, come and get it, guys, because I'm here. And don't forget about old Punkay here. And what a display so far. They have to just watch out for those big mistakes. He's done such a good job avoiding the big mistakes here. And that's what this star is one of those ones that is very taxing. Just the camera makes it so difficult here.
Yeah, losing a little bit of time to just kind of some awkward movement, but I think more than anything, you just wanted to make sure not to take some extra ledge grabs and like hit that spin drift by accident and stuff like that.
A little bit of frustration being shown here a little bit, but let's see if he can get it back on the rails here in terms of his mental side of things.
We'll see, about to be starting the 100 coin in just a minute here, but first going to go ahead and go for this little blind box break. Beautifully done there. a lot of runners will just kind of like watch for a particular texture on that like dark green kind of mountain that you're jumping over, and like when that texture gets to a certain part of their monitor, they'll go ahead and like press the button to do the ground pound there, just because like you don't have enough time to react to seeing the box.
All right, taking care of the in the deep freeze star there. It's one of the easier stars in the run, but he knows what is coming next.
Yep, here we go.
It is that 100 star, a huge hurdle here. Lots of RNG involved. Let's see what happens.
You're having to get a ton of coins out of enemies here, and the money bags in particular can just be a huge, huge pain. This is the money bag enemy for anyone who doesn't know. It really feels like it has the most violent coin spawns, and you're having to kind of, in these cases where like you've got a few other enemies to kill and stuff, you're having to make these decisions of, okay, the coins sprayed way out. Do I collect them now, or do I wait until after I've killed the spindrifts? And there's a lot of that like on-the-fly decision-making and thinking, and you just have to kind of roll with what you decided. You may realize a couple seconds later that really wasn't the right decision, but I made it, and now I just have to live with it and play with it, you know?
Yeah, just got to keep moving. That first one was very unfortunate. They sprayed all over the place, but see if he can turn it back around here. You can see the disappointment there in his face as well, but let's see if he can get it back on the rails here. In this grand scheme of things, again, just small time losses here, but they do add up.
Pretty decent spindrift RNG, though. Didn't really have to do a whole lot of finagling to get all those coins. And now the shell section. This money bag up here can be pretty frustrating as well.
Let's see if he gets kinder RNG here.
Yeah, not too bad.
Not too bad.
A little far, but...
You can't hope for perfection here, but...
Right. The spindrifts at least are going fairly well. I think he only had to do an extra circle back for like one of the spindrifts. And that last ground pound perfectly done. Wow. He keeps getting a lot of RNG where like he'll get one coin going left, one coin going right, but they just happen to be just slow enough that he's able to go ahead and grab both of them with the same jump. But a lot of these grabs that he's making work, and a lesser runner that isn't quite as experienced would probably end up losing a coin or two just because they don't have Mario in the right spot to have the best chance of grabbing the coins regardless of how they happen to spray. So, and there's a lot of little stuff that like you really just have to grind through these stars a bunch before you really pick up that sort of sensibility. Yeah, we see he did lose a few seconds to gold there, but not losing the run at all, and that's really
yeah, that's where we're at now, and that's where I consider this the stage of this run to be, right? Just can't lose it, right? You might lose some time for some RNG or some small mistakes.
Here we go with Wilco Clip. Let's see. Oh, he got it.
Oh, goody good
Barely
there.
saves time in 120 if you get it the first try, but let's go.
He's bringing it. I mean, that's pretty impressive right there. No, I mean, there's of course a reason to do that. You do save a little bit of time, but it doesn't save that much time. But
well, let's see if he goes for like that ludicrous. There's like some way that you can handle the cannon shots here, but it's really risky. I don't
guess he's gonna go for it. He's been doing everything right so far. Let's see.
Didn't end up grabbing that coin.
Took his time with the lineup too. Has to not feel that good. Took his time lining it up and did not grab it.
And didn't grab this one at the start for. Not sure what happened there.
All right, so
we'll go ahead and go with this. It's all good though. Not gonna lose too much time on this stage. I mean, still on pace for like a very high bar time to set this early on in the session, especially.
Yeah, I can feel the chat. The wind is coming out of the run a little bit here, out of the sails of this run, but don't lose it. We're still just trying to set a great first time. All right, we got a lot of time left in this event, and there's still a lot of time left in this run to bring this one back to from being a pretty good time to being a good time.
Yeah, still 138 best possible. I mean, playing within 6 seconds of your golds through the rest of Tippy is pretty much impossible, but, I mean, we're still on very, very good potential 139 pace, failing any major mistakes, which, for the first run of the day to get finished out, that's pretty impressive. Now, TTC 100 is one of those stars that can go pretty poorly sometimes, but it's after all the other 100 coins that you've already had to deal with in this run, it's not as tall of an order as it could be for a newer runner. Okay, playing things out pretty nicely on this 100 coin. Just has to get through the ending here. This is one of the trickier bits here. Oh, and with the invisible wall there.
Yep.
So for those that don't know, there's not actually an invisible wall there. What happens there is this game has a bit of code where Mario can't go above a ceiling. It just doesn't allow that to happen. Anytime that you want Mario to go above a polygon that is a ceiling, you've got to put another polygon above that is a floor. And on the very edge of some polygons, for some reason, if Mario is above them, the floor won't be detected, but the ceiling will, and so the game will think you're trying to go out of bounds above an unbounded ceiling polygon. And that's where you get that invisible wall bump. Like, it's somewhere below Mario is some polygon that the game is calling a ceiling, and because it doesn't see a floor between Mario and that ceiling, it goes ahead and just bonks him there. You can kind of avoid it by navigating a little bit out of that particular spot, but like it's just... Sometimes you just hit just the wrong spot and you just kind of have to do that little backup triple jump.
It's just one of those things you just got to deal. It's one of those things in Super Mario 64 runs. It's just going to happen, you know? It just happens to everybody. And sometimes at the worst of times, sometimes at times it doesn't matter, but...
And just, you kind of have to learn to stay away from, like, those little, like, it's the seams of different things where, like, the physics break down in this game. There are a lot of, like, weird corners and weird, like, wall relationships that just... in Wet Dry World, like, there's a good example in the 100 coin that you would do for 70 star where, like, you do a long jump that, if you do it from the kind of natural angle, occasionally you'll get invisible walled, but if you're paying attention, you'll notice that you get invisible walled just whenever you're going above this one, like, corner seam. And so you just kind of make yourself just not long jump over that corner seam and just kind of move a little bit more away from the corner seam instead. And luckily, like, in most situations, you can avoid invisible walls by making adjustments like that. It's just, for this 100 coin, the very next thing you want to do is kick that 10 coin box, and, like, the invisible wall is just right in your way of where you want to go. Like, there's no way around it. Avoiding the invisible wall basically means avoiding the box that you're wanting to kick next anyway.
As my math is not great, but with 110 stars in the bag, that means just 10 left. For our man,
I think that's correct. I think that's an accurate count.
We are entering... It's time for another dangerous stage, the Rainbow Ride, after this star, of course. And, yeah, I mean, another thing of the people, I know not everyone knows in chat, I know probably most do, but that waiting there is on purpose to make sure the clock goes past or close to that midnight mark where everything is stopped. I know most of you legends knew that, of course, already.
And that stopped clock zone is actually like a pretty small range on the clock, so it's easy if you're not paying a lot of attention or if you're still like really new to running the game to accidentally enter a little earlier or a little late, and then you just lose a ton of time. You can't really do anything. But in 70 star, TTC kind of serves as the final boss, but in 120 star, Rainbow Ride is definitely the big kahuna of all the stages here. Like, there's so much that can happen during its 100 coin that can lose you a ton of time, and then all the other stars also just kind of have their own individual little pitfalls. So many different little ways to lose time.
Yeah, just literally. It's just so dangerous to fall in anywhere, you know. Obviously, it's a big loss if you fall here, so we'll see. Punk's so close to the end here. Such an impressive performance so far. Can he put it all together here? 8 stars left.
And the Fly Guy just not really wanting to play nicely at the very start there. So gonna have to go without his coins. Very, very nice on the Lakitu there. I'm going to collect 7 of these reds here. Now, I hope everyone is ready for the carpet, though. If you want to talk about breathers during a run, there's one little moment where you get a bit of a breather.
That's the best time for donations, by the way. Hint, hint. Where you can read a lot of donations during that time. Simply, I've been keeping my right eye on Simply, and he has had a few hiccups here in where he is. Much sure his pace now. But Tiny Huge Island has not been kind to this man, and then it kind of went into Tall Tall Mountain as well. We're going to see, though, what his pace is looking at. He has 90 stars now. There you go, Puncation taking that aforementioned breather. Simply on the large screen here.
And we see comparing against Sum of Worst just to have the deep green splits. 17 minutes ahead of his splits. What a run.
Oh,
What a
wow. 17. The stuff dreams are made of.
But I think it looks like best possible is like a 138 or something. Like not a bad best possible on Simply's side either. Just has a bit more of the game to work through. Now Punkay almost at the end of the carpet ride here. Just 10 more coins. That's, I think, if anyone ever finds a way of doing carpetless that doesn't involve some absolutely ludicrous, like, edge of a seam wall kick or what, like, whatever else, I think that's going to be a very huge revolution for 120 stars, since this just takes so much time taking the carpet up this way. It really is like the single biggest thing that you could potentially, like, if there was a way around this, that'd be the biggest chunk of time to save. Like, if there was a way of skipping, like, the Koopa the Quick races or something, I guess that would save a decent amount of time too, but...
Should be a bounty on that, for sure. We're going to get Punkay back on the big screen, I'm sure, when this carpet ride is up. We're going to give Simply a little bit of time, and as I say that, look at Punkay coming on the main screen here. Triumphantly grabbing the star. 6 stars left. We are in the true late game now. What will our first time on the big board be? Get your guesses in now.
Nicely done with that glitchy grab. That's a pretty difficult little trick to get down, since once you like start trying to grab the pole from the bottom like that, in order to get a successful grab, you have to press B once, release it the next frame, and then press it again the frame after. So you have to press B 2 times within 3 frames in order to actually get a successful glitched grab on that very bottom of the pole. Doing a second little bounce here. Gonna get that over the rainbow star here. And just a couple more stars before we finish this one out, but Punkay still maintained that really, really nice low-mid 139 pace.
Yeah, the flow of this run, I mean, let's talk about the flow. It has been, first half, very consistent, some small things. The second half has been a little bit less kind, a few more small mistakes, but still, no Mario meltdowns, right? And that's the thing we want to avoid when you're this close to the end. And Punkay, very impressive so far. Simply as well is trying to get a time up there. Hasn't been as kind to him. The last 10 minutes have been a little bit shaky, but we'll see what kind of pace he is on.
Punkay taking a little bit of a bonk there instead of the left side movement.
Here we go!
Just 2 more stars left for Punkay, and then working his way up to the final star of the game.
Wonder how where he's at now with this run. I wonder what he's thinking. Of course, a little bit of mistakes here. Lost some time here. Looks like he's not as happy as he once was, maybe 20 minutes ago. But still, you're this close. Finish it out strong. Get a time up there. He does not look happy right now with these little mistakes on this level.
And Reds is a star that's easy to lose little bits of time on if things start going poorly, but let's see how the ending goes here. Nice slide on the 5th red coin. Alright, beautiful stuff here. Punke still on pace for a mid 139 if things go alright in Sky. Just needs to get that one last red coin star and we're good to go.
Mid 139 would be pretty good for a run to get on the board here. Just for some comparison here, there are some runners in this event that have not got a 139 ever, right? So this is a serious time to get, especially your first run. Of course, we need 8 red coins first before we can start talking about finishing this one. This stage, of course, so dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
There are no handrails here. Everything is out to get you, and any mistake could end this thing.
Just a little bit short on the side flip, but went ahead and backed up the coin grab pretty nicely. The movement here, gotta just make sure that you're being real careful. Another. There we go, almost to the end. Just need those 3 throws and pretty clean for a 139 here.
What a time that would be to start. There it is, the 120th star. As we get a smile from Punke. Happy to have done. Here we go. 3 throws left. That's all we need, my friends.
I think we could get a sub 139.30 potentially with a really good fight here.
Electric calling for it. Will we see it?
Let's see
3 throws. That's
beautiful
it.
first spin, and that's going to be a first hit.
Right down the middle of the plate there. This one.
A little bit of a softball, but almost a hit. Nice regrab, though.
Little
There
limp.
we go.
Does get the backup throw there, though. Puts it in for par. Last throw here. Can he hit it? And he does. That
Full
will do
stuff,
it.
and I think that will do it for, at the very least, a 139 3x. GG's to Punke on a beautiful first finish run here. That's a first time to go ahead and get on the leaderboard. Sub 100 minutes with that very first run. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Look where you're setting your bar down, right? There's, you know, some runners in this event that have never got a time that good. And he is saying this is the time I'm going to start with. And we got a lot of time left, my friends. But me and Electric are out of here. We're going to bring in some new commentators for you in a moment. Thanks so much for being here with us. We and Electric are going to be back a little bit later today and tomorrow. Stay tuned for that. Stay hype. Mario.
Urban Arts.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am West Dog. Joining me is, I'm Marginator. Joining me is West Dog. How are you doing? Little backwards talk there. Just kind of got thrown in here. Weren't kind of expecting it, but what a great Punke race. Good run. We got a little bit of race going on here with Simply. We'll see if he can beat that time. But that was a great run from Punke.
Great run. Basically, second attempt right out of the gate, dropping a casual 139. 99% of runners would kill and sacrifice many things for that kind of run. And Punke just already setting the bar high, making it look very easy. But we've already got a mad pacer here from Simply. As for those looking at the splits, he is indeed 18 minutes ahead of his splits.
An absolute pacer. Absolute pacer here. Is this the last star he's got? I believe so in SL. Yeah, this is a fantastic time from Simply. Going to be putting a really good one on the board. I wish I knew what the sub of best was. I wish I knew. Or best possible time. So yes, going to be doing BLJs. Come on, Simply. Come on, Simply.
Oh.
Okay, lost a lot of time here, just setting it up, and is not gonna catch. Just gonna get that long jump off.
Unfortunately, Wilco clip not working out there. For those at home who may not know, those backwards long jumps there, that's normal that you see for a 16-star category or another meme or other meme categories. But in 120, because it's unnecessary, because you can already unlock the door with all the stars, speedrunner Wilco was the first one to make it popular to go BLJing through the door there. If you get it on a first try, it actually saves you a couple of seconds. Unfortunately, when you have a failed attempt, as simply demonstrated there, it does cost a little bit of a time loss, but honestly, not too costly here. Let's just hope that Simply is able to get through Winged Mario over the rainbow here cleanly as he just gets over the platform.
Close one, and just barely makes it up there. I always get so nervous, like they're not going to make it to this cannon. That cannon shot is so scary. Yeah, really clean so far through this cloud stage. Just probably going to be losing time because of that BLJ. Not horrible. Yeah, triple jump off this box. Just have to get this last red up here. Simply does a little out of order for most people. Most people will get this red coin in this cloud or then turn around. But I think it's a little more often to do Simply's way if you don't grab that pole. You're gonna be headed over to TikTok clock. Punky did start to bleed a bit of time here in Tippy. You could see on the splits as he was finishing up. It was like -40 got into Tippy. It was about -15 by the time he ended. So definitely some time that Simply can make up here.
Right on time with the caster's curse, as Simply first jumping over a red and now falling all the way down in the clock. You hate to see it. It does not just extend to the world of professional sports. Caster's curse, definitely a fun phenomena here, as we see Simply going for the triple jump method to get over to the blue coin switch, and oh boy, that movement is crisp.
Yeah, that movement is very awesome. It's very new. Only a couple runners do it. Saves like 1 second.
And just like that, that second is gone with the bonk off of the wall there.
That's why you do it. You gotta save all that time. Yeah, honestly, all the little tiny time saves that these top runners save, yeah, you can watch them make mistakes and then they still get these credible times because they're doing it way faster than you are. That was pretty clean 100.
Thanks.
And a decent ending. Very good from Simply. Probably feeling pretty good about that one. Alright. Seems to take it nice and easy here. Gonna be doing moving reds. Actually gonna be taking it nice and fast. Alright, does have all the coins up to this point and finishes out strong with the ground pound.
Oh, baby. Love to see it. Moving reds, one of the riskier strats here in 120 and 70 star. It is honestly aesthetically one of the most beautiful things you can watch in the game, but if you fail it, you are just kind of SOL, but Simply there, making it look quite simple.
Yeah, making it simple indeed. Nice. Couple movings left to go. Yeah, Simply having to do 4 movings because of those reds. Yeah, thankfully these aren't quite as bad. Yeah, the Flippy's triple jump looks a lot harder than it kind of is. If you just get the timing right and you hit the flipper and you're able to jump, you're pretty likely to get it. Ooh, missing that second wall kick. Got there on time.
As we do see Simply closing out here of TikTok clock, it does look like Blue Bob is probably going to be resetting the run. He just was doing a backwards long jump over the turtle shell. Not exactly sure what he's going on. Either that or he's trying to scramble to find a quick backup here. Liam's got a run going into BOB. We see Punke chilling. Nindide restarting to run. Cheese, as we can see on the screen there, won't be here for another hour and a half, give or take. And Ouija, not too long after eating food and trying a couple of runs, now needs a nap. Food coma is real, folks.
You gotta make sure you're in top shape before you start doing 120 runs. Luigi just not quite preparing. Started doing some runs, it was like, well, gotta get myself in shape. Yeah, no, Luigi taking his time. There's always tomorrow as well, so I'm sure he's not super anxious about getting a really good time today. But Simply definitely is. Very nice time jumps and moving bars there. Yeah, Simply wants to clutch this out as quick as possible. At 139.37 for Punk A, best possible time on Simply's screen looks like 139.19. So yeah, pretty tight. Wanting to beat Punk A.
Yeah, with some time to save over Punk A in Rainbow Ride, so there is a possibility we could see Simply creep his way into first place.
It's very possible. Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago we were doing the ESA lifetime attack with like the world record when she's got it live. Low 139s were insanely crazy to come by, and she's got like basically the world's first 138. And now these runners are pushing 138 already. Like they're not far away.
My, how the times have changed.
They do change quick. Competition is fierce.
You know what else is also fierce, Markinator, is the sponsor of today's event, Urban Arts. Guys, do you care about the children? Do you care about the future of gaming and everything else in between? Well, guys, Urban Arts is a foundation that has served over 120 students in their game design program with 100% graduation rate. I can't think of a single other school or program in this country that has had 100% of their kids come through and graduate. And when they graduate, they go on to do great things like game design, artwork, etc. And it's all brought to you by Urban Arts. Guys, exclamation point charity in the chat now if you'd like to learn more about Urban Arts, and exclamation point donate to help out the cause here. I'm seeing some Omega Lulz and Simply Hulks in the chat here. Markinator, what happened while I was rambling on?
Yeah, I kind of scoffed as you were doing the reading there, but Simply did the 100 coin and missed the fly guy, but then it ended up just like chilling up there, you know, where you kill the Lakitu. So it was just very rare RNG when that happens, but it's kind of funny. And then Simply like tried to kill it and failed. It's great.
Womp womp.
Some good times. Alright, doing the backflips on these carpets. Just a bit of a carpet ride here. It's what makes Rainbow Ride kind of a boring stage. 120. I mean, mostly just this 100 coin, because you make it through the beginning. The beginning's kind of fast moving. You do your best to grab the red coins, and then you just kind of ride the carpet. You know, it's not a whole lot going on. If you know how to do red coins, all you have to do is really learn that beginning part. And 100 coins pretty free.
A whole new world.
Just looking around this giant open sky. Yeah, there is some strategy here, like inside the castle, because the fireplace, flame spitter, will cause lag. So, kind of saw Simply stay to the right as he entered, and then ran all the way to the left. So that's way so he would never really look at the flame spitter. Little details.
Speaking of small details, just looking at Liam, who's the only one with a run past the beginning of the game here, he missed MIPS, the first MIPS into the basement, so I wonder how he's going to back that up. I wonder if he will attempt to go for MIPS again after he exits out of Shifting Sandland.
Yeah, it could be. I guess you could kind of catch it in a similar way you would catch it towards, or like when you're going to Vanish Cap. You kind of... Because it doesn't spawn in front of Lethal Lava Lane, right? You kind of turn that corner.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to pay attention.
Alright, but more importantly, we must pay attention to this run here, as Simply is now with a clean-ish 100 coin star here in Rainbow Ride. Only 4 stars to go. Still possible to sneak into first place, I believe. Let's see how he closes this one out. Going for the left side wall kick approach.
Yeah, different kind of Lakitu skip. Simply doesn't like grabbing the bottom of the pole. He likes to go behind it and just hug it. Doesn't like dancing on it. Which is surprising. I would think Simply of all the runners, most likely. Alright, nice start here. Good Lakitu bounces. Good 100 coin. This is a nice rainbow ride. I Simply giving it a nice little stretch. Knows it's pretty good. Just gotta stay loose when you play this game. Gotta be on your feet. Agile.
Marketer, you being the experienced 120 runner here in the commentators booth, even if you're not going on PB pace, but you're just running to get pretty much near close to PB pace, like, how do the nerves, heart rate, just overall emotions take for you towards the final stretch of the run here?
It gets very intense. Just like for me, I'll get to Tippy, and it probably won't be too bad. But especially once I hit like Rainbow Ride, and I know like, oh, okay, there's like Rainbow Ride's like full of tricks, right? It's not even like super hard movement necessarily. It's just kind of a bunch of hard tricks. And so, you know, you're just like, okay, just hit the tricks, hit them, we'll get through it. Especially, you know, PB pace or like this situation, you're gonna have to finish. Simply falling down, the nerves will definitely get to you a little bit more. And
Yeah,
you just try to focus.
Simply, unfortunately, not getting the speed. When he rolled out over the fence there, he lost his speed to go for pro approach to the tricky triangle star and failed the backup there, trying to build up speed in that left corner, so had to settle for, yeah, just the slower method here.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We saw Punkhead do something similar. Alright, but second try looks a little better. There's that les grab. Very clean ending.
Right, and as we're gonna be now transitioning into bits here, according to these splits, which aren't his real PB, but the best possible time is 1:39.39. So we'd have to see one of the fastest bits in the history of Mario in order for Simply to beat Punkay out for first place here, but still a very solid second place run.
Yeah, would be pretty tough to get first place. Does that say 39? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah, 1:39.39 is looking like the BPT.
Yeah, hopefully maybe some room to gold, but yeah, Simply definitely needing a pretty perfect ending here. Try to stay at least close. And it doesn't get like the quickest cycle, and that's gonna put him behind a few more cycles.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, I think that is definitely it. Okay, probably has secured first place here. Yeah, still needs to finish it out. There's plenty of time left, and this time could stand for a while. Probably be really good to have this time on your splits to run against for the rest of the time. Be a really good reference. Alright, ooh, takes a little bit of a wall rub, avoiding the fire.
Not sure why towards the end of a run like this you're trying to go hugging the wall, but I guess Simply just needs to feel a little bit of love after all the time he's lost.
Sometimes you do need a little bit of love. It's very true. Just feel a little sad, you know, you're not getting first place. Yeah, it'll be good. Simply throws, needs a few more. Just needs 3. I already nailed a couple Bowser throws in the past. What's a few more?
Alright, well, if he clutches out these throws here, he can still get a 1:39 and still set the bar very high for the rest of these runners here. So let's see how it goes. He's already got 1 that's wide left for 2.
Yeah, that's trouble. Want to definitely set this 39. Want to make that those top 2, maybe even top 3. You know, a bit of a club. Best time you can. How did that not grab? Dabbing right through the tail.
He's got to get the throw off now. It looks like it's going to connect, and I believe he's going to be finishing with a 1:39.58 or a 1:39.59, just eclipsing the sub 140.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Going to have 2 139s on the board here. first few hours of the event, and the 139.58 is the final time. Simply has secured second place here, just behind Punk A.
Whew. GG's to Simply. We see claps, Drakes, and GG's in the chat. Solid run there from Simply. And now we shift our focus to the former world record holder, Liam, the first person in the history of Mario 64 to get a 120-star run in the 1 hour and 37-minute time barrier with a 137.53, which is still his PB today, as he misses one of the reds up there and now has to go back it up with, I believe, yep, a long jump over to this box.
Yeah, not the jump you want to miss, because his backup is super hard, and you saw Liam just not getting the perfect angle, and just like that, doesn't get the jump. Get the wall kick. You have to assume Liam wants to get out of here. It does get the coin. Okay, very nice. Definitely in a PB attempt, that would be a reset, but not here. He's negative 20 on the splits.
Wow, amazingly, Liam still a best possible time of 1:35 coming into HMC, so despite failing to grab that fourth red a couple of times here, he's still looking pretty solid for this run overall. If I'm not mistaken, Liam probably has the lowest sum of best amongst the 120 runners, right?
I know it was somebody else for a while. I'm trying... Tago. It was Tago.
It was Tango for a while.
Tago got the 134. Best possible time.
Oh, I didn't know that. Tago,
Yeah.
we miss you, buddy. Wish we could see you here, but Tago, Mario is quite taxing as we see Liam after a clean BLJ through the cage there just a little bit ago. Unfortunately, missing the new Salt triple jump setup here in HMC. Now having to back it up here.
Yeah, this HMC 100 has not gone well. You're putting out the best possible time, which means probably everything else in this run went really well up to this point. And you just can't even get the triple jump here. Ah, I got the box. There's not a lot of time. Where's the blue coin?
I'm not sure if I heard it fall down, so... Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay. Not bad. Yeah, you can see that negative 20 just being eaten away, going to be somewhere close to 0. But it's still on a run. Still got that green split. Really unfortunate when that kind of stuff happens. But the 100 coins in 120 are brutal. Kind of what makes 120 120.
We would like to give a word to the tech crew here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it looked like Liam was in second place with the 139 there, but they've just now switched it to Simply. Thank you, tech crew. Oh, is he going for the toxic base BLJ?
Alright, this could be some time here. Is this something Liam always does? Oh no, just doesn't quite grab it.
It's me,
I haven't actually watched a
Mario.
Liam stream in a while. I wonder if that's his normal strat. Yeah, Liam does that? Okay, cool. Yeah, some runners do. I know Punke does that. Cheese and Simply do not like that trick. So it's kind of to each his own. It does save a lot of time. So it is worth it if you can get it consistent.
Yeah, for those who know, Cheese is definitely not the biggest fan of this trick. We have seen quite a few innocent shirt casualties to that trick, unfortunately.
Cheese does it now too? Oh wow.
Here we go.
I'll have to watch later in today. Cheese is here. Alright, Blue Bob on the screen. I love seeing Blue Bob here, by the way. Blue Bob is like probably y'all didn't hear this from me. He's probably my favorite here just because you haven't seen him in a long time, and I love watching racers we don't normally see here. The Blue Bob may be an underground favorite.
My goodness, commentator expressing perhaps personal bias here in the booth. Don't know how I can
know
take
it's
it.
awful. It's awful. Pointing out runners coming back from retirement. Oh, couldn't be me.
Honestly, it is good to see Blue Bob coming back on the big screen. He had stepped away from the game for quite a while, so honestly, shoutouts to GSA for inviting Blue Bob to compete in this tournament and get him to de-rust Mario 64. It is good to see a Canada rep here in the competition.
It is. A nice Canada rep. And you know, I didn't know he was Canadian until you said that, but it makes a lot of sense. He's a very nice guy.
Was the greatest Canadian Mario runner until some guy named Green Sweegie came along.
Yeah. And it's I would still I'd still argue a bit between categories. Nindide and Blue Bob are like neck and neck.
Oh wow, yeah they are. We've almost got a sync going on here. That's incredible.
I hope this lasts for a long time. We'll see what happens in JRB.
That would actually be quite amazing if for this segment we got a Blue Bob versus Nindide race all the way through.
That'd be epic. Even just through the JRB. Maybe pointing out a lot of stuff here in the 100 coin. Coming into the ship on the first star. The stars here in JRB, it's not 100% consistent. The ship, you can pause a lot on the clip, or you can get like an instant clip. There's a few second variants there. There's the instant cannon shot, and there's the 100 coin. Those are all areas where you'll see runners lose a few seconds. But that was a pretty good clip.
Not a problem. We did get a $5 donation here from Joel Ioto. Thank you for the $5 donation saying Mario for the children. Thank you for thinking of the children, Joel. Thank you for the donation, guys. Anywhere from $1 to $1.01 even goes a long way to helping out the Urban Arts Foundation.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And that's a pretty good segue just to shout him out. Urban Arts has done a lot for Mario as far as these tournaments and races go. So show them some love. Show them some love. They are a charity. They do this to get some PR for the charity, get the name out there. So let's show them some love. They do a lot of stuff for us. We really appreciate them. Alright, Blue Bob on this 100 coin, as well as Nindide. Now they are pretty synced. Did they get just a little bit of the best of Blue Bob at the very beginning? Box break. Went a little better for Nindide. Alright. Blue Bob. Do we have a 2-screen? That would be actually pretty dope for this 100 coin. Oh, Nindide missing that red coin. Blue Bob taking the lead back. You can see how much time that missing that red coin actually loses. Anytime you have to stop swimming or turn around while swimming is kind of a big deal. It's not fast. With a good lag reduction here. Doing everything you can not to look at that little water tornado. Wadnado. As I almost said.
Almost sounds like something Waluigi would be serving at his taco stand. A Wadnado.
Yeah. It's a secret move in Smash next game.
Looks like Blue Bob will not be attempting the frame walk here, deciding to go ahead and open the cannon by talking to the red bomb up. As we see him close out 100 here. Oh no!
Doesn't make the ship. It was too high on the cycle. You can kind of get stuck in no man's land there. Too late to walk it, too early to side flip. That's exactly what just happened to Blue Bob. Trying to get this back up on the slope.
I did not know the slope went high enough to where Mario could walk a potentially wall kick off of that. That is interesting.
Yeah, it's super tight. It's actually super tight and very hard. You have to be looking down on the slope. It's one of those weird slope mechanics, you know, on certain slopes. But if you're looking up on the slope and you jump, you'll just get one of those stale jumps that forces Mario to dive eventually. And then if you're looking down on the slope, it'll actually allow you to like run, jump, and wall kick if you have like a degree looking down. So it's pretty cool, but very hard. Ooh, Nindide missing that camera.
Yeah, looking like we've got some hijinks going on here in Jolly Roger Bay. Blue Bob deciding to reset that run, and Nindide missing a cannon and didn't even get into the cave there.
Wow. Yeah, surprised didn't do the clip, just went down. Maybe it's faster that way, but yeah, after missing the cannon. That's right. We have 2 resets in JRB here. That's so uncanny. They were neck and neck the whole time down to the reset. Alright, yeah, simply... Along with Punke, doing some practice. Yeah, after you get a really good time on the board, going back and playing around with the stuff that maybe didn't go so well. Not a bad idea. This is probably the first time in virtually the entire event that we've been in this situation. Kind of at the beginning.
No
Dark
runs
World
going. Yep, no runs going. Nobody powering through. It's just reset city as Liam takes a dive into the depths of Dark World.
It's me, Mario.
Yep. One of those things you try to just be so precise, try to hug that right side, and you just fall right off. Right into the pit.
Alright, we got Simply and Punke, who are the only 2 to have completed runs so far, just getting more practice in. Simply working on Rainbow Ride as Punke is working on the clouds there and winged Mario over the rainbows. We now look to see Liam, Dide, or Blue Bobby, the next one to get that big run going.
It is all about that next big run. Next exciting time. Because 120, you can get these moments in these events for sure, just because of how long the run is. But once a runner gets a run, there's so much sauce. It's just so much sauce. Liam not being able to handle the sauce that is up and coming.
Yeah, it looks like he may have hit a ghost pepper hot sauce there. It was just too much for him to handle, so we see him go right for the reset button.
Retake. Take number 10,085. Nice LBLJ. Blue Bob here. Yeah, 120 runs at the beginning. You're definitely not really focused on the entire run. Kind of just focus on like the first 2 splits. You're just like, okay, just make these go well, and then we'll be fine. Just keep going. Just keep going. So I'm sure these runners are just trying to do that. Just get a good first couple splits, have a nice beginning to the run. Because once you hunker down into a 120 run, there's not much of an escape.
So we are waiting for that next run to get going here. Just a reminder to everybody at home, welcome to the Urban Arts 120-star LTA Live Time Attack Tournament. You are watching 7 of the best Super Mario 64 120-star speedrunners compete in a live time attack format, which means over the course of these next couple of days, today and tomorrow, there will be 7 hours plus overtime each day for these guys to get the fastest speed run, and whoever comes out on top will win the grand prize of $2,000. And of course, shout outs to the Urban Arts Foundation again for helping us put on this tremendous event.
Yeah, tremendous event it is. This is really great. I love these events, honestly. Lifetime attack, just like these weekend long things. Top runners have all weekend. It's be good. And Blue Bob out of Dark World. Liam making his way. Yeah, Cheese is supposed to get here at like, what, about an hour or so? That's something going on.
Yep, in about an hour 15. Cheese is a very busy person, so let him do the business. And frankly, I think it's all for content purposes, Mark. We're going to see Cheese not arrive until 3 p.m. He's going to turn on the console, no warmth necessary, and he's just going to drop a 139.01 on us.
Yeah. Dope move, you know. No big deal. Yeah, Cheese definitely... I'd say pretty confidently the GOAT of 120 star over the last 10 years. Probably not that long, but
Sure does seem like it's been that long though. Cheese Cheese, Punkay, and Simply are just the runners who will not go away. They've been playing this game for years, constantly and consistently remaining within the top 5 of the leaderboard and adapting with all these new strats that continue to be discovered to this very day.
Yeah, staying up to date is a big deal. Learning all the movements, saving every little bit of time you can. That's what you live for when you're a Mario 64 runner.
Here we go!
Alright, I just want to see one of these runners get out of Womps here. Liam, Blue Bob. Blue Bob's got 3 stars on the 100 coin. Or no. What's Blue Bob doing? Did he do 100 coin first? Might have. I think he did 100 coin first.
Yeah, I believe Blue Bob goes for 100 plus reds to start off his Womps Fortress.
Makes sense. Yeah, when the runners are doing like pro 100, I think that's pretty normal. Pretty high reset star.
Or, yep, okay, yeah, he did get 100 plus reds.
Alright, Cannonless going for this texture. Very nice. Alright, see if Liam can match Blue Bob here and getting this 100 coin star. Yeah, very nice from Liam. Getting every coin on that cycle. Ooh, gets the ledge grab though. Noticed it, didn't fall off. Yeah, that's pretty good backup recovery from Liam. Sometimes if you're not realizing that, you could be like holding up thinking you're gonna do a turnaround, and then you just let go of the ledge. So not bad.
Liam just grabbing those ledges. Love to see it.
Ledge grab Liam over here.
Nice. As we see Blue Bob doing his number here on the Womp King. Honestly, the Womp King is just as big as the fortress itself, so these guys really need to work on upgrading their fortress technology here. It's a little underwhelming to really call it a fortress and have such a puny little tower.
It is like a bit of a lackluster fortress, you could call it. Maybe more of like a clubhouse, you know? Womp's clubhouse, I think, would go pretty well. Like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, but it's for the Womps.
Maybe that's why Nintendo had to settle with something like Fortress. It sounds cool enough to where you could put it in the game, but then you don't get sued by Disney for doing something with Clubhouse in there.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe in the future we'll upgrade the Womp's treehouse. Alright, back into JRB. Had a couple of resets here earlier. It really is kind of a sad place to reset, because you get through Dark World, you get through Womps, and you're like, okay, just gotta do some swimming. And then it just doesn't go very well. Get through some intense stars for nothing.
You know, Markinator, as I've gotten older, I've come to realize that any form of a relationship, whether it be romantic or even a simple friendship, there's always a give and take in there. And I gotta say, Mario 64 is probably one of the biggest give and takes with anything involving water. Swimming is the slowest, most painful thing ever in a speedrun. If you miss a swim or don't get perfectly in stride, you lose so much time, which is so stressful, especially with some of the stars you have to deal with in Jolly Roger Bay and Dire Docks. But I must say, it probably provides us one of the most tranquil pieces of video game soundtrack I have ever heard. I cannot even think of or fathom the amount of people who have used it as a peaceful background or like sleep music.
Yeah, that's very true. That is very much the give of being the music soundtrack. And Nintendo really did themselves right by doing that. Get the best music for the slowest stage. Very calming. Actually is a great soundtrack for this game. But yeah, you gotta love the game, but you gotta hate the swimming. Right, Blue Bob with the chest. A little fast on that last one, but very nice. Kind of went around the back of the third one. Alright, fun facts. The painting in JRB changes from English to Japanese.
That is true. In the Japanese version, it's bubbles, and in the English version, it is the ship, correct?
It is, yeah. I actually like the ship painting. It looks really good.
Oh, Liam getting the absolutely clean clip into the ship there. Well done. Does take a little bit of a hit from the eel, so he's going to have to watch his health here. Not even stop it to take time for some air. All right, does get that air, so we know he will not perish inside the ship.
No perishing here today. Yeah, if you get into that warp quick enough, I don't think you do need any air, but you get very, very close. But it does depend. But Liam not even taking the chance, getting those air bubbles. Alright, Blue Bob on the 100 coin here.
Yep, we've now got Blue Bob JRB race take 2 here. Instead of Dide, this time Blue Bob and Liam are basically near neck and neck now here in Jolly Roger Bay as they both go for the 100 coin star.
Yeah, this is kind of where Blue Bob failed last time on this side flip to the ship. See if we can go a little better. If we get there a little earlier, it wouldn't have been an issue at all. Maybe he's saved a bit more time from the last one. Alright, here we go. Grabbing that line of 5. Gonna be coming over here. Does have that 1 extra, so leaving that 1 behind. And yeah, a little earlier, gonna be doing this wall kick here. Very nice.
Not even deciding to mess around with the side flip. Gets the very clean wall kick onto the ship. Good redemption there from Blue Bob as we now see Liam exiting the cave to collect the rest of these 100 coins.
It's not too exciting to watch, as you know, maybe a Mario 64 enthusiast. But as a runner, just seeing the tight turns, seeing, grabbing all the coins from the clans and everything. I'm watching for like every single deviance, the lag pockets and everything, and there's a lot going on in JRB that you don't notice. Meanwhile, Liam does pass the pole. Oh my word, losing focus for ever so slightly. It was not in the right position. That's unfortunate. But that's what you're watching for, kind of.
Oh, he's on the slope, but he's not going to attempt the wall kick back up there. So, yet another reset in Jolly Roger Bay, 100 coins. You hate to see it, but we do love to see Blue Bob continuing his expedition here in Jolly Roger Bay. As we see Dide looking like he's going for the backup behind the key door, but couldn't quite get it on the LBLJ.
Just like that, Blue Bob, lone runner. I'm gonna be doing these chests here. Little maneuver past these falling pillars.
Oh my goodness, wow. We have a $500 donation coming in from Augie saying, send the chat my love and let's do it for those students. Augie, Pog, you, thank you so much for the $500. We and Urban Arts, thank you very much. Guys, can we get some claps or drakes in the chat here for Augie providing us a $5,000 donation? Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, that is insane. I think you said it best. $5,000. That is a lot of money, especially for one donation. Thank you so much, Augie. That is insane. Definitely go into a really good cause for a really great time as well.
Honestly, who knows? One of the graduates from Urban Arts could go on to help develop the next great Mario game. So every dollar goes a long way, folks. Help support the Urban Arts Foundation today.
Yeah, with that, we got Blue Bob finishing up JRB. Getting one of the most exciting donations of the day and kind of saving us from this JRB a little bit. But just one more star here. One more star. I feel like there's a couple of exciting moments, like the ship clip. You know, you can get like an insta clip or something. You're kind of looking at that. You got the cannon shot, and then like maybe the ship at the end of 100. But other than that, you know, the JRB's kind of whatever. Not a whole lot.
For a place called Jolly Roger Bay, I can't think of a single time I've ever felt jolly when running or coming out of the stage, honestly.
Yeah, whoever this Roger guy is, weird.
Come on, Roger.
Oh, Roger. You make good music, though, Roger. I'll give you that. Alright, jokes aside, coming into the Secret Stars section. We always name the split PSS, and I think that stands for Peach's Secret Slide.
Yes.
But it's also just like this Peach's Secret Stars. It's kind of like an all-encompassing kind of thing.
The secret slide for the secret stars, secretly.
Secretly. In secret.
Solid would if I looked at that correctly, that was a 12-7 there from Blue Bob on the slide.
I didn't even look, I'll be honest. I've been like peeping over it simply every now and then, watching this bits movement. Yeah, flying is a really hard part of the game. It's one of those like mini strats, kind of like swimming, but harder, keeping the momentum all the way through. So it's very easy to lose and gain like a second or more without even noticing it here. Pretty good from Blue Bob. Nice roll out of the button.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the $5 donation. Nothing to say here, just keeping it nice and easy. Thank you for the Anonymous $5, Anonymous. So, you know what? While we're now heading into the secret slide for the second secret star, we have a secret donation from a secret donator.
Too many secrets. Too many secrets. Oh boy, we'll see what Blue Bob's time is. I'm going to say 12-7. It looks good. No, probably not. It's probably like 12-8.
12-9.
Yeah, the bump off the railing there wasn't the best. Good turnaround. Alright, split's moving a little red there. Just a little bit. Talking about that. A little bit of time lost possibly happened. VOB is actually one of my favorite stages here. It is, it's mostly because of the 100 coin. I just like really like the 100 coin here. It's exciting, it's fast, you get the shell, you can do some flying, and then you get to run around some poles. Very exciting.
Gives you a little bit of everything, honestly.
It is. Bit of an all-encompassing star.
Now we see Blue Bob taking on the King Bob. There can only be one King Bob, folks, and Blue Bob ain't having none of this King's nonsense. After this third throw, he's going to destroy him and take his crown in the form of a beautiful star.
And no other way it could have ended, you know, being minion for Bowser and all. Had to have seen it coming. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the lore is once she defeats the King Bob-omb, he becomes one of the balls that like go back and forth at the base of this hill, and you'll kind of see it as Blue Bob does his movement here. But there was two at star 1, and now there's 3. See that?
Yeah, I had noticed that. Is that considered official lore? Because I know that some conspiracy/iceberg theories there, but I don't know if Nintendo actually made that official lore, like even mentioned something in their strategy guide that we most recently saw on Simply Stream.
Yeah, I don't think it's official, but it's I don't know, it's pretty telling. I feel you add an extra ball, Bob-omb looks exactly like that, or the King Bob-omb does.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, you gotta think they did.
All right, and what we're seeing Blue Bob do here is one of the more newly implemented strategies. I'm going to probably butcher the explanation here, but folks, basically, to get this, since you're racing the Koopa, and the Koopa's got, like, more or less just predefined movements here, or speed, we try to look for any way possible to get him to go as quickly as possible up this hill, and it was theorized by, I believe, Circa Mark, that if you move Mario in a certain direction, you're able to get the cannonballs to move a certain way or come out a certain way out of the warp. And when a cannonball collides with Koopa as he's running along the side of the mountain there, Koopa gains his speed but jumps over the cannonballs, which allows him to move ever so quickly. We may have, based on how quickly Blue Bob got back up to the top of the mountain, we may have seen him actually get the ball movement there, unfortunately losing just a little bit of time on the pole grab there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good explanation. I think that's exactly what happened. You saw the Koopa stop super early, and I think that's pretty indicative of like you getting a ball, like something messed with the Koopa to make him stop a bit earlier. So probably did get at least one, if not a couple more. Ooh, the 100 coin. Here we go. This is really exciting. Getting that instant wing cap there. And excuse me, small turtle, but we need the shell more than you do.
Just absolutely demoralizing the entire species of Koopa here in Bob. We took out the big boy when racing. And
that's awful.
Yes.
That's
Bob,
I'm sorry, go for it.
yeah, but, Bob unfortunately losing the shell, which is going to lose him a couple of seconds here. Fortunately, he was already towards the side of the mountain, but now having a couple of mishaps here, he's going to be losing at least a few seconds.
Yeah, a bit of a mishap there. Not like the absolute worst part to lose your shell, but I mean, was about to just zip up that side, and you saw he just took him a while to kind of get back on track. His wing cap here could vanish a bit early, but should be free from the sky. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Yeah, wing cap running out right about now. So yeah, if it was any worse, maybe had to worry about that, but Blue Bob knows timing pretty well, I'm sure. Has to get all of these coins here. Ooh, misses, I think can only miss one. Had like 64 coming out of the air.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, here we go. Ooh! Dodged that Goomba blindly. Very nice. The tree got in the way. Alright, not a bad 100 from Blue Bob. Just broke that shell. Everything else went pretty well. I know, it's a bit frustrating here. Especially making it all the way through lobby, basically.
Arkanator, what do you think are the odds that we're going to see one double star spawn here in 100 plus reds for BOB before the end of this event?
Pretty low, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's such a precise thing to do. Like, I would love to say that it would happen, and it's like very likely, but it's RNG reliance on many different levels. You know, you need to grab the red coin and then last 100 coin 4 frames after the red. But to do that, you need RNG for the coin to go over there, and then you need like proper distance from the coin, and then speed from Mario. It's a lot. There's a lot going on. I mean, it's a great strat to go for. It's very exciting. Not very. It's just not very likely, I guess. But it is really fun to see all like the clips, especially in like the Cobra compilations. All the different you see like a bunch of different runners kind of get it here and there. At least I have.
Absolutely. Doesn't matter how good you are at the game, it's always a fun, refreshing treat to see a nice double star spawn.
It's gonna do it here in BOB. Blue Bob probably not getting the BOB he was looking for, but coming into the basement, it could all change. Basement can really save your run if it goes really well, or more commonly, it can just decimate your run. Let's see what Blue Bob has in store.
First, we gotta deal with this pesky little rabbit. Ooh, nice punch grab.
Silly rabbit, stars are for Mario.
Here we go!
Alright. Pillarless. Pillarless is a coming. Thankfully only one. Oh, but it's a Tama! Too good.
Very solid pillarless there from Blue Bob.
Yeah, saving all that time. Yeah, pillarless, saving like 2 to 3 seconds over the standard one. Really, for me, it saves like 3 to 4. So I don't do a very fast standard pillarless. See, topless. All the lesses. Very nice. I doubt we'll see Fly Guy list, but nice lesses from Blue Bob.
Now, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing any Fly Guy lists in this event here, but less is more indeed here for the speedrun event. Love to see the topless and the pillarless. You know, Mark, here's something I'm realizing that Blue Bob is doing compared to the other runners. He's comparing directly against his personal best splits with the 140.45 he just got a couple of weeks ago. So, you know, above anything else, especially since Blue Bob himself is the self-proclaimed underdog of this event, I would love it if he just somehow exited this with a PB. If it's a 139, that's probably all the content we need right there. But I'd love to see if Blue Bob can even walk away with just a brand new personal best before the end of the weekend here.
That would be fantastic. I mean, I would love to see that as well. Blue Bob has the PB, I think only got it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 140. Yeah, if Blue Bob can pull out like a 139 or just a lower 140, that would be amazing here live. It's not uncommon for the Mario community to really pull it together in these events and break out those PBs. Alright. Red coins here. Gonna need a lot of speed on this flight. Looks like he's got it. That's the trickiest part of like this whole red coins. I mean, you have a frame perfect slide kick, you have crazy endings, but getting the amount of speed that you need for these red coins is one of the hardest things to do consistently. Ooh, and getting this amazing ending here. Blue Bob making red coins look like a joke.
Yeah, see a big old smile on his face after that Reds performance there. Good job by Blue Bob.
I know we are going to be swapping out here in just a minute. Got a little bit of time. The last block went a little long because of Punky's run, so I think they're just waiting a few minutes. But this has been a great time to watch Blue Bob get this run going. And I'm definitely going to be kind of watching the sidelines once our relief comes, because this is going to be a great run.
Absolutely. At least
finish out this SSL.
it is looking like a great run. I'm hoping it can finish cleanly here.
Nice box break with the rollout on top. Very cool. I love that rollout.
Ooh, giving it to the bird before making it back over to the pillar. Blue Bob having none of this nonsense.
Going to be entering this pyramid. Okay, taking a little bit of a pause here, making it safe. I don't believe Blue Bob whatsoever here. Probably the scariest part of the 100 coin. And then this part's a little scary too. Japanese version, you can sound glitch grabbing that last secrets. Something about like the secrets. Same thing can happen with Dry World secrets. But yeah, if you're like sliding or you're making some kind of certain noise after getting the secrets, your game could sound glitch, which would be the end of the run. You lose sound, and then the second you grab a star, the game just crashes. But not happening to Blue Bob. Blue Bob knows how to avoid that. If you do the action that is necessary, you can just hold neutral and hit A, and that will kind of set you free from the sound glitch. But Blue Bob doing a nice job here in SSL.
You know, I've never even thought about it, Markinator, but could one just theoretically exit the course and possibly save themselves from sound glitch, or would exit course do the same thing as collecting a star, just the stage exit immediately leads to the crash?
Assume it would be the same thing, like it would crash, like whenever the fade out would happen, but that's a good question. I don't know.
If anybody out there gets a sound glitch, we will need to know for science purposes. Ah, thank you, Guy and I. A reliable source. Thank you, Guy and I. Alright, but now we see Blue Bob coming here into Hazy Maze Cave for the 100 coin star plus reds. We saw this affect Liam's run not too long ago. Blue Bob also saving a tremendous amount of time there in SSL, right on cue. Caster's curse. He misses the long jump, but now has to take an extended backup to get back up there.
Not a great place to fall down. Just missing that ledge grab. Looked like the angle coming off the elevator was a bit awkward. Yeah, it's gonna be taking this bit of a slow. Okay, that was kind of a scary jump. Come on, make this. That should be good here. Yeah, just a slow come around for that elevator once again. Need some 700 coin. If everything else goes well, you can kind of just shrug it off. Oh. Bonk. Oh, the coin's not cooperating. Coin walks in that little hallway. There's a lot of lag in there. Alright, just grabbing the coins, getting it done.
Alright, now let's see how Bob does here on the BLJ through the caged wall.
Alright, really good BLJ. Really good. Okay, not gonna see the more optimal routes. Don't blame Blue Bob at all, but we've been seeing some runners kind of jump over the wall there. Saves like a second or two. But it is very, very hard.
We'd like to thank Buckethead in the chat for the 100 bits, saying thank you for the event. Well, thank you for the $1, Buckethead. I hope bits does go to the donation goal as well. Guys, if you'd like to donate to the cause, exclamation point donation in the chat. We'll take you to the PayPal link. But also, Buckethead, just thank you again for everything. Blue Bob, is he going to be able to ground pound and collect that star up there? Whew.
Yeah, that is a frame perfect ground pound. You actually get 2 tries at it. You can ground pound the frame before the cutscene happens, or like the first frame after. So yeah, Blue Bob getting that frame perfect ground pound. But I think that's gonna be close to it for us. I know our people who are taking over for us are coming, especially me. I've got work in a bit, so Alt Insider's gonna be swapping off for me. I believe Legend's coming, but not here yet, so I think West Dog, you're going to stay for at least a minute or two. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm on break from work right now. Was not originally scheduled for today, but happy to fill in and just honestly take a moment to enjoy lunch You're the power of Mario. Who needs lunch when you can absorb everything through the Mushroom Kingdom, right?
That's right. Spec Dog powering through, but Alt Insider is going to be taking my spot. It's been great. I've enjoyed it. Hope everyone has a great rest of your day, and y'all enjoy.
All right, thanks for the commentating session, Markinator. Good to hear from you as always, buddy. Have a great rest of your Friday the 13th.
You too, you too.
Here we go!
Okay, cool. Well then, on that note, folks, I'm going to be handing things over here to ALT Insider here with the inside scoop on what's to come here in the 120-star Lifetime Attack Tournament here on twitch.tv/speedrun. Alt, have a good commentary session, and yeah, I hope all goes well for you, dude.
Let's do their handoff there from West Dog. Thanks so much, Wes. See you tomorrow. And yeah, we are back in action here. I am by myself here in the booth, all lonely, but might be a positive thing, might be a negative thing. We're going to find out here as we see. Let's get a refresh here. Let's recap exactly what has happened in the last 60 or so odd minutes since I left. It looks like not much in terms of finished runs. We still have Pugcation there in the first spot with the biggest chance at the moment of that life-changing money. $2,000 there in hand for Puncation at the moment, of course. We got so much time left, it's way too early for me to be saying anything like that. But I still went ahead and did that. Simply there in second place with the 139.58. And everyone else is still looking to get that first run finish. Who is actively doing runs? It appears we have Blue Bob on the main screen here for good reason, picking up that 39th star. And is Nindene on its... It looks like he is on some runs here. Liam is just in early days, so there we go. We got some runners going, but we are going to be following Blue Bob for now, because he is furthest along, of course. Blue Bob, probably the biggest underdog of this event. I don't think it's unfair to say that. He says it himself, actually, so I know I'm not offending him there. He does have probably the least amount of hours played. He is 21st on the leaderboard, which is obviously extremely good feat there, as he does get the Christmas miracle there. But yeah, let's see how far he can go. It'll be a great feat for him to finish this one. You know, even the top 4, I think he'd be happy with that. Of course, we could love to see a miracle happen. That is what we're all hoping to see. Of course, Cheese is going to start at 5 p.m. A lot of speculation about where exactly he is. Our investigative reporters have been on the case, have not found out anything yet. We just know that he will be there at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Ouija. A lot of drama involving Ouija. At the start of the event, he was getting some food. Played a little bit after that food. Then decided, nope, nap time. Self-care is very important. Ouija knows this. He was taking care of himself before he was going to go ahead and do some runs to get a good time up there. Puncation was the hottest one out of the gate, no doubt. Like a rocket. He had a great run. As you can see, it still stands tall. 139.37. Very solid run there. Didn't really have any big mistakes to speak of. A few small things, of course, always clean up, but nothing big to speak of. And that is why you see him in the first place. Simply back from that BRB. And he doing a bit of practice here before we get rolling. But Blue Bob is still, just doesn't even care at all what I'm saying. He is continuing to run solidly, and hopefully he can get a good time up there. Maybe he's in that mode where I just want to finish one, and I just want to get a time up there, and then we'll try to improve on that time. But who knows? Very early days for that. Let's watch Blue Bob a little bit closer here. As we see, he just talks to the Toad, and is ready to start his trek into the lava land. Yeah, maybe Chad there, Blue Bob is not new. I shouldn't say that, new. He is new to being on the leaderboards-ish. He's not new to the game at all. He's done a lot of stuff. Got a good resource he created. He's been around forever for sure. But I would say new to being in the top 20 of the best players on the leaderboard side of things, for sure, as he does take an unfortunate spill in that lava. Has to get the booty burn back up, but he does do it. Looks like he was reaching for something, but it was splits. Yeah, he's Blue Bob is a legend. I did not want to undermine Blue Bob's accomplishments, his feats, everything he's done. He's a legend. I mean, maybe he's new to the trying to get a top time in this game, for sure. But there we go. Also, I would be remiss not to mention that we have had some donations. I'm not sure where the donations ended. Last donation there on the screen. Illegally Sam, $12. That's a lot of stars. Thanks so much for that donation for Urban Arts. We are here for all because of Urban Arts, and they are great charity helping underprivileged students in New York, teaching them both the arts and technology of video games to prepare them for college and careers in tech gaming. Okay, so what a charity that is. If you want to support it, please do. I see the top donation, $500 from Augie. Wow, that is incredible. Thanks so much there. As Blue Bob here is taking care of the star, let's get back on track. All the bookkeeping, I think, is out of the way. Let's just enjoy Blue Bob here. Legend. Look at this. The chat is speculating. Maybe this Blue Bob's time to become. Get that top echelon here. I would love to see it. Blue Bob is a legend. Took a hiatus. Saren coming in hot with the knowledge. Oh no, Westdog coming up with the knowledge. Saren added that he's an up-and-comer, which might not be true. You can make that decision yourself. Electric should be with me shortly, by the way. I'm in here just waiting for him. He's dealing with those autograph hounds out there. It's ridiculous. It takes forever to get back in this booth. But we are here, and we're happy. Because we're watching Mario. As we see Blue Bob going back into Lethal Lava Land. And it's time to get 100 stars for him. See what kind of pace he can keep up for this. Good luck for Simply out there. I'm interested, chat. Who do you want? Let's be real. I mean, we're all hoping for good times. We all want to see good times, but who do you want to be the victor at the end? It's important to have someone you're rooting for. Sporting events sometimes. So don't be shy. Who do you want to win? Be ruthless. Is it the Man Cheese, the world record holder? As I'm joined in the booth by Wes Dog. Are you coming back to give me some support here?
I am indeed. Thanks God it's Friday. IRL taken its foot off the accelerator, so I'm just eager to come back in here and continue to commentate more Mario. Let's also be joined with the legendary Alt Insider.
I did ask chat. I prompted chat for who they want to win. It seems like Simply might be a chat favorite, of course, which is good to see, but a lot of support for Simply here. But that's the thing. We can all have favorites, but we never know who might get that best time, sitting second right now.
Yeah, I'd say the chat favorite lies most likely between Cheese or Simply. Simply, of course, has the Stemhead gang, which runs very strong, but a lot of favorites towards Cheese as well. We got a lot of cuts of cheese inside the refrigerator, but also just of being the world record holder, you kind of expect number one to take the throne.
Yes, I'm gonna be honest here, Chad. I'm a little shocked that Liam's support is not louder, stronger. Remember, he was just the world record holder 3 months ago. He was a world record holder, but he definitely has the possibility to do this. Of course, hasn't been running as much as he once was, of course, but you don't forget everything. You don't forget how to Mario that fast.
Nah.
All right, Blue Bob does do the reset here. Thought that was coming. A little bit of a negative momentum, I say. A few mistakes building on each other, and he is resetting. Farthest along now is
Nindide.
Nindide, there we go. 20 stars in.
I am happy to see because Nindide is, in my opinion, still one of the more up-and-coming 120-star speedrunners. I don't know how long he played Mario 64 before this recent 120 grind, but folks at home, for those who don't know, Nindide is not just a high-level 120-star speedrunner. He is also the former world record holder in many categories for Super Mario Sunshine, considered one of, if not the greatest Sunshine speedrunner of all time. Took a break from Sunshine to come grind out 120-star, and within just a matter of months of beginning this stretch of run attempts, he has now gone on to 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 3 seconds as a personal best. He has been hitting a personal best drought as of lately. The 139, ever so close, but not quite there. So you know what, as I say this out loud, Alt, what do you think here? Could this be the 139 here for Dide?
I think would be a great story for sure. I would love to see it. I do want to bring you some, before all these, I do a lot of research. In 2016, about that game you just mentioned, Super Mario Sunshine, Nindide said this. Someone asked him about, what makes a good run for you? Is it a world record or nothing for you? He says, no. The run is only good if it's good for my standards. The goal is good for me and not world record. That's the kind of player he is, right? He just wants to have a run he's proud of. And he doesn't worry about the world record. He wants to get a run that he's proud of. That's the kind of person he is. So pretty cool there. And he definitely is a grind machine. I mean, if you go back to see, his dominance in Super Mario Sunshine was no joke. And yeah, that would be very cool. You know, wants to take on a new game, and he picked a good one because this is just like Super Mario Sunshine, a huge game, a huge community, and yeah, one of the top records you can get. I think the biggest myself, but we'll see. Long way to go there. He does sit now 14th. His best time ever is a 140.03, which he set 5 months ago. But yeah, if he hit a 139, I think chat would certainly pop off.
Mario does not fall too far from the tree. Sunshine and 64 under this man's belt. And of course, we can forget the signature plushie Mario I'm sure he's got on display there in the camera in the top left corner.
Yeah, the unique layout there of the camera on screen as he takes care of a few hundred stars there. So I was talking to Electric about it earlier. I want to ask you, West Dog, what, you know, obviously RNG is not a lot of RNG in this run, of course, but the 100 stars are kind of the biggest example of that. What 100 star has the most RNG involved?
It's the most RNG involved.
Is it this one, is why I ask. Could it be the old Wom's Fortress? I mean, could it be the old Bomb on Battlefield?
I'm playing them all through in my head right now, and honestly, I would say, yeah, BOB has definitely got to be the biggest one for RNG, just as we're seeing here at the end with the poles. Having to run around the poles, you've got 5 different coins, all with their own predetermined randomized path that can go in any direction. Well, not just even the RNG factor alone, but also flight. While there isn't RNG per se with flight controls, it's all down to the human input. Just flying is one of the harder mechanics of this game by far, so you never see people consistently going out of the flight portion with the same number of coins. So I guess I'm shifting away from the question and overall. So not only is this the most RNG heavy, this is just by far one of, if not the most difficult 100 coin star in the game, just in this commentator's opinion.
There you go. Chat is heavily saying Snowman Land is the hardest, is the most RNG involved stage, but we're going to see. Everyone has the right to an opinion, of course. Come on.
That is true. Yeah, there is Moneybag up in Snowman's Land. The RNG alone just is torturous. I don't exactly know. I wish I was a coding expert like Kaze or Kaze is in this game. I'd like to know exactly how the coin paths work once you destroy Moneybags, but it isn't as simple as the pole where they don't shift too far away from the source, but Moneybags, like the coin can just go taking off at light speed and just go completely to the other side of the map.
Yeah, we did. A good example of that was earlier. Puncation had a few of those that just flew all over the place, but yeah, just about reacting to where those coins go. And yeah, one of those Moneybags popped off and he just had a instant just look of disappointment. So it can happen to the best of them, but we hope that Nindeta here can get a time up there. That is ablaze with the commentator now about what is the hardest RNG stage here. There we go. Conversation has been started.
We do see Diddy comparing against his personal best splits here with 140.03, so only 3 seconds behind on PB with still the best possible time of 136. We are seeing a borderline Rommel before our very eyes here, Alt, as he misses Mips, but at least got him to go to the left, so is able to get the nice backup right in front of this shifting sandland entrance.
That's one of those mistakes where, yeah, it sucks, but you just got to keep moving on. That's what I was surprised when you get into this and you start watching world records. Every world record even has mistakes of that magnitude, right? Those kind of, you know, you may lose 2 seconds or so, right? And there's no perfect run yet, so you just got to keep going. This will be a much bigger mistake, though, as he takes a sand bath. That will be a death, and that's going to cost a lot more time than that. But he's going back in. Surprised by that, West Dog? Going back in?
You know, if this was diving right into the bomb, he's gotta, get the big boy bomb. So, I think, I would be surprised if this was runs for PB/139 attempts here, but, you know, being in a lifetime attack tournament format where only 2 people have got to run on the board, at this rate, just keep it going. keep your hands loosened up. Make sure you're still familiar and are warmed up to all the other stages here. So while it is a costly mistake here, it does not surprise me that Dede is willing to let this continue. I will be interested to see if he closes out the stage, how far in the red his splits will be.
Keep an eye on that. So it looks like now we have Simply back to official runs. Liam as well. Puncation, Blue Bob, Ouija, and Cheese, of course, not taking part right now. That is their prerogative. They can do as many runs as they want in the 8 hours. Blue Bob back in 1 to 2 business days. So that's going to be a while. That's going to put him in about Tuesday, I guess.
Blue Bob looking to Amazon Primus here, which on 1 to 2 business days, that's not good. I hope it's not accurate there, because we are on Friday, which means if he's not back in 1 to 2 business days, we may not see him until the following Monday, long after this event is over. Oh, man.
Shocking news coming out of the Blue Bob camp. Cheese, of course, could be the biggest story. Not here in the event yet, starting at 5 o'clock. Just looming over the runners, though, as the world record holder. That has to be a little bit intimidating. Just choosing not even to start until 5 p.m. Details of which we don't know. It's kind of a mystery, but nonetheless, full confidence in him that he will be able to put a good time up. But still, not starting until 5 is a big handicap here, losing 4 hours of time.
I proposed my theory to Markinator in the earlier session that Cheese is probably going to pull a humongous power move. He's just going to turn on the console. Probably little to no warm up. First run right out of the gate, casual 139.01. He's just going to do it.
That would be pretty cool. Oh, now look at the chat is ablaze with theories about where Cheese is. So much mystery from this event. This could be the story of this event right now. The mystery behind it. Where is the Cheeseinator? Where is the world record holder?
The Ches. Yeah, he is due up here in half an hour, and I think once that screen finally lights up here, might have to do the signature cheese phrase. Oh my god!
Play the music. The arena would be ablaze. That would be pretty cool. We need to make this a real live event sometime with lots of people in the stands. That'd be pretty cool.
One of these days, we shall make it happen. Thankfully, live events are slowly starting to come back, so maybe with a little more traction, we could see the next LTA tournament taking place live before our very eyes.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I wonder how we do this. Like, ESA, of course, did this event live, but it was more like there wasn't a lot of people there. It kind of wasn't like it's not. This kind of event is not with this length, of course, a long time to have people in the stands just watching. I wonder how we could kind of shorten it down. Of course, you could do single races, but that doesn't have quite the magic of LTA, you know. But
yeah, for a category like 120 especially, too, a singular race format doesn't really do it justice. It's being the prolonged category that it is. Just one mistake could lead to an avalanche of mistakes, which suddenly sees you about 2 to 3 minutes behind your competitor. And in a category like 120, it's just hard to make up for all that lost time. It leads to some blowouts here. But in live time attack, the ability to magically reset and start on a clean slate every time has really provided a new avenue. And frankly, I think what's becoming the new meta here for Mario 64 event hosting.
yeah, I really think so too. I think just because of the fact, like you said, if you get behind in Super Mario 64, you can't like go faster. You can just make less mistakes, but you also have to hope your opponent makes mistakes. And that's kind of a hindrance to just one-on-one races, of course, while they are hype. But so I think this lifetime attack is made for long categories like this. Also, some fun stuff like you can do bingo and stuff is cool. Randomizer is also cool because you never know what's going to happen. But back on the ranch here, Nindede is still going on with this one, getting 100 stars here.
100 stars. And Shifting Sandlane already at 100 stars. Love to see how he's going to get the 69 star skip. Nice. Oh, very clean jump dive to get all 5 of the coins there from Nindede. Right, we are seeing Dide now getting into the red officially for this split. He's got 1 star left, which is the top of the pyramid. It's going to take him about 7 seconds, give or take, along with the fade out. So he will be exiting out of Shifting Sandland at about 30-24.
Which, not great, but it looks like he's going to keep going with that. I mean, what do you think? Like 30 at the time, about 30 minutes there is good? You're feeling good about it? What do you think?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what Ndide's PB looks like in terms of the split breakdown there, but I can imagine if it's like a lot of other speedrunners, the early game you probably have enough room to be able to make a couple mistakes and still put out a quality run, as there's always guaranteed a stage upstairs or in Tippy where there's time save available.
Let's get the elevator there.
Oh my goodness, for the 3rd time today, we're seeing a runner fail off of this HMC 100 red here. I don't know what's going on with those series of jumps as Ndide is failing the back of the first go-around.
Another first stage.
Oh.
Another failure. We could be seeing a bit of a meltdown here. Let's see if he get it on the... There it is. Okay, so that was the 3rd attempt there.
Oh, but still able to stay on the box. All right.
Such a tough star, this one.
I am honestly, after that, I am still surprised to see Dide still willing to go for this run. I wonder if this is just going to be a no reset practice at this point, because now with a crucial mistake in SSL and that backup costing him at least 20 seconds here in HMC, he's going to be staring down red for a while. So maybe just, you know, get the nerves out, get a time posted on the board. Pretty much guaranteed 3rd place at this point, since he's got the furthest run going along.
Yeah, you have to think that's what he's thinking, because, you know, just get a time up there right now, just for the nerves, I guess. You know, I got a time up there now. Now I can just try to improve on that. You don't have to worry about getting a full run time in the future. Just get it out of the way. Where is this for you in terms of difficulty? This 100 coins in terms of all the stars. I mean, this has
I would definitely put this as a higher tier difficulty 100 star, especially as we saw there Dide going for the newly implemented salt and ginger triple jump there. A new strategy that has just become meta, or I shouldn't say meta, probably overused, but the new norm here for the 100 coin runs. It looks so simple just to do a triple jump, but you are out of position by just even a couple of pixels, and you've lost a couple of seconds there, automatically negating the time loss and then some. And then just, as we've even seen all the runners today, struggling with that long jump in the earlier stages. Once you're in, and of course, the BLJ. So honestly, I'm not the biggest 120 runner, so I may not have the best opinions, but I would say HMC 100, considering it's one of 200 coin stars with its own separate split, it's definitely one of, if not the most difficult one of the bunch.
Makes sense.
Oh, all right. Diddy's going to be going for the Toxic Maze BLJ, perhaps trying to score some swag points. Let's see if he can pull this off.
We saw Puncation do it earlier.
I have never failed that like that in like months. Jeez.
Trying to pick up what Ndidi was saying there. He was saying something, but I could not quite catch it. Didn't sound like too disappointment there. Can't hear too well. But yeah, there we go. He's going to keep going as well with this one. Obviously not the best of times. A lot of red there in those splits, but he wants to get a time up there, so which is important in this kind of event. Doesn't matter, you know, if you don't finish a run, you don't get, you know, you're just going to be last place. So you got to get a run up there. Doesn't matter how ugly it is.
What did I bonk on?
Oh my god, a rare bonk. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That right there, yeah, that has got to be the nail in the coffin on this run. Oh my goodness.
I heard him ask the same thing. What did I bonk on? And there didn't seem to be anything there, but there was the mystery bonk And there is the non-mystery reset here. As I guess we can cut to who's farthest along. Simply? Or Liam. Oh, Liam, excuse me. Liam with the 12-7 on the slide. He has 16 stars in. Liam, of course, the previous world record holder before Cheese took it. Liam, of course, one interesting note. The community sum of best sections, there's 23 of those sections. He has 12 of those. Pretty interesting. The second place person has only 4, so Liam is just a holder of a lot of great splits there.
Yeah, Liam, honestly, one of the biggest enigmas of Mario 120 Star, virtually coming out of nowhere and within a period of about 18 to 24 months, not only getting top 10 and 70 star at the time, but then going on to 120 and getting world record and the second person to ever get the cross the 138 barrier, mysteriously disappears for about 16 months, with his last known message on Discord being, I will return soon, gotta clean off the desk. And what a messy desk that must have been. Took him 16 months to come back, maybe even a little bit longer, but he came back, he took the world by storm and just got ablazing very quickly here, lowering his sum of best now to the low 135 range and getting a 137, which honestly could have been a 137 3x or 4x if he hadn't missed the final throw in Bowser. So, Liam, my God, you never know what you're going to expect from this kid.
Yeah, and I checked just for my own interest. I checked like when did people kind of get started with running? I was trying to figure that out. I looked at when they submit their first run to speedrun.com, that kind of stuff, and Liam by far was the latest. I mean, of course he could have been running before he submits to speedrun.com, as some people do, but he was by far the latest. His first submitted run was not until December of 2017, and most of these runners have runs that are from 2015, 2016. It's just crazy, but Liam is definitely might be the newest. The least experienced runner we have here today. Obviously, can't confirm that, but he might be. And that's for record for sure. Had many mistakes. I mean, could easily have had an insane, much more insane than it already was. And you mentioned the Bowser throw, but there's a lot of other mistakes in there too. He definitely wanted to reset at multiple points. He said, "Okay, I'll just keep it going for the meme or whatever," and it just turned into the world record.
That's all world record has become to these top echelon runners here. It's just nothing but a meme. You do it for the memes.
It also has a little bit off topic. It has the classic thing that all good world records have is awkward conversations during it somewhere with chat. They all have that. If you watch that in history, it's like it happens. But anyways, let's get back on the run here. Liam is doing pretty well here. He's going to be racing Koopa the Quick twice here. And we're going to see what happens with this one. As we see him take care of this, I do want to mention we do have another $10 donation from Ruler Michael 92. $10. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much, Ruler Michael, becoming a legend in one fell swoop with a $10 donation to Urban Arts, the charity behind this event, making this happen right now. There he is. Ruler Michael, you are a legend.
Ruler Michael, you absolute legend. I tried to do a Carl Jost Australian accent, and I'm pretty sure I failed terribly, as Liam apparently wanted to hug that ball, but the ball just did not feel like loving back.
Koopa the Quick left there waiting. When are you going to be here, Mario? I'm waiting, but nonetheless, he does give him the star. It is safe to say that Liam, after Cheese did take that world record, or maybe it was after his own world record, he has kind of slowed down in terms of streaming runs on Twitch, right?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
That doesn't always mean they're not playing, right? But it just means streaming on Twitch the runs.
Exactly, and that's some of the biggest thing here. Not everybody practices or streams all of their run attempts online. There are quite a few people, notably in Japan, who stream their attempts offline or just go for extensive practice sessions offline, just because The additional stress of having to entertain an audience in addition to having high-level gameplay is a lot for a streamer.
Yeah, I would say it's safe to say, right? Like if there wasn't the added benefit of YouTube views and Twitch Prime and stuff like that, I think everyone would rather just not stream because you can concentrate more. But maybe not. Maybe some people like to have the audience, but yeah, it's kind of like the benefit for us audience is that we have those extra reasons for people to actually stream us their runs so we can enjoy the moments. But it's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely in Japan. Those runners there, they really there's less likely to stream for hours on end their runs for sure. But one person trying to buck that trend, of course, is Kano. He's doing he just streams his whole life now. He's on the stream, so that's pretty cool.
Kano absolutely cracked. Perhaps one day, if we ever see the Legends take on 120, we'll see him in one of these events.
Oh yeah, yep. He did actually win the 16-star event that GSA did. That was about, I don't know, a year and a half ago or so. So yeah, he is no rookie to competitive speedrun events and doing well in them.
Yeah, the Sleep 16, that was last December. Not to mention, he's won a handful of tournaments, including co-commentator Markinator's 16-star Lifetime Attack he just hosted not long ago. Kano, truly the short category racing master of Mario 64.
Previous 16-star world record holder as well. But yeah, I know he's working pretty hard on 70, right?
Yeah, he did recently do Stream Unlimited for 70-star and did just get the 47 within the last couple of weeks. So who knows what's going to be next for Kano? Maybe it will be 120 runs, Praise.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Right, but speaking of praising, we are now seeing Liam close out BOB here with 100 plus reds. Let's see how he's able to tackle the rest of this flying segment. 65 coins. Not going to be able to skip a pull, but just needed a couple of extra coins here and there. Still a very clean looking set of 100 coins here from Liam. Now it looks like also in the bottom right corner, Punkei, after practicing for a while after that first completed run, has now gone back to run attempts himself, and he's already going through Womp's Fortress, as we see Simply also now making his way into BOB, just a few seconds behind his PB of 138.15.
Well, things heating up here a little bit.
Oh, Liam got it! He got it!
Yes, there it is! Thought we might go the whole event without seeing it, but we do see it there, the double! Yes.
I absolutely appreciate that he took a moment to step back before grabbing that last yellow coin to ensure the double star spawn. Liam doing it for the fans. Love to see it. Wall of Pog, absolutely necessary. Chat spam Pog now. That is an incredibly rare event. We even heard Markinator saying the chance of that happening in this event was not likely. And look at that.
I didn't think we would see it, but there we did see it, Liam. That was for you. Legends in chat, do not forget that. Even if Liam does not finish this event in first place, even though he very likely may be the winner, he did that for us. Never forget that moment from Liam. Thanks for that, Liam. A legend in chat. And also a legend, another anonymous $20 donation. Legends are pouring in from all sides here. Cannot handle it. Legends overflowing as we keep going on this live time attack. Brought to you by Urban Arts. 120 stars is what we need.
Yes. While we see Liam working his way here through Shifting Sandland, if it's all right, we'll take a moment to talk about Urban Arts, guys. Urban Arts is a foundation that works to serve the minority and diverse communities and giving them a fair, equal opportunity for education in the arts and tech, such as computer design, user interface, and whatnot. They have so far served over 120 students in their game design program, with every single one of them 100% graduating and going on to college. I do not know of another school anywhere or program anywhere across this country that has such an amazing success rate. So shout outs to the Urban Arts Foundation for the cause and for what they do, and for helping us put on such a legendary event here on twitch.tv/speedrun. Guys, if you'd like to learn more about urban arts, you can do !charity in the chat, or if you'd like to donate to the cause and help us get closer to that $5,000 donation goal, !donation in the chat. And also shout-outs to Jason, not just because he's a moderator on here.
Definitely. Always shout out Jason from Urban Arts. Person making these events happen for all of us. If you want to see more of these events, we got to support them, my friends. That is why they are doing this. We got another on-time $30 donation from Anonymous that is heeding the call to help support some people that definitely need it through Urban Arts. Thanks so much for that anonymous donation here.
Alright, we now see Liam going for SSL Reds, one of the more notorious red coin stars here in Mario 64. Let's see how this one pans out. I also wonder if he's going to be doing so at the end there, for the final box to crush in order to get that final red, the normal approach is you just dive, roll out on the landing, and punch the box. But I wonder if Liam's going to get the position-perfect roll-out dive directly into the box, which saves just a little bit of time here, but he scores some swag points. Not in flight, so having to settle for just punching the good old box, but still a very clean reds there from Liam, right on time as he misses the star.
I think Liam has provided us with enough height for a little bit here, so no fault there. As we are up to $917 raised for the charity. Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, with another $20 anonymous donation in there, Pog.
Oh, there we go.
Loving all the anonymous Oilers here in the chat and to the viewers at home. As we see Simply here on the right side of the screen, now closing out 100 plus reds in VOB. So he and Liam both having the farthest runs going in this event. Let's see if Simply is looking to upgrade to first place, and we'll see how this run carries for Liam.
Let's try to see what time Simply gets in the basement here. A little bit away from that right now, though. I gotta remember to watch for that. Chat, if I don't, please help me out there. See what kind of pace Simply is on.
According to his splits, he is best possible time of a 1:36.17, and he is closing out BOB here. So we'll get a better picture of how he is compared to his splits after he completes. Oh wait, not bad. That's not his personal best splits. Those are his latest run splits.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Still overall solid outing here from Simply.
Simply, of course, setting his PB, his third place on the leaderboards PB just 2 months ago. He has been on the grind a bit here recently.
And of course, also as of recently deciding to bleach his hair too, so rocking the Slim Shady look.
He can rock anything. Any look works for Simply. I've always said that, always stood by that. As we see his time now, 23:30X coming in there.
Best possible time still in the 1:36 range.
Yeah, and I have that up here. On Cheese's, Cheese's world record run, he had a 230 at that door, so he's just a little bit behind that. But Cheese had a great basement and upstairs, so just for reference there, that is where Cheese was at that moment in his world record. Of course, many, many, many more stars left to get. Almost irresponsible to mention that, but I couldn't help myself.
Now we come to the most poisonous star here so far in day 1 during the LTA tournament. HMC 100 plus reds. We have seen 3 separate runners now struggling on this incoming long jump. Let's see if Liam's able to nail it. Right, still not perfect, but able to save himself with the ledge grab and get the first try back up from Liam. Well done.
Yeah, that's the key point. Not just didn't lose it, right? Not ideal, but didn't lose it. You see, this star is something else. Every time I see it, it looks more difficult. Time for our first in-stage BLJ here. Oh, that was lightning fast!
Didn't even need any extra jumps, just cleanly through the other side of the wall here. Let's see if fortune favors the bold, and he gets the successful salt triple jump. Oh!
Ah! Momentum was building there for a moment, did Bonk there. Really felt like he was on a special little run there. Let's see where this coin goes.
I think I just heard it drop to the ground.
And yes, you did. There it is.
Blue coin being a homie and working its way towards the star. Love to see it.
Clearly a Liam fan. My own Simply here as well. Seems to be doing okay, keeping it going at the very least.
All right, all right. I can get ready to swap out. Alt, are you here for the next block as well, or are you going to swap
Nope.
out as well?
We are both saying goodbye. Me and Westdog are saying goodbye for the day. We will be back, though, tomorrow for the more action. But you guys in chat, don't go anywhere. Please enjoy the remaining 3 hours, and at any minute, who might be here? World record holder Cheese himself should be making an appearance very shortly. We have 2 new commentators coming at you in the form of Electric and Collins. For Westdog, I'm LTA Insider. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Pleasure to commentate with you, ALT. Have a great rest of your Friday the 13th.
You too.
Hello. Looks like we've switched off. Oh, we're live. Hello, everybody. Milo. Milo for restreaming this event. How's it going, everybody? Really excited to be here. On VG here with Electric. What's going on, dude?
Well, it looks like we've got a couple of pretty hype runs on the board from Punkay and Simply in this event so far. 2 139s already on the first day. That's pretty impressive. But it looks like a lot of the other runners kind of being a little bit more reserved with finishing out these attempts and maybe just trying to get something really good going rather than just trying to get a time on the board early. But we got some pretty deep attempts here, Simply working his way through shifting Sandland and those infamous 100 coins. Liam pretty deep on a decent, it looks like 139 pace run through HMC here. But the rest of the gang just kind of practicing or just trying to get something started through the lobby, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. saw yesterday Punkei kind of, I think Punkei did a no reset yesterday or whatever it was. He finished a 139 and said he felt pretty confident going into the event today. And I guess that paid off. You know, I guess that kind of finishing that run kind of gave him a little bit of something to be able to finish out a 139.37 here today. So really great to see from Punkei here. And Liam having some trouble with this box triple jump, but manages to get it. I don't know, who's your favorite? Who's the dark horse? Like, who are we thinking could just come out of nowhere and win this?
That's certainly a good question, and we have yet to see what Cheese is going to be pulling out here, and it looks like Ouija's been kind of really taking a slow start to this. So I'm certainly curious to see what sort of performances they're going to pull out, but I definitely think Punkei came into this very, very strong, and the mistakes within the first run were very manageable mistakes. I think a fair amount of it is stuff you would just expect with someone that is just kind of, you know, getting a feel for, like, getting into a long practice grind session, so... I think that Punkei is going to be one to look out for. Liam as well, though. I mean, once Liam finally is able to go ahead and get a run finished out, he's had multiple runs. I think he's been running against these 140 splits all day, and every time I've looked at him, he's green somewhere within lobby basement, early upstairs against these splits. So I think Liam certainly has that potential. I mean, he's been on the active grind for months and months and months. Some of these other runners are kind of de-rusting. Maybe they've been back on the grind for a month or so, but Liam is just, he's been here the longest on this current grind, I think. So I think he might be in the best position to just, on one of these attempts, get some incredible, like, 102 up and then finish out a really, really nice, strong 138 or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if a 139.37 can win this one. I'm gonna say more than likely no, but it's definitely a really good start. Puts you in a good headspace for Punkei. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what else he can do here. Obviously, everybody on this list is incredible. You know, top runners in the world. I don't know. I think it's one of those things where we could just, I don't know, we can see anything. I mean, you can't really count out any of these guys. I think, you know, Blue Bob kind of the underdog here. You know, Blue Bob just very, very recently came back to doing runs. But, you know, he's one of the greats, that's for sure. So could possibly see a 139 out of him this event. But then again, we have Ouija, Cheese. I mean, Cheese can just get a run out of nowhere. Like, you know, you look, next thing you look over and Cheese is on world record pace. So I don't know. It's definitely exciting to see here, and I'm very curious to see where the rest of these runs are going to go. It's nice to have Liam in basement at least, and hopefully, you know, we'll be getting out of basement, headed, you know, out to the Vanish Cap, and, you know, we'll kind of see how it goes from there. But yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to this one. And I simply missed a coin there in HMC 100. Lots going on in the LTA. What do we got? Like 6 screens up right now. More than that, 7. Yeah, we got a couple people. Yeah, so there's always a lot going on, a lot to watch. But Diddy taking a spill there. But yeah, I know.
Getting a run out of like that Dark World Womps trap can sometimes be kind of challenging, but it's nice to see a lot of these runners seem to be at least getting a decent number of runs into JRB. Punkei accidentally misses the little star on the ledge there.
Very interesting to see, and oh, Liam with another burn here. That's not great, but easy backup. Oh, so I maybe spoke a little bit too soon.
The blue coin actually fell down from the little Mr. I platform for Simply, so we're going to save a little bit of time on the 100 coin, but...
You know, that's something we kind of have to talk about, too, in this 120 LTA, is that there's a little bit more RNG involved, you know, than, say, a 70-star LTA, which we saw GSA do a couple months ago. You know, you have all your 100 coins and stuff like you just said with the blue coin with HMC. We have SL 100. You know, there's a lot of, you know, factors that can contribute to, you know, losing just a bit of time here. Looks like Liam's going for this new bully strat. It's not new, but not many people go for it. But
because it's very, very hard to actually get there on that little faster cycle.
Yeah, so not sure if he'll save too much time there, but definitely solid attempt there from Liam. Pretty cool strat for sure. It's always fun to watch people do that.
Yeah, I remember when I first saw like D whatever playing with that in single star. I was just like, oh my god! Like look how excessive the movement is and how hard it's going to be. And I think it saves like half a second or something.
Yeah,
like, it's such a minor time save, but such a big transition from the other strat.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing stuff like that in 120 quite yet. Obviously, you know, 16 star, we're definitely used to a lot more optimized movement just because of the length of the category and stuff. But yeah, 120, we're not quite there yet, but Liam's still kind of implementing some cool stuff so far. So it's pretty interesting to watch, and gets that last star here, and we got 2 more to go before we're out of LLL. Just got the 100 coin left, so LLL 100 is pretty comfy. One of my favorite 100 coins to grind, honestly. I don't know, it's just something about it's kind of fun. Alright, we'll see how Liam does here. It's like simply lost the run there. Quite unfortunate, but
Yeah, simply going to go ahead and take a bit of a breather after that one. Anytime you lose a run that's anywhere beyond lobby, it always... You got to take that moment to just kind of mentally recenter.
yeah, it's really, you know, it's really, really upsetting to lose a 120 run. You know, it's like, obviously it kind of goes without saying, it's the longest category in the game, and it's just mentally exhausting as much as it is, you know, physically, right? Like, I think a lot of the time we don't really consider that, but I think they both play a pretty equal part when it comes to, you know, how difficult the run is, because there's not only there's a lot to execute, but there's also, you know, that mental aspect, and then there's the physical aspect of like your hands, you know, trying to move your hands around, you know, the small dexterous movements for a couple hours straight, and especially an event like this where these guys are going for, you know, a couple hours, 5 at least, I think. So it's really cool to see, and really something to think about too when you think about all the stuff that these guys put into it mentally and physically. But oh, it looks like Liam had a bit of a mishap here, chasing Mips all the way to the SSL room.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with regard to like resetting runs like midway or like almost all the way towards the end, you get this sort of feeling that I kind of like to describe as like rebuilding the Lego set. Like if you've ever built Legos as a kid, but something happened to one of your Lego sets and it broke apart and you had to rebuild it, like that whole first part of the process where you knew you already built the thing and now you're just having to rebuild it, like doing that same process again. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of thing with a run. Like you're like, oh god, now I have to go through Womps again and actually get a decent Womps.
Yeah.
I've got to actually play through JRB, and it just, the further you were in the run before you reset, the more you get that kind of feeling trying to start a brand new run.
Yeah, you're just always trying to get back to where you were before, so you know, it is definitely frustrating for sure. Looks like we're going back and forth between a couple of runs here.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a wild cheese on stream, and looks like we got cheese on camera yet again.
Here we go. Oh, and Liam is going to take a spill on Vanish
Oh,
Cavern.
that's probably going to be, I have to imagine that's no reset. Wow.
You know, I can't quite see too much, but, you know, he does have, you know, he's comparing against a 140. You know, at this point, it's like, hey, your BPD is 137. Obviously, that's like pure copium at this point in the run. But like, you know, you got to beat a 139. And hey, like, who knows? Maybe this early on in the event, like, we don't know if a 140 could get you third place. I mean, we don't know how these guys are going to play. I mean, is it super likely? Probably not. But you know, you're 43 minutes into this run. You know, is it the worst thing in the world if you decide to, you know, stick it out? Looks like Liam almost had the same mistake again.
Yeah, it's like it's only going to cost you about an extra hour to go ahead and finish this run out, and like the mental fatigue of finishing out an upstairs and the rest of lobby basement. But at the same time, like, you've got a time on the board, so the rest of today's session and tomorrow's session, you don't have to be nervous about what if I don't even manage to finish a run, because that's always a big thing that you kind of have in the back of your mind. The longer you go without actually finishing an attempt, it's like, okay, I better make sure this attempt is actually good, since I've you know, been forcing myself to wait for a good attempt this long. And the worst possible situation you could find yourself in is like you're on the last day with like just 3-4 hours left and you still don't have a time on the board. So every single attempt you're doing, you have all that pressure of like, I need a good time. Like, this is probably gonna be my last attempt to actually have a chance at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the runner, you know, like going into the event, like what kind of strategy do you want to hit it with? You know, do you want to do a no reset, get a run on the board, even if it's bad, just to kind of clear your brain and, you know, Have some splits to run against for the second one? Do you want to go for that perfect run the entire time and risk not getting around the board? I mean, there's a lot of things to think about. And I don't think there's a right answer for anybody in particular. I think that it's just kind of personal preference and their type of play style. Like, for instance, I seen in Dide, like, definitely kind of just going for the run. You know what I mean? I think that that's sort of lends to his play style. And same thing with Ouija, I guess. They're kind of, comparable in that sort of way, where like they're just going for it, right? Like they're just gonna hit every single strat. They're doing every single thing, every single crazy strat, and they're gonna try to get the run. Whereas you have people like Punke, and we've seen so far, like just got to run on the board. Is it the the run of the event? Definitely not. But I mean, it gets him on the board, and you never know. It could win him, second, third place if if he's really lucky. So, kind of an interesting way to kind of consider events like these. There's a whole mental aspect to it.
Exactly right. And it's kind of interesting to think about too. At this point, we've had enough live time attacks, both like as GSA and like other community events and other organizations. Like there are some runners here like Punke, Cheese, Liam that have been in these like 120 star live time attack events before. So they have that experience with, they've had previous events to go ahead and try out to see if that like heavy reset, I want as good of a pace as possible mentality works, or if it's better to take a more consistent mentality. And so they're coming into this already knowing like, okay, the last time I approached one of these events, doing a bunch of high resets just didn't work. So let me approach this differently. But, people like Dide or Blue Bob, that like this is their first event like this, they don't really have that luxury of knowing for themselves whether that like high reset or a high consistency sort of strat is going to work better for them.
Sure. Yeah. There's just so much that kind of goes into it, and it's tough to consider. It's not as simple as just, doing runs. It's not, you're not doing attempts. It's not, exactly like you would just be kind of streaming, as they normally would. And it is they are playing for money here. They are having to go about it with a strategy. So we'll see how everybody, we'll see how it looks. I do appreciate that Liam's keeping this run, keeping this run, even though it's a bit behind at this point. Just nice to kind of have at least one person, kind of out of the lobby area. So.
No, absolutely. It looks like Blue Bob might be joining Liam in the post-lobby area in just a minute here. We'll see how the rest of JRB and then BOB goes.
Yeah, I love that Blue Bob's here. I think that most people here, in this stream right now or this chat, at one point or another have given this. Oh, and that's going to be it for Liam, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
That's just I can't really recover from that one.
That's probably the most unfortunate part of that blue coin route is you have to get that one coin at the very bottom of that arc, and I want to say you have like a 3 or 4 frame window for that jump press to make sure that you get that coin and still like jump into the arc. So it's really easy when you're trying to like anticipate that press to make sure you grab that coin to just time it a tad too late.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate there, but so it goes, and we'll continue on. Punke looks like he's taking a break here as well. So it looks like we have Blue Bob right now, who's the farthest into it. And like I was saying before, like a lot of us, especially like I would say, there are quite a few people in this chat that have given this a go in terms of speedrunning this game. And I think most people, have, as when starting, found Blue Bob's tutorial, the 16-star no LJ tutorial, where there were no strats. It was straight no bomb clip, no Alice, nothing crazy, and he got like a 1750. And I mean, how many years ago was that? Like forever, right? And it's really cool to see him back, and he's made a couple appearances over the years, done a couple runs, a couple D-rusts here and there, but to watch him come back like and PB almost immediately, right? He got like a low 140 the other day. And then to be in an event like this is just super cool,
It's awesome, and like you said, pretty much anyone that runs this game in chat almost is like guaranteed to have seen his example runs out there. I know for me, and I really think that the presence of like example runs like those is really, really good for beginners, because his whole point with those, like the 70 example run, the 120 example run, is just you don't have to do the ludicrous strats. You can get some pretty nutty times just doing basic stuff, and like
for sure.
movement is so much more important in this game. It really was the embodiment of that saying that Siglemic used to say, that strats save seconds, but movement saves minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Blue Bob, definitely the embodiment of that phrase for sure. So it's pretty cool to see him back here in wing cap doing pretty well. And like I said, got a 140 the other day, and we could potentially see, who knows, a 139 out of him. And I mean, who knows? He's just starting to get his groove back a little bit, so it's exciting to see. And looks like he's going to be headed into BOB here pretty soon, I should say.
And the 100 coin really being the make or break star of this stage. But before then, go ahead and get those slide guesses out in chat. Now, my co-commentator can guess whatever they want to. I'm going to go ahead and throw a 12-7 out there. I have the faith in Blue Bob, just not that much faith.
12-7.
You're
Well,
also going to go with the 12-7? Oh, okay.
no, I'm gonna go with 12-6. I didn't even see it.
You've got the confidence that...
Oh, it was a 12-8. That was my second
well-
guess. That was my second guess.
I guess both of us going a little bit too far there.
Actually, that was my first guess. I guessed 12-8, right?
Yeah. I heard it too, yeah.
Yeah, we both guessed 12-8.
Yeah. I don't know what chat's talking about, like with the...
Yeah.
Everyone
never-
said 12-8 beforehand. Yeah.
I've never been wrong before in my life, actually.
Never once.
All right, here we go, BOB. For some reason, when I first started watching this game, whenever I would click on a 120 run, they were always in BOB, like always. And I don't know what it is about BOB, but it just kind of was one of those stages I was like, it's kind of boring. But I just have found this deep appreciation for it as of late. Whoa! Interesting little wall kick there.
A little bit too tight there. I think it has specifically to do with the 100 coin, I would think, because the 100 coin is one of those that, like, it's volatile enough that you're willing to continue some kind of bad paces into this stage just to see. It's kind of like Pillarless in 70 Star, where, like, you can have a run that's plus 10 or 15 out of BBH and, like, really shouldn't be worth anything, but you know that Pillarless is just going to be a problem anyway, so you may as well throw the run at it and let your mistake to Pillarless be the thing that causes you to reset. And I feel like it's a similar thing here. Runners just go, I'll let BOB 100 kill this run. I won't reset it myself just yet, but...
Yeah, BOB 100 definitely, in my opinion, like, probably the hardest 100, or the hardest to get consistent. There's a lot of stuff that you know, goes on with that. There's, you know, the Goomba RNG, there's, you know, the coin pull
the flying
RNG.
section is so brutal.
Yeah, and the flying section is tough. It's crazy. So I don't know. I definitely, ever since learning how to do 120 star, I definitely found an appreciation for it. So I don't know, kind of cool. But we'll see what strat here Blue Love goes for.
He actually was doing the ball manipulation.
Yeah.
You see here with that big bounce there. Fun fact that Simply said he wasn't even aware of this until this strat came about. If you're like doing that like butt bouncing thing with Mario, you can hold A and he'll bounce higher. It just never comes up anywhere. So like there's no reason that even top level runners would know that.
It kind of makes sense when you think about it though, right? Because it's like, well, if I hold A for longer when I just regularly jump, like of course it's going to be the same. You know, I'm going to jump higher, but then you're never at any point most of the time in these runs. Well, actually, literally never. You know, bouncing off of a jump like that. So it does kind of make sense actually that you know even top runners wouldn't know about it. But really cool strat here, and we see Blue Bob taking this alternate movement. It's always kind of fun.
Yeah, and the big reason that like you go up the mountain that specific way is it actually manipulates the way that the cannonballs coming down the mountain spawn. And when the cannonballs approach the Koopa in a particular way, the Koopa will like kind of, I think he jumps over them or like runs around them or something, and he'll actually get to the top faster that way. So with that like weird movement Blue Bob did, he actually ended up saving, I think it's like a third or a half a second total on the race. Like it's a decent chunk for relatively nothing.
Oh, for sure. See how this bomb clip goes. It's always a scary strat when it's not first, right? But
exactly, yeah, 19 minutes into the run.
Yep.
Any 16 star runner that like just learned that star and is just trying to get consistent at it, like their mouth always is agape watching 120 and like seeing a runner delay that star that long. right, and we'll see how the 100 coin goes here.
Nice start so far. Always can never complain when the the coin RNG on that first box is favorable.
But absolutely.
Oh, nicely done there, and he's gonna have to miss that coin. Not a huge deal.
You're mainly wanting to watch for how many he's going to end up getting out after the flying section here. Once he finishes flying through the secret arcs for the last time, should be somewhere in the mid to high 60s, hopefully.
Yeah, that magic number is definitely 68. You know, get the pole skip and all that jazz. But we'll see how he does here. He lines it up right.
And this, like the coin hitboxes against Mario's flying hitbox is just so finicky.
Yep.
And one last little swoop through this little arch here. 65 isn't bad. You could do better, but like this, you can't complain here. You're not having to do a lot of extra stuff.
It's not favorable for sure, but he can go ahead and take the box here, and won't be too much of an issue if he's still. Honestly, but looks like he's not. He's just going to go for all 4 poles, which is probably the safer bet, honestly. The box is a little bit slow for sure.
And the Goomba RNG just not playing too favorably with that extra coin he wanted to grab. So he'll have to kind of run out of his way for that one.
Decent coin pulls so far, though.
Yeah, at least these aren't really spraying out at him. And for those at home that may not be super familiar with the underlying mechanics here, anytime that you're spawning a coin from a situation like this, you're having to just hope that the coins don't go flying out everywhere. Each coin can have a random chance of just flying in one random direction. And it's really just up to the game as to whether or not it's actually going to make the coins spray really far or if it's going to keep them pretty close together and condensed. If you want specifics, every single coin spawn gives you 3 RNG rolls that have to go right. So in a case like that where you're spawning 5 coins per pole, you can see that you're asking for a lot of good luck to go right all in the same little period of time.
Definitely. And that's what sets 120 apart too, right? Like there's not too much RNG in this game, which I think is part of the reason that it's a great speed game. But it is one of those things you kind of have to consider when doing 120. Like you're going to lose runs at a high level to things like SL 100 or even if, you want to say like BOB 100, right? Like, it happens. So luckily Blue Bob finishing out BOB pretty nicely here, honestly. He's got one more star to go. And, but all in all, looks like he's running on a 640, running against a 648, which is actually really good. So we'll see what he's able to do here on this last star.
Yeah, and like other categories like 70 star, the RNG kind of is just a thing that at a very high level you can mostly account for. But like it kind of just adds a bit of a skill layer to the game. But some of the stars in 120 really drive that to the point that like the RNG will just get in your way and there's nothing you can do about it at all. Like I think in a 70 star, a lot of early runners will kind of like get really overwhelmed by how many different things feel like RNG that you have no control over. But over time, like, as you get more familiar with the game, you realize that, no, if I position Mario a little differently, I have a better chance of being able to accommodate for some bad RNG. But 120 star is really where you start seeing those situations come up where there's nothing you could have done differently.
Yeah, and there's always a lot of, like, there's no right answer a lot of the time to when things go wrong, right? Looks like Blue Bob a little bit frustrated there with a bit of castle movement. We've all had that bonk before, but looks like he exited BOB with a 23-25, which honestly is not too bad at all. You're seeing guys like Punkay, Cheese exit BOB around like I'd say 23 flat, 23.10 to like 22.50 or so. So honestly, it's a pretty good start for Blue Bob here, and you can see that he's only, I believe, 3 seconds off of PB. I'm assuming he's comparing against PB. So this is actually a really solid run for Blue Bob right now, and his consistency is showing here, especially with this Tamapless. Looking good.
Regrab there.
Excellently done.
That requires a lot of work in the practice room to go ahead and get that regrab really consistent. So we'll see how the rest of the stage goes, because it's certainly not over yet. A lot of runners would indicate SSL Reds is like one of their most challenging stars, personally.
Oh yeah, definitely a tough one for sure. Lots can go wrong on SSL 100, or excuse me, SSL Reds and SSL 100.
Yeah, honestly.
SSL in general, there's a lot that can go wrong.
And I always just think about, I think it's Wilco's splits. They used to just have a skull and crossbones as the split name here. And someone splits did that. First, we got the quick little IROC fight. I've always thought it was one of the most interesting version differences how on JP they consolidate the whole speech that this boss gives you just to 2 text boxes. But for the US version, they wanted to make sure every single line was its own text box, like I guess for extra emphasis or something. Like that's always seemed like a weird thing to get changed in the localization to me.
Yeah, I never thought about that. But the text box is super long.
Oh yeah,
for the IROC on the US.
I think it adds like 2, 3, 4 seconds or something.
Yeah.
Like it adds a lot. It's like I think 11 boxes total versus like 3. Like it's such a stark difference.
All right, so pretty solid SSL here for Blue Bob. Just some castle movement issues, but we do have SSL reds. We have 100 coin, so we will see. He's got another 4 to go here before we exit.
He's gonna go ahead and get started with reds now. And this intro section in particular kind of doesn't seem like a lot, but there are a lot. Like if you're not really careful, it's actually hard to like make that dive over the slope.
Oh yeah, it's very punishing too. Like if you can easily you can't silly kick off that slope, so you got to time it out well.
Very nice flying here. And a lot of runners will tell you too, if you're new to 120 and you want to improve your flying, this is a star to grind to really kind of get a good sense of. Okay,
Yep.
way slower on that slide than he wanted to be there, but managed to go ahead and make things work okay.
I believe that's a frame perfect Z press, so one of those things that even the pros are gonna mess up from time to time. So overall, solid.
I think used to it was like the way you'd have to approach that was like an all or nothing thing, where if you missed that Z press, you were going into the quicksand and dying. There was no question. But Blue Bob able to go ahead and back that up a little bit better and not really lose that much time at all. I think the main advantage of getting that like super fast slide, I think the tox boxes are in a slightly better position for you to like go through the ending faster. But
yeah, just makes the ending just a bit faster. And here's where we're talking about a little bit of RNG, and it's hard to account, right? Like account for, like you don't know where the coin spread's going, so there's no exact piece of movement that's going to work 100% every time. So, that's unfortunate. That coin went up and onto the platform. Not that he needed that, but it helps,
It would have been a nice extra coin to have, and that's exactly what I was kind of talking about there. Like the coin shooting upward, that's just whenever the game calculated the Y velocity, it just happened to give a high Y value this time. And it's like if either of the other speeds had been high, he could have still grabbed that coin just fine. But it was the luck just went wrong in just the right way.
Yep, absolutely. But this is a really nice 100 coin so far that we're seeing from Blue Bob. And the inside of the pyramid's no joke either as well. You gotta consider that when talking about this star. It's very important, your inside movement. A lot of people neglect inside the pyramid, but it is quite necessary to have a good time here. So we'll see what he decides to do.
And the way that the camera like kind of flips around pretty rapidly in these enclosed spaces like this really makes the movement pretty challenging if you're not up to practice with it.
Nicely done here by Blue Bob so far. We're to avoid the sound glitch. It's one of those things, they make it look really easy, but I mean, when a lot of people switch over to 120 through JP, like they're sound glitching right there, and it's always unfortunate, but this is super clean for Blue Bob so far. This 100 coin is excellent.
Yeah, one of the little pitfalls that you don't like, especially if you're completely just a casual viewer, it may be easy to not realize that this is a thing. There's a weird glitch that can sometimes happen on the JP version specifically, where all of the sounds will just cut out, and when you grab a star, the game will crash. Which, if you kind of think through what we do in a speedrun, that would be really bad. And luckily, we understand what causes the glitch, but in like this star in particular, right after you spawn the secret star, the conditions are prime for it to happen if you're not careful and like you don't make very specific moves right after that star spawn. I think the specific thing is if there are too many objects getting loaded all at once, and so you have to make sure not to cause any dust when Mario lands right after that star spawn.
Yeah, to be honest with you, like, Just know how to avoid it. I'm not really sure how to, you know, the stuff behind it. I'm sure somebody like Drogi or something would know, of course, but see how this 100 coin goes for Blue Bob. HMC 100, personally one of my favorites. Super fun star. Blue Bob's 2 seconds ahead of PB here with a 29.58, so sub 30 SSL exit. Not bad at all. We're going to see how this HMC 100 goes. Some more RNG here. You know, this last blue coin we saw that Simply had a little bit of luck with. See how Blue Bob does.
This bit with the elevator here is always going to be impressive to me until the end of time. Especially like the jump for the red coin coming up.
Oh, it's so fun. You feel so good when you get this. It's not as hard as it looks, I feel like. Once you practice it a bit, of course. Looks like that Skeeter wasn't there where he wanted it to be, but he's going to go ahead and play it a bit safe there. Not a big deal.
And now just going through the maze section, having to deal with the BLJ in a minute, but overall a bit of a reprieve after that initial kind of maze room.
Yep. Definitely is, you know, a big pass fail on this star is getting that BLJ and getting it quickly, of course. Unless it's your Terigi and you just don't do the BLJ route because you're insane and really good at the game.
Yeah, I think his route somehow manages to like not lose that much time. Like I think it only loses like 10 to the BLJ route. That's just guessing. It's been so long since I've seen it. Now Blue Bob not getting a ton of speed, but did manage to go ahead and air BLJ his way through the cage there.
Yep. Oh, that's just
the ball so bright in his face.
Yeah. And we're not going to see Blue Bob go for the most recent movement here, where you side flip, wall kick up onto the, or you side flip up to the up to that red cage area and do the triple jump over the wall. But that's a really cool strat. I don't know if we'll see anybody do that. I know Cheese kind of messes with it every once in a while, so
now we'll be lucky. Mr. I coin cooperates. I don't think I heard a bounce.
Oh. So he's going to have to go for the blue coin because he missed the triple jump there. So didn't want the blue coin to run out. So now this is going to be a bit more difficult for him. He's going to actually have to ground pound this star because he's going to spawn the 100 coin star right here. So he's going to have to get off a really quick ground pound in order to collect a star. This is close. He should be able to get it though.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I want to say that was like a frame perfect ground pound that he needed to get there.
It's definitely a quick one. If it's not frame perfect, it's very close for sure.
If it's not frame perfect, it's only like a 2 frame window or something. Like it. Yeah.
But all in all, I mean,
going through the box at the time. So,
yep.
Yeah.
It's super tough. You know, it is frustrating too. Like you're on a time crunch there. You know, when it comes to that last when it comes to that last triple jump wall kick, and you know, it's tough that it's tough when you miss it like Blue Bob did there. Sometimes you just bonk off the wall or whatever, but you got to collect yourself and just go get that blue coin as fast as possible because if that despawns, that's more than likely a reset. There are backups, but I mean, in this type of event, it's no point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you lose just far too much time. But done with that star out of the way, and I mean, you can see why runners will separate that star out from the rest of the stage here. Like, if they grouped it all together in the HMC split, half of your runs, the HMC split's time loss would just be on the 100 coin anyway.
Very nice,
a little bit of blinking action, but
yeah, not quite blinkless, but it's okay. All right, Blue Bob kind of killing it right now here in HMC, and doesn't look like too much else is going on with the other runners. We have a couple people in JRB, a couple, you know, Cheese is about to head to the BOB actually as well. So hopefully we'll have some people joining Blue Bob in the basement here pretty soon. But nice triple jump, triple box triple jump, excuse me. Oh, but he misses the star, and he takes too much damage.
Gonna take the full fall damage animation there.
Yep, that's too bad, but this is probably like a second or two, which isn't the end of the world, but
not much.
It's too bad. Like when that happens, like it just, you're like, man, like all I had to do was press the B button.
You just need to be a little closer to the star. Come on.
Yeah, this is a really exciting run for Blue Bob here. Very, very close.
No Toxic Maze BLJ. I mean, you really can't blame him there. I don't think, even done optimally, it saves more than like 7-8 seconds or so, and like it's very, very challenging compared to the regular BLJ that you're having to do for the 100 coin.
Yeah, definitely not a strat that a lot of people choose to implement. Definitely save a lot of a lot of people save that, or it's one of the last implementations they put into HMC because it just isn't super necessary. But Blue Bob's still doing really nicely here. Like I said, what are we about 5 seconds if I can read correctly off of PB pace right now, or off of his PB splits. So really excellent stuff here from Blue Bob, just showing his consistency. He's going to go for Christmas Miracle here.
Looks like a pretty good triple jump. Shouldn't have any issues with the switch press.
Yeah, no problem. That initial angle was a little bit... I was like, is he going to miss the wall kick there? But, obviously, Blue Bob's a pro. Gets it without an issue.
Yeah, and for new runners, trying to figure that star out, a lot of it kind of just comes down to like figuring out how your controller's notches are going to relate to that angle and stuff. Like for me personally, I have to just barely nudge my stick out of upright towards right, and like then that star gets way more consistent.
Yeah, some people like straight up hold the right notch as they enter that door. I have to just hold a little bit toward it. It's not exactly. So nicely done here. And looks like we're going to be joined by Ouija. Looks like Ouija is woken up, hopefully had a good rest. King. Excited to see some runs.
I think with that, if Ouija starts running, that'll be all these runners active at the same time for the first time today.
Love to see it.
I'm curious what Cheese is comparing against, because this run already getting into BOB, and I think this is one of his first runs in this session.
Apparently he saved and quit. It's quite unfortunate. There are definitely worse places to save and quit, let's be honest though, right?
Oh yeah, oh man. I want to say the absolute worst is HMC, like as far as from a timing standpoint. Like if you have to go back to HMC, that is.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really remember what the worst place to save and quit is. Pretty much everywhere it's a reset, like if you're far enough into the run.
Oh yeah. Those times where you really wouldn't care that much are very few and far between. Like the last time that you're leaving DDD, for instance, or something like, really specific like that. I'm curious though, because I'm sure that like Rainbow Ride and TTC are very close to HMC in terms of being the worst, but I'm curious how much better those are. Massive air quotes around better.
I remember when Guy and I came back 2 or 3 times ago. He saved and quit in Rainbow Ride on PB pace twice.
Oh,
and he actually ended up PBing both of those runs, like,
no.
which was like insane. Like, I mean, it was just like, it was the most like, it was crazy. I can't even explain it. But he's like a minute ahead. Like, just came back like the other day, just killing it, and then save and quit in Rainbow Ride, and you're like, okay, like free time save for next run, not too bad. Next PB pace run up in there, like same exact thing. I was like, it's in his head, dude. It's in his head, 100%.
And like it's kind of funny too when you think that Rainbow Ride is one of the only stages where you're not having to instantly hold up to re-enter the stage. So that's actually one where like you could just keep holding down and like not have issues with saving and quitting unless you only like nudge the stick once or something.
Yeah, I don't know if he was doing menu glitch. I can't really remember. But saving and quitting is very important, as we know with Cryptic's 50 flat and 70 star a couple of years ago.
Oh,
he decided he didn't want to save and quit, so he actually just saved in Tippy, and it actually lost him enough frames to where he missed the 49 by like literally like a frame. It's just that's just Cryptic luck. Like, I mean, who knows how often, that's pretty rare, but
I didn't even remember that happened. I remember him getting the 50 flat, but I didn't even realize that was why.
Yeah, it was like the worst thing ever.
Oh man, that's incredible.
All right. We have 3 more to go here for Blue Bob.
And one of those being the 100 coin here. This is one, like, compared to some of the other 100 coins you're having to deal with in the basement, this one's not too bad, but like it's still, there's a lot that can kind of go bad, and fast shell movement is just a little bit tricky too. Like you're going at such high speeds whenever it really gets that terminal velocity that sometimes it can to be a bit hard to control.
Yeah, I think this. I don't know. Something about this stage or this star is really comfy to me. I remember grinding this in a voice call like "Hey Zeus" randomly one time, and we were just kind of like going back and forth. And it's a fun star to grind for sure. It looks like Blue Bob is cruising right now, so we'll see how this volcano movement looks. It's very, very important here. Doesn't go with the most advanced movement, but as Blue Bob has shown in the past.
Oh, so that's gonna burn. Okay, he's getting back up there. That's fine.
Yep, and luckily he's collecting coins here, right? I guess to recuperate a little bit of health.
Nice accounting for the flame shooter there. That's like the most insidious coin that's part of any 100 coin route.
Yeah.
Like, hey, get this coin that's in the middle of a flame shooter.
No, 100%.
I think I've seen more world record runs involve a burn to that coin than like any other strat mistake anywhere in a run.
It is tough. It's tough movement for sure. So one more here for Blue Bob, and then we are headed into Vanish Cap. Very exciting stuff. Love that Blue Bob held it together for us. Just the relatively easy elevator star, knock on wood here.
Really, a lot of this will come down to how exactly you handle this side flip. It's like, if you get the side flip to come out exactly the way you want, and you get the pull grab when you're expecting, it's an absolute breeze. But the second that, like, the side flip comes out weird, and you're grabbing the pull, like, a half second later, and you know that you grabbed it at a different height than normal, so you need to jump from a different height than normal, like, that's where you start getting in your own head about, like, okay, how much do I need to get Mario to climb the pole before I jump back to this attempt?
And then if you don't climb far enough, you're bonking off that platform and dying.
Or you climb too far and you don't even get to roll out off that platform, and you just like, so many ways for that to get messed up.
Pretty funny stuff.
See how Blue Bob's VC goes slightly ahead of this PB pace run though. So
yeah, absolutely. Take a quick second here to shout out our team here, our very kind folks that have sponsored this tournament or this LTA event, Urban Arts. You know, Urban Arts offering their multi-year college prep program to underprivileged students in New York, teaching about STEM, arts and technology, video game design. So really appreciate it if you guys would like to donate to a really good cause. ! Charity, and we'd really appreciate it. And we'll shout you out live on stream. So thanks to Urban Arts one more time. I know Jason's in here somewhere.
They're an absolutely wonderful organization that's really doing a lot to bring additional diversity into the gaming industry. By serving low-income school districts in New York, they're inspiring a new generation of diverse game designers. And like, just to give you some actual statistics, 91% of their students are BIPOC, 50% are young women, and a full 10% are gender nonconforming. And like, game design and the arts generally are a very good avenue for marginalized voices to be better heard in ways that they may not otherwise have the opportunity to. And organizations like these specifically making sure that they're serving those sorts of marginalized communities is going to have a huge impact on some of these people having the ability to share some of their life experiences, some of the things they have to deal with in a way that they may not have otherwise been able to.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Love seeing our underserved students in lots of cool programs. So shout out again to Urban Arts. And we're here back in CCM. Blue Bob with the healthy don't die in VC. Love to see it. Credit tick off there to creator. Definitely lots of respect here for Blue Bob. Love when we don't die in VC.
We'll see how the rest of CCM goes. Some of these stages, like if you've got a lot of experience with 70 star, your brain just kind of autopilots through most of the stage. But then there's that like one star that's different. Like and in this case, you have the addition of the red coin star.
Nicely done there by Blue Bob. Wall kicks will work. Always one of those strats that's a little bit nerve-wracking. Definitely pretty easy to take a death here. You know, CCM in general, like one of those stages, if you're cheese, to worry about, right? We've seen cheese with a lot of. There's that one world record that he had where he died in CCM. He died on reds, I think.
Yeah. But I remember that one too, where he took a ledge grab after that like big gap crossing, and like his reaction in the middle of it, you could tell he thought that he was going to take a death there.
And it's always this part right here. If you really push that, if you really push the envelope with your long jump there, you know, it can be it can be pretty devastating. But unfortunately, Cheese taking a death there in SSL gonna have to reset.
Yeah, like something that's really easy to like kind of forget about if you're not actively playing this game a lot is like Mario doesn't turn perfectly when he's finishing a move like a long jump or a dive or something. He's kind of like a car, and like he's got a bit of a turning radius. And so like if you do like a jump dive frame perfectly the first frame that you possibly can after like say a straightforward long jump, you're not going to be able to turn that jump dive that much to the right or left. But if you delay that same jump dive like 2 or 3 frames and hold the same stick angle, Mario will turn a lot more whenever he's actually like executing that move. And so sometimes just timing something a little bit earlier than you normally will, you'll suddenly find yourself with like a much shallower angle than you're used to. And you're like, oh my God, what do I do now? And like that's one of those like really big instances of that. Like you just time that long jump a little bit early, you don't give Mario enough of a chance to turn for the long jump, and then all of a sudden you're committed to a long jump angle that will never clear that gap.
All right, definitely a make or break here in CCM. Got to get this 100 coin.
Yeah, not going to be opting for the blues route here. I don't think we're... Yeah, no backup red either, so he's only going to have 1 extra coin on the slide. Shouldn't be too big of a problem, but... Whenever you start really trying to... Or whenever you're coming back to this from, like, not having done the slide for a while, it's easy to make a couple of small errors on the slide, and the penguin, if you don't do... Oh, okay, missing the 1 coin on the arc there, so it has to make sure not to miss any more coins through the rest of the slide.
Shouldn't be too difficult here. It's not like the blue coin strat, you know, where you're getting the 2 blue coins. That you can't miss any, so he'll be coming away here without too much of an issue.
Good to go there. Just got to get that Snowman's lost his head star, and he'll be good to go on over to BBH.
Snowman's lost his head is such a frustrating star sometimes.
Oh man!
I forgot who it was that lost a run to it the other day. But they're like, seriously, am I gonna lose a run to Snowman? Like Snowman lost his head. Like, who was it? I can't remember. They fell off some weird. They fell off the ledge in some weird way and had to back it up. It was like really unfortunate.
Oh man. Oh, Mo Muller in chat saying it was Yale. I think I saw that clip too.
Classic Yale.
And there's some kind of way that you can like try to speed up the ending a little bit here, but like this is one of those stars that for the most part like you've done it the same way since you first learned it, sort of thing.
The intro is like the biggest, you know, kind of I guess choice of difference in strats and all that kind of stuff. There's Yale.
And still going to be ahead coming out of CCM, so we'll see what happens through the last little dregs of basement. Like I said in an earlier session, though, like you really can't let yourself get too attached to a run until after you get out of DDD 100.
Oh yeah, no, like for sure. That I remember like when I was actively doing runs, which is like over a year ago or something, like that was always like you're like, okay, like the run can continue. Like this is like to me like the halfway point. Like, okay, if I just do okay, if I don't, you know, horribly, you know, mess up DDD 100, like this run is PBable for sure. Lots of good runs dying to DDD 100 at all levels, fortunately.
Yeah. It's really like it's one of those stars that both like it's a very technical, difficult star, and it's positioned as like you kind of mentally see like the end of Fire Sea as like the end of the first half of the run, like you said, and so it's just like it's weird how it gets in your head, but you have this special pressure applied to DDD 100 because it's like this is the last obstacle, and beyond this, like I'm getting upstairs with a pretty good time.
Especially in 120, whenever you make it upstairs, it's an excellent time. So that was a really solid ghost hunt there from Blue Bob. Just a bit of an issue there at the end. probably lost a second or two, but overall, like, you know, pretty solid for the strats that Blue Bob does. And it's like Blue Bob's been updating some strats, doing the more recent BBH entry, which is always cool to see.
See how the remainder of the stage goes, especially with the 100 coin, because like as long as you're avoiding getting factory, that's pretty much the biggest single time loss. But there are some things, especially like on this outdoor section, if the skeeters decide to play really, really bad.
Right there is definitely not fun. Like hitting that dive there, and he can miss 2 coins. That's okay. He should be okay here. Just has gotta get these 2 blues, and yeah, he's got more than enough time before that vanish cap runs out. But yeah, you're permitted to miss 2 of those coins from the skeeters.
There's some weirdness too with how you enter this room to make sure that the Mr. I shoots at you that way, so that like is it like it's the jump going into the room or something that does that?
Yeah, so it's actually as you're exiting the room with like the you know, the where you jump on the bookshelf to get the red coin. You just have to do a nice big jump, long jump, not an actual long jump. You have to hold A for a while, so Mario jumps from the duration of the exits to when he enters the next door, and that actually sets that eyeball up for the next or for the blue coin to or for the eyeball to be in the right position, I should say, to be looking at you as soon as you enter the door. One of those things where like I think it was like Schnoz or something had like a straight up like a 140 something and 120, and one day we were just doing that star in a VC, and he's like, wait, why do you jump before there? I was like, wait, are you serious? Like, he didn't do it. Like, he had no idea. He's like, I thought that was like RNG. I was like, dude, you have like a low 140. Like, what in the world?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many little things like that are so easy to like miss out on. Even if like you're learning this game through like the right tutorial videos and everything else, like there's a lot of stuff that like if you haven't asked someone else why do you do this specific way, it's really easy to just miss a few of those things along the run.
Oh yeah, totally. Super funny. Love it. All right, Blue Bob. Off to a pretty nice BBH we have here. I'm really digging where we're at right now. Three ahead of PB, and I don't know, Blue Bob really showing that he is kind of back and ready for business. Right, going to be doing one of like the worst stars somehow. I don't know how. It's not hard and it's not particularly frustrating, but just a weird star here. Merry-go-round. His ending isn't super easy, but it's not too bad. Going to delay your ground pound a little bit, but Blue Bob, of course, making it look easy.
Very nice stuff there. And like compared to the 100 coin or the ghost hunt, it's not too bad, but yeah, just a lot more of the stage than you really get to see in any other category. Like some stages like Wet Dry World or TTM, like you get to see a decent amount of them even in like categories like 70, but this stage you got to be committed to 120 to actually see half these stars.
I like BBH to a certain extent. I think a lot of people don't like it, and I get, like, I don't know, there's the whole like Liam chat meme where it's like I'd rather play with a rubber band or whatever, but like honestly it's not that bad. Like it's really not. It's kind of fun. It's different than anywhere else. Like you're inside, so you know what I mean, like the whole time, and like there's like you have to deal with a lot of weird camera stuff. I don't know, it's an interesting stage for sure. There's a lot of mechanics to go behind it that make it kind of fun.
And like I will say, it was one of my favorite stages, like aesthetically as a kid. I really liked this stage and HMC. So like in speedruns, I've always just kind of liked them for that. But like I think you're right too there that it provides a unique sort of challenge. It's not like, you know, JRB and DDD. It's like, oh, okay, the 2 water stages. There's not really anything unique about either compared to the other. But like this stage, there's no other mansion stage that you're messing around in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, now I will disagree with Zeus saying THI is the best stage. THI is the worst stage in this game. Like, THI just sucks.
Rock Chalk somewhere in an eye doctor's office just got a chill sent down his spine.
He's performing LASIK on someone, and he just stopped for a moment.
He's like, oh, what was that?
See, my whole problem with THI is that no matter which version of it you're going into, the tiny island or the huge island, it feels like you're playing a level that was made the other way and then converted to the one you're playing. So like when you're on tiny island, it feels like you're playing on a level that was made big and just scaled down.
Yeah.
So it's like the rest of this game like kind of feels very made for like Mario's moveset, but those stages just don't. Like it feels like you made a stage and then shrunk it.
I never really thought about that, honestly. That's a good point. THI Secrets is really fun, though. Let's be honest.
It's so fun when it goes right, but like, I really hate after the second secret how you can just run off if you're not careful. Like,
Yeah.
It feels like no matter how I try to approach that, like there's always that danger of me running right off, and it just. All
right, looks like we got DDD 100 coming up here for Blue Bob. 1 second ahead of PB right now, so this is a really good start for Blue Bob here. We'll see how this DDD 100 goes.
Yeah, and this one's a really big test of your swimming. Like, you kind of think of, if you ask someone, like, when you speedrun this game, how do you swim? You would probably immediately think that you want to swim as fast as possible, like, maintaining your full speed swimming the whole time. But for this start, like, that's literally impossible. You couldn't grab all the coins that you needed if you were maintaining full swimming speed. And so, like, it's really an interesting balance trying to both, like, you know, go fast and maintain as much speed as you can, but also these points in time where you have to wait on your swims to, and Blue Up having to go ahead and turn around for 1 extra coin there. Not too bad, though. That's really not the worst outcome at all.
Yeah, that's you need 41 as you enter this tunnel. And it's so frustrating when you just slightly miss the hitbox of a coin, you have to turn around. And which we saw happen with Blue Bob there, which is quite unfortunate, but mitigating the lag quite nicely. And
if you were gonna miss any of the coins, though, that would pretty much be one of the the one you would choose to miss. Didn't really have to waste too much time backing it up, and it wasn't right next to the whirlpool.
Yep, I don't want to miss any coins in DDD 100. It's so frustrating. All right, so he missed that red coin there. He's gonna have to back that one up. No, he didn't actually. Sorry, that's just a JP version, not notifying you of the red coin sound there. That's my bad. Kind of forgot that was a thing, to be completely honest with you. But Blue Bob taking it nice and easy here. He's not going to slide down the sub the other way. Oh, he did miss the coin. No, he didn't. Sorry. Oh my god. It's been a while. Can you tell?
No worries.
I haven't played this game in a year. Nice triple jump dive there by Blue Bob. Now he got it.
Now just needs to pull off this ending here. Nicely done.
I've been playing too much old school RuneScape,
so
dude.
Scary.
Too much old school RuneScape with Cheese and Pity, I'll be honest with you. You see Cheese is having a tough time too. He's regretting all those raids we've been doing.
I think it's really funny how many people that are into this game are into old school RuneScape. Like, at first it kind of struck me as a bit weird, but then I realized, like, playing through old school RuneScape kind of requires the same approach as speedrunning this game. It's just
a grind set.
You're not doing it in real time. Like,
yeah.
You're having to do that same, like, analytical type stuff. It's just you're doing it, like, on basically an idle game, kind of.
Yeah, it's straight up a grind set. Like, it's wild. It's a fun game, though. But here we go, chess. So not too terrible of a TD 100 there for Blue Bob. He lost a couple seconds. He's 33 seconds above his best split times ever, but this is still a really solid run here for Blue Bob. And we can see the best possible time is 1:39.11. So is it the 1:39? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah,
but
that would require an absolutely ludicrous upstairs.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen them, right? Like, we see, like, Cheese's most recent world record. I'm pretty sure the upstairs was, like, absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's true. It's always possible. It's always possible. And I feel like you've got a much better chance of doing that when you haven't had the perfect lobby and basement. Like, when you've got the pressure of, I've already done really well, I just need to do okay, you're going to play like crap. But when you've got the pressure of, I played okay for the first half, and now I need to play really well, somehow you just can play really well. It's weird how that works. Blue Bob's going to commit to rear sub, kind of showing off the sort of mentality that we were talking about earlier with the example runs, where, like, rear sub is only going to lose, like, 3 seconds compared to front sub. But, like, if you're not consistent at front sub, you're going to lose 6 seconds or 8 seconds to, like, just whatever you would have gotten out of a rear sub attempt.
Right. We have Fire C here. Very important stage for Blue Bob here. It's gonna, getting this lava boost cycle.
Oh, he's gonna take a ground pound. That's pretty much gonna be early.
Oh, he's dead.
Okay,
it's hard to recover from that mistake. Like that particular mistake where you accidentally ground pound there. He did it again.
I think he's just landing on the platform like without very much room to go ahead and execute that long jump.
Yeah.
You go ahead and back it up this time better, but and what kind of makes that more problematic too is you really want that long jump to be as close to the edge as you can, so that you make sure you don't get that ledge grab on the next platform.
Yep. Oh, and he gets the ledge grab here too. So, and another one. I don't even know. I don't even think early elevator is possible at this point.
Definitely not.
Oh man, and another ground pound, dude.
Getting bullied right off the platform there.
All right, at least
you hate to see it.
At least he didn't get pinned in between those moving platforms and immediately killed. That is like the most frustrating thing that can happen in Fire C.
Oh my god.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do about it.
And that almost always happens like when you're trying to push for an early Ellie's like after a couple of mistakes. Like that's the only time that happens to me. It never happens to me like if I'm already on really bad pace, like I've already completely missed early Ellie's, but and Super Viper, I think it would be faster if so missing early Ellie's altogether I think loses
it's like 20 seconds. Like Lava Boost early Ellie cycle, it's like 20.
Yeah, so, and I think if you died at the very beginning, the death might take less than 20 seconds. But it would have to be, like, pretty much right where Blue Bob died or earlier.
I've never timed it out, but
yeah.
We'll see what Blue Bob does with the throw here. So he's going to be losing quite a bit of time, obviously, but hits the throw. So not too bad here. Not much else we got going on. Punk A is in HMC, actually, so that's something to kind of look at right now as Ouija kind of starts his runs also. Excellent. And just before we do that, we have a $20 donation from EK Crisp. Much appreciated, my friend. No text on that donation, but really, really appreciate it. Exclamation point, charity, if you'd like to donate.
Absolutely. Don't forget about Urban Arts. Exclamation point UA if you'd like more information about them, but for now, that's going to be it for me. I've been Electric, and I'll be replaced in the booth with the Lancis in just a second. But Collins, as always, it's been an absolute pleasure to co-commentating with you. Have a good one.
You too, man. See ya.
Yo. What's up?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you been?
Not bad, not bad. Living the dream.
Absolutely.
Now ready for some Mario, so
Let's do it.
yeah.
Got a couple little runs going here. Blue Bob, unfortunately, just kind of
Yeah.
got a Fire C meltdown. Yeah, that's how it goes. But I mean, it's still continuing here. I'd rather, at this point, you got to consider like you got to get a run on the board, right? Like,
Oh yeah, for sure.
we got a couple hours left for the night, and but this is 120. It's like it's hard to get a run started, and you never really know. When you're at this point, I say you might as well just finish it, right? Maybe try to get a better one, a better no reset or something, better run going before the end of the night, or kind of recoup and try to get one tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's such a long category that like, yeah, you could just lose a ton of time, or you could just maybe clean it up for the rest of it and wind up with a pretty decent time at the end. So really, really hard to say how it's going to end up, but hopefully he's able to finish strong, and maybe even if this isn't the time he was looking for, able to bring a strong finish into the next run kind of thing. Because I mean, like, as you can see, he's the only one. Well, I guess there's a couple people in CCM, or one person in CCM. Funke's in the demo.
Oh, I wonder what happened to that Punk run. I actually didn't quite
Hold me for a
see that.
second. Yeah. But yeah, no. Hopefully he's able to finish strong. As you can see, I mean, heading upstairs, like 105 approximately, right at 105 up. Still 104. That's not terrible, honestly.
Yeah, no, you can work with that for sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah. So it just shows what a pretty darn good run he was on up until that point. So
Definitely very close to PB pace for, teetering that PB pace line before that mistake in Fire C. So
yeah, absolutely.
But I'm glad I could spunk
upstairs. Finally, good to see her run upstairs.
Yeah, this should be exciting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ouija missing the hardest trick in the game and immediately resetting. I'm only being slightly sarcastic. I suck at last 2 skips, so I swear I miss it more than I should for sure. But
One of those, it's so inconsequential if you miss it. You're like, oh, it's just another like 50 seconds. I gotta wait and reset. But in like no reset runs, no reset races and stuff. Like you miss Lakitu skip and you moat or something, like you're donezo. Like.
Yeah, you got to put in a lot of time to practice that one. It's like it's also just like it's so easy to like practice the more fun things, whereas that one it's like, kind of
hard to practice too. It's like the way that you have to like make a save state like right at
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean it's not the worst, but oh well. Blue Bob, interesting strat there. did get the wall kick, but does make his way up the elevator. Not too much time lost. Not too bad.
Absolutely.
If he's gonna pull out 100s here, or went in mid-level. Never mind. And we did get another dono. We got a $50 dono from Forky. Thank you very much, Forky. Very cool.
Absolutely love it. Exclamation point charity if you are interested at all in donating.
Yeah, chat, just reminder, this is we're raising money for Urban Arts and really, really great charity out there. Trying to help low-income or kids from low-income schools get to university and be successful in life. So really, really good cause. If you have any money, you want to help out.
Whoa! Did it?
Helpful.
That was.
Cool. I was watching Blue Bob for a second. Yeah. So it's an unfortunate time loss, but
Yeah. It was nicely backed up though, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Watching a good backup is always like something else for sure.
Yeah, there's some some players who are kind of like known for really unique and cool backups. Oh geez, now I'm forgetting his name.
Tabby.
Tabby, yeah, Tabby.
Yeah,
that's
course.
the one I was thinking of.
You can't talk about backups and not bring up Tabby at some point.
Exactly where my brain was going. I just couldn't think of his name, which is a real shame because some of those are amazing. Especially with like stuff like moving time and TTC, some of those backups just get absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's cool to see Dide know a lot of those backups that are a little bit lesser known. Just due to the fact that this was never his main game. Like Dide was a Sunshine player for years and years, right? Like
to call him a Sunshine player might even be a little bit. He was Sunshine player.
He's like the cheese of Sunshine, really, right? Like
yeah.
So it's to put it in perspective, like he hasn't been doing runs consistently for super long. I think now it's probably been a little bit longer, but we have to think too. Someone mentioned they're like, oh, Dide has like a 140 or whatever, or still has a 140 or whatever. And I'm like, he's one of the fastest 120 improvers like ever. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
still has a 140. Like,
yeah.
Having a 140 puts you in a really elite company. Yeah. Like, that's a really insane time. So
yeah, if somebody ever says that, if I ever get a 140 and someone says I only have a 140, like we're fighting.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, I hate that mistake that Blue Bob just had there. That's really unfortunate. Just like a little bit too late on the buffer. Sometimes you hold the buffer if you don't hold the buffer kick correctly, or you wait to do the buffer kick double jump a little bit too late. You just bonk, and it's like so frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, Blue Bob's Wet Dry World, like, there's been no major mistakes, but there's been a lot of like small, hiccups here and there. So, ledge grab here, bonk on a box there. So, just the small time losses, it's adding up. But again, nothing major. So that is nice to see. Obviously, not getting a big time loss.
And it's workable,
be heading out here.
Like, it's workable.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look at the time loss. It's not that significant. And, heading into THI, obviously, very fun stage. Everyone loves it.
Love THI.
Yeah.
All right. Headed in THI here. Looks like we got Dide on a run as well.
Yeah.
Love that. Actually, we got a couple going right now. Cheese is in basement as well, so really cool stuff to see. And I think this is probably one of the coolest stars in the game. In my opinion, I think the movement's really fun. Super cool with all the lag reduction and stuff. Oh, and he does a single jump over. Gets the clip.
It is a cool star. It's also a bit of a frustrating one, but especially for newer players, that one gives a lot of players trouble.
Oh,
but
for sure.
Blue Bob is showing that he's definitely not a new player, and he knows what he's doing. Very nicely done. See what he's going to pull out next. Hundreds?
100 coin. That's like, for me, that was the comfiest way to do it. I know that like a couple people start with 100 coins. I know, for instance, like Badronis, at least he used to have like a separate split for it completely. And he would do it first, but I don't know, something about getting secrets out of the way and then doing 100 coin was always kind of comfy. I mean, if you have problems with 100 coin, like dying in the, the Reds room, obviously you might want to try to get it out of the way first, but I feel like most of the time that's like a mental block, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, you can play safe in that room, and it's not that scary, but it's always like one little misstep away from losing you a ton of, basically killing your run, right?
Yeah. So. I don't know who it was. It may have been Ouija. It wasn't Ouija. Somebody was in the THI cave on a really, really solid run, and it was Simply, and he did a sicko kick attempt and actually ended up missing the ledge, and he just kind of died.
Every time somebody goes for sicko kick, it just like it's such a dumb strat. It doesn't really save like enough time to make it worth it, and it's so risky, but it's so swag.
It's such it's literally such a sabotage strat. I will say, it's super fun.
If it was like a lobby stage, it would be a strat that's like, yeah, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
But because you're so far into the run, and it's like so risky, and for such little reward, it's such a dumb strat, but I love it. So
it literally just is to establish dominance, as creator said.
100%. Yeah.
Like, it's hilarious. Like, because it's one of those things where like you do it a couple times, and you're like,
ooh,
this is kind of free. Yeah, nice.
Unfortunately, clipped out back into the water, but has the backup. Gonna be losing a little time there, but not too much. Yeah, unfortunately, Blue Bob didn't go for sicko kick. Yeah, and I can't imagine why, but But let's see if he's able to successfully get the clip this time into Wiggler.
Wiggler clip, super frustrating.
Yeah.
We'll see what he decides. We'll see how he decides to back it up.
Speed there.
Yep. Looks like it happened again.
This clip is annoying. It's like once you mess it up, especially, it just starts to go wrong.
Oh man, he gets chucked.
Oh, dude, I feel this.
I hate to see this right here. And he missed the ledge grab because he hit the corner. Oh, and he missed the rollout too. When it rains, it pours.
Dude, this is tragic.
Yeah. At this point, okay, he's good now. I was gonna say
17th tries the charm. Let's go.
Yeah, at some point, like, do you grab the chuck and just slowly back up into the wall of the cliff, or what? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That's a tough star. Wiggler is tough, and you know, believe it or not, like a lot of people think that it's over once you hit the clip, but this
Especially
fight
with ground
is
pound
hard.
strats.
Yeah, this fight is hard to mitigate all the lag in here and stuff. Yeah, it's definitely not easy for sure.
Yeah, the ground pound strats makes it a lot more precise, a little bit faster, but you know, really well done Wiggler fight there from Blue Bob. He's got
Gotta take what you can get.
Piranhas and Koopa left, and then going to be heading out. Two of, I mean, generally the easier stars. Obviously, Box Star is definitely up there, but hopefully fairly straightforward. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say anything because mistake on this star is pretty deadly.
Pretty punishing.
But, looks nicely done there.
I remember years ago, I think it was maybe during the Ruby Mill the Ruby Mill 70 star, like that really big tournament where there was like 80 people. Pretty sure Sean Rader like lost a match that he was pretty much the favorite by a lot to win, and a lot of it was because he actually fell into the water and just didn't know the backup for the for the piranha plant fight. So it definitely is a super unfortunate strat to kind of mess up on.
Well, I mean, for those in chat who don't know, the backup in that case is literally pressing the reset button on your console. So anybody who says otherwise, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, you just gotta you gotta get eaten. I think that's the only thing you can really do.
So much time lost. Oh
yeah,
Ouija. Oh, nearly had the frame walk, barely missed. But yeah, Cheese heading into HMC. I mean, Dide heading into DD 100. And Blue Bob again about to be heading out of THI. So these runs are, they're going.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Blue Bob changed the comparison, which make things a little green. Maybe a little better for mental.
I'm not gonna complain. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain, right?
I'm all about that. Yeah. I mean, I think what's he running as now? Average, which having a run better than average still means you're playing pretty well. So.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So he's comparing against a 142. So. Nice and green so far. Very comfy 141 pace here for Blue Bob. But again, I think just getting a run on the board because we have until 8 Eastern tonight, which is in about an hour and a half ish. So at this point, like you gotta finish this run unless something absolutely catastrophic happens. Nice insta clip there by Blue Bob. Zoofy would be proud.
Ooh, Cheese with a little bonk on the HMC blue coin box, but.
I hate that one.
Yeah. Did have a really nice elevator section, so obviously, you're happy to take a little tiny bonk on that box as opposed to messing up the elevator. Stopping to get a coin there. I wonder if he missed a coin earlier. I didn't notice. But
there's always a lot going on here. It's tough to keep an eye on everything.
Ooh, nice BLJ as well.
Man, when TTM goes right, it is so satisfying. Like this movement to go up, here, super fun.
I love that relatively new strat, the one that Cheese just did, where you do the triple jump dive over. Yep. Oh, it's so swag.
I remember there was one time where me, him, and Zion were in a VC messing around when Salt originally posted that, like the day that Salt posted that strat, and we actually found a Christmas Miracle method that was using that was actually no joke faster than the regular Christmas Miracle. I mean, of course, it's really hard and it's completely sabotage, but it's pretty cool. Just
to be fair, some strats a while back, people would have said they were sabotaged and they would never see runs, right? Moving reds kind of thing.
Yeah.
So maybe not 120, but in 70 star, that kind of thing might eventually pop into the run, once the margin for error becomes less and less.
Hit us up. We got the secret sauce.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how this 100 coin goes for Blue Bob. Very, very satisfying 100 coin star here, in my opinion.
Yeah. Unless you hit an invis wall at the end, and it kind of becomes tragic.
Oh, we've seen too many good runs die to that, unfortunately. Yep. I think I've lost one run to it, and it was probably the most frustrating thing that's ever happened to me in my life.
Yeah. Actually, I think probably to me the most frustrating part of this stage is that long jump there across to where the Monty moles are.
Yeah, if you
Like, it's so easy to bonk there.
Yeah, it really is. Once you kind of like get an idea, you're like, okay, I either got to be like, there's actually a really good diagram, and I'm sure like Creator or like Gothic would like have it offhand because I just feel like they would. But like, there's a little infographic that says like, you know, it's like green and green. It's like you can jump here and you can long jump here, but you can't long jump here, and it's like this big red zone. And once you look at that, it really puts it in perspective, and it helps out a lot when you're learning this 100 coin. So Blue Bob gonna be missing one. Oh, you made that. Okay. See, I wasn't wrong.
So you do have it then. Yeah.
Blue Bob missing another coin here, so he's gonna be 2 down. Gonna be exiting this with hopefully just 98.
Which, you know, that's fine.
That's fine. That's two bob bombs. I mean, it's not optimal. Like, we don't love it, but you know, better than
97 or 96.
Yeah, right. Yeah, 97. You're like having to, you know, get all 3 bob bombs. And this coin, I swear, these bob bombs, like
terrible coin RNG.
The coins just like they don't follow the rules of coins. Like, it's so weird.
The scary thing there is once you miss that one coin, that last bob-omb can sometimes just walk off the edge and kill himself.
Yep.
Or if the coin goes flying, like, you could be screwed from that, right? So at which point you'd have to go back to the Chuckya or the bridge to get an extra coin. So luckily able to get that last coin. So does finish it off. Not too bad, but you know. Oh well. Meanwhile, Dede's been kind of cruising along. Looks to be getting a pretty clean early lava boost cycle here.
Yeah, he was very early there.
Yeah. And I mean, like, you know, had a decent DDD 100. Just not on, you know, the best run, but still looking to be a pretty decent one here. Get a time up on the board at least, you know. See if Blue Bob gets breezeless here. Ooh, very nice. Nicely done. Sneaky hard strat there. Looks very simple, but it's really not.
Oh yeah, it's one of the tougher ones for sure.
But yeah, moving out of DHI into SL. Obviously, stage that everyone loves. RNG all over the place. But there's also some really cool movement in this stage. That bonk was intentional, believe it or no. It was actually optimal movement. Yeah.
This is a really tough area. The camera's kind of going all wonky. Goodness. Like it's so weird.
This game, the camera in small enclosed spaces, just it's the worst sometimes. Like it's not unplayable if you know how to do it, but it's a lot worse. Whereas, like, you know, a lot of stages like Dark World, for instance, the camera is just such an asset. It allows you to do things really well. But, like, in that igloo, it becomes a very big liability. Ooh, Ouija. Interesting. I don't know if that was on purpose. I just... I was just speaking of Dark World. I look over at Ouija's screen and he rolled off the edge. But... oh, well. All right. So I think Blue Bob's going to be going on to probably hundreds next.
One of those 100 coins you really got to look out for. Lots of RNG that can, you know, lots of stuff that can go wrong in general, but you know,
coin bags.
Like just now, actually, you know, that wasn't
bad at all. Yeah, because these 2 coins kind of went over to where he's going. So,
he's
not the best, but not terrible actually.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And this is another, you know, part here, like getting that jump. I remember when you first start learning, it's kind of difficult. Yep.
And then again, more igloo movement.
Yep. Nicely done out there. Just got the end of Mario's punch animation. Almost looked like he was gonna bonk off of him, but probably not. And he adjusts the camera here to get this angle a little bit better. And I always find it interesting what method people would go for in order to get that kind of wall of coins. Some people do the side flip. Some people do a wall kick, kind of just personal preference. This is a pretty nice 100 coin so far for Blue Bob. Only a couple mistakes.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is one you'd be happy with for sure. Obviously, you got the scary part coming up with the shell, and that coin bag can sometimes troll you, but hopefully things go well. We'll see. If he's able to finish off strong, then that will be pretty nice looking SL.
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously not quite over yet, but the last 2 stars are, I hesitate to say free, but they're free.
Yeah. And he had just enough coins. If you have 80, if you have 88 going, you know, when you start underneath. Oh wow!
And
barely grabbed that coin.
Very nice. Like, was able to miss one of the coins from the older or from the spindrift back into the coin bag, or maybe he missed one from the coin bag. Now that I think about it, but either way, he missed one of those coins over there. But you're allowed to miss 1 coin in that route before you have to get it back up. So very nicely done.
Still not optimal, you know. Like when you're missing that coin, you have to rely on the spin drift. You know, coin energy.
Yeah. It's not great, but it's like, you know, as you saw in that case, it worked out.
Yep.
But yeah. Again, this star is pretty. Probably to me, that's like the easiest star in the game. Like legit.
I mean, it has to be. Maybe wall kicks will work, or not wall kicks will work. Excuse me.
Wild Blue.
Wild Blue. Can you tell it's been a while?
Wild Blue is at least more risky because of the start where you can die if you mess up.
True.
That one, it's like if you die on that, something has gone horribly wrong. Now, like obviously, if you're a beginner and you're learning kind of thing, then yeah, dying on that makes a little more sense. But you're not going to see a player of any of these players' caliber dying on that star.
Yeah. You're right. We still do see people dying on Wild Blue for sure. Looks like he's going to go for a Wilco clip here. Weird angle, but it's not going to work.
Quite catching, no. So
that angle just not
little time loss.
Not optimal, but yeah, only a couple seconds for sure.
I mean, you know what? You got to go for it, right? Like, if you don't go for it, what are you doing? So.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, we got to run up in Tippy, so.
And even though you have a lot of room there, I still hate that strat. That rollout, terrifying.
I literally just play this entire stage like a little wuss. I can't do it. I triple jump and fly to every cloud because I'm not gonna do that long jump because it's so punishing if you fall here.
I don't think there's a worse feeling than losing a run to cloud stage. Like I seriously like I'd rather lose a run anywhere else, but when you fall in cloud stage and you spawn outside the castle, you're like, oh my god.
The worst is getting Wilco clip and then falling in cloud, because then it's like, well, now Wilco clip screwed me because now I either have to do it again or I have to talk. Oh, Blue Bob shooting high enough on that cannon does save it, so just a tiny little time loss there, but nice recovery. Convenient that bonking into that cloud doesn't like actually bonk you, it just kind of pushes you. But pretty decent cloud there, and I mean, like still on 141 pace. Obviously I need a little better than that to get right in the top. We got a few 139s already, but not a bad run to put on the board as just a baseline time if he's able to clean this or to finish this off cleanly, and then work towards getting a better time via over the rest of the event. So TTC 100.
Ooh. That was scary. Oh, and he missed a coin.
He did get the safety red, so he could have just skipped that coin, but, goes back for it. Wants to have those extra coins. Those boxes at the end, sometimes you can get trolled, so it's nice to have that little backup. Allows you to kind of just speed through them without having to worry about it. So. I mean, other than that ledge grab and then that coin, not too bad a start, as they say that.
Yep, classic. Let's hopefully no invis wall here. Is he gonna run around it? Nope, he doesn't, but still.
Alright, well, pretty decent looking 100 coin there,
Yeah. Could have gone worse for sure. So Ulab starting it off and Tippy here pretty decently.
Yeah. looks like we got Punke back.
Oh no, and he got crushed by the
The moat.
Punke moted immediately.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you saw exactly what happened there, but he got the ledge grab and then he was trying to do the frame perfect jump kicks to try and save it, but unfortunately the kick didn't quite land on the bridge, so he fell down. But you know what? I respect going for the attempted save with the lack of skip as opposed to just immediately resetting. But yeah, I mean, meanwhile, unfortunately, Cheese's run did die, but Dide is still moving along. And obviously, Blue Bob and Tippy is pretty good. To me, like, Dide's still got a probably not 139able, but you know, maybe 140 if everything keeps going pretty good.
I'd say, like, realistically, we'll probably look into 141, but...
Yeah, 140 if he plays really well. I'd say it's possible, not likely. So yeah, you're probably right there.
Oh no! He just didn't triple jump. This is the scariest back row in the game, I'll tell you what. Blue Blob playing it pretty safe, though, on the backup, which is always good to see. Oh, and he just goes for that. No regard. And he gets the kick for the strat.
That is
swag.
entirely swag. It loses time. It's dumb, but it's awesome. So, mad respect. But yeah, just gonna be stopping time for the last 2 stars. I really want to see more people pick up moving time jumps on moving bars. The movement for that is really cool, but so it's really dumb and unnecessary. But I kind of want to get to the point where the only star that we do stopped in TTC is just 100 coin.
Yeah, right. Well, who was doing TTC moving, or TTC 100 moving? Who did it? Who did it once? It was Moose. It was Moose Desu, I think. Grinded 100 coins.
Moose is correct.
Yeah. Moose is insane. I don't think Moose plays Mario anymore. I think he just does The Hobbit. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And which he's also like insane at The Hobbit too. Which is really funny.
Wasn't he like world record level? Like
I'm pretty sure he actually recently got world record.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like a lot of the skills like kind of transfer between like the ability to get good at a game.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely the mindset and then like the kind of work that you have to put in, like that definitely does transfer.
The gamer gene exists, and I think
Yeah,
the gamer gene is just like knowing how to get good at something and how to efficiently practice.
Yeah,
like you
exactly.
play like you know, I'm friends with a bunch of these guys. Like, you know, me and Punke play games, and me and Cheese play games together and stuff. And like, you watch these guys take a game that they've never played before, and like they're like, and this isn't in a derogatory way, but they're like tryhards. Like they will like do their best to like pick it up as soon, like the fastest and like the most efficient way possible. And they're always trying hard. They're always thinking about it, like actively thinking. And you can just see like why they're so good at this game. When you watch them play other games, especially, you're like, if they put in this much time, or if they put in this much effort into like a game that they're casually playing, imagine what they, you know, for a game they're passionate about, like Mario 64.
It ain't.
Oh no!
He got burned in the cave. We were just talking about that.
That's literally the worst.
Oh, it's tragic. Dying at the very end of THI 100s. So that's...
Oh, and
well,
Buma missed all those coins too.
Fortunately, you don't really need them. They're kind of just gonna save you from getting a red, but you know, assuming you get all the coins from the Lakitu here. But oh, nicely done. So yeah, just gonna have to get the extra red. Not the end of the world. Yeah, real unfortunate there from Dide though. That was a really good looking THI 100. It's got like the actually, I say that the coin RNG kind of trolled him on the beach, and he had to go for a swim for 2 of the coins. But other than that, like, it was pretty darn good up until it's an unfortunate burn at the end.
Really unfortunate mistake there. Cheese is awesome at raids, actually. Cheese and Pity go hard at raids. They're like, they learn really, we all learn together. They learn really fast. And like, they actually do it with Twisted Bow, which is like pretty insane.
Damn.
They made like, they got like the like most like expensive item in the game, pretty much, like really fast. Pretty funny.
Dude, I haven't done raids in so long. I used to do trios all the time, but
Join us, dude.
I'm bad.
Pity and Cheese carry. I'm telling you, they got the gamer gene, dude. Pity's another one of those guys.
Probably fair.
Absolute gamers.
Yeah, now I'm just a hardcore Iron Man or group Iron Man. Hardcore group Iron Man, but I'm the only one in my group who plays anymore. So at this point, really, what's the point?
So we were looking pretty good for a while there. We had a lot of runs, but now it's just Blue Bob here. Diddy unfortunately having a reset there. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, it was tragic.
It was pity.
Yeah, I mean it happens, right? Like obviously, it's a very it's not an easy run. I mean, like, you know, it's an hour and 40 minutes approximately for these runners. And Blue, I was just trying to scare me a little. And you know, but like while they're doing it, they're doing a lot of hard stuff throughout the run, and a lot of things that, you know, one little thing goes wrong and you could lose a lot of time. So
I'd say
there's
like,
some safe stuff, some stuff that you're not going to lose that time, but there's always those scary ones again, like THI 100. So unfortunately, just that one tiny mistake getting burned there cost like minutes. So
yeah, it's got to be like a minute 30 minimum, like minimum. I think by that point, if you're really, I think if you're good, you're getting like what 110s on maybe 120 on THI 100.
Yeah,
I mean, at that point, you're
I'm
well
bad
over a
at.
minute
I'm so bad at the stars. I am not a liable time judge.
I think I was getting like higher 130s, and I know that you could definitely push it more. So I think like 110s or something. So you're like literally like at bare minimum losing like a minute 30 seconds, right? Like it's like, and not to like, you know, beat a dead horse, but it is the actual worst mistake to make upstairs, in my opinion.
Again, I think maybe outside of falling in cloud.
Yeah.
Falling in cloud, it might not even lose as much time, but it's more demoralizing. In my opinion.
I think you lose a lot of time. You lose like 2 minutes.
Oh
yeah, no, sure. Blue Bob.
Yeah, if you fall late in cloud, but I think most people who fall in cloud are going to fall like pretty early. You're going to fall on like, you know, the long jump or the dive rollout. But yeah, not too bad. So I guess outside of Blue Bob, Simply's the furthest, and I didn't see if he got plus. I know he failed it with the bomb grab once. Oh no, that was obviously his first star in the stage. Like, math is hard, but so gonna be trying for plus again. Blue Bob, really nice on the Lakitu bounces though. Oh no,
man,
no, you got the like Lakitu bounce. I never said anything about the post move. All right, Blue Bob, really nice on the Lakitu bounce. All right. Meanwhile, Simply able to get the pillarless on the second attempt. And while Blue Bob was on this run, we did get a few more donations. We had an anonymous $4.33 donation said with the comment odds, and a $20 anonymous donation as well with the comment great commentary. Well, thank you. But
I'm sure they were just talking to me, right?
yeah, for sure. After what I just did to Blue Bob, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Feel bad.
I'm really stoked for Blue Bob here. Like, even though, like, you know, this isn't like the best run in the world. Whose audio are we? Yeah. Oh no.
The timing of that was just flawless. You know.
Well, I was saying, not the greatest run we've ever seen, but he's holding it together. We're gonna see him get a 142 probably, and like,
yeah,
you know, like at least you're getting on the board. Like, we have all these other runners that don't have, you know, they don't have times up yet, so it's like,
yeah.
you know,
yeah,
at the bare minimum.
I mean, to be fair, he is like what's the word? He's the underdog for sure. Like he is the, I guess, the lowest rated, or the player here with the highest PB overall. But like, still, I mean, you know, even though he's got the highest PB, like it's only what, like 40 seconds behind today. Like, so it's not,
man.
It's not a huge difference. It's not like he can't pull out an upset. So, and getting a time on the board and then not having to worry about it, be able to kind of focus on trying to get a better run. Will be nice going ahead. Ooh, very nice backup there from Ouija on those wall kicks.
All right, Blue Bob.
Nice.
Clutch it out for sure.
Yeah, obviously I'm gonna be cheering for my boy Blue Bob. Gotta rep my fellow countrymen. So
I was gonna say he's the oh no.
that was a little scary, but you know.
Oh no. Okay. Oh god.
I'm just not gonna say anything. Don't worry. And so meanwhile, on Simply's screen.
Yeah, right. Blue Bob, the Canadian representation. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's the highest rated Canadian player on SRC, right? So.
Oh yeah, I didn't really think about that. Well, I guess on 120 star, yeah.
Yeah, specifically talking 120 and 64. I mean, I guess obviously you do have kind of a pretty good Canadian player in that 16 star and even 70 star now category.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah.
You could call it that.
Yeah.
Casual 47 in like 5 days. 16 star world record.
Yeah. You know, 14 4x.
Yeah.
Really.
Not a big deal.
Nobody's ever heard of that kid. Up and comer though.
I remember making fun of people for losing to him in races like 2 years ago. And I was like, that aged so horribly. I'm like, you lost to a kid. Like, you know what I mean?
Well,
Like...
I remember a tournament where I think it was like Stommer beat him, and like that was like a long time ago. Now I'm thinking back and I'm like, damn, like this kid's like world record, like amazing now. Like back then it was like he was just some kid in tournaments. That was like when I was new to this thing, and it's like, yeah, he was significantly better than me, but like, he's hovering around.
There'd be the 142 clutch there for Blue Bob.
Yeah, nicely done on the throws.
Yeah.
I specifically avoided talking about how that thing would end because, commentary curses are my specialty. But Blue Bob going to be pulling out a slightly better than average run. Very nicely done. So 142.40 on the board. Again, going to put him in third, but, at least getting that run out of the way. Meanwhile, heading over to Simply's screen for HMC 100. A lot of fun. Very tough stage. Especially this section here. Very easy to make a mistake.
So again, GG's to Blue Bob. Absolutely great stuff there.
Yeah.
Love it.
Honestly, like, again, like all these players, have like 140 or below, but like a 142, like it can't be understood. That's still like top 40 time in the world. Like that's right. Like, and for Blue Bob, that wasn't even like that was 2 minutes away from PB, and that was like, a really, really good run for most everyone. So
it's definitely easy to lose sight of like the fact that while that's not a time that's going to win this event, that's still better than like 99% of the people that will ever play this game. So
for sure, I have a 214, so I
I retired with a 150, man. Like like it's hard. Game's hard, dude. Game's hard.
Yeah.
Nice BLJ there from Simply. Oh, unfortunately didn't. I thought he was going to kind of catch that first BLJ there, but still only had two.
2 extra BLJs, really washed up.
Oh, and he's gonna go for the triple jump. Man, it's so crazy to watch how consistent this stuff becomes. When that
Yeah,
came out, like I feel like everybody was like, man, how do I do this? How do I do this? Like, and now it's just like nothing.
Well, like a lot of the stuff too. Like I mean, like for instance, the DDD lag reduction strats to do those stars before boarding Bowser sub and all that. DDD 73, I guess, would be a good way to describe it.
Yeah. DDD 73. Yeah.
Like those strats and stuff. Like when that came out, I remember thinking stuff like that, and like people will just like put in the time to get everything consistent. There's a reason this game is like been pushed so far. It's just like the community has just gone so we're all out. Yeah, simply with a very nice HMC 100 and a very nice clip there for Toxic Maze. Meanwhile, Blue Bob pulling out the Fire Sea Reds practice.
Yeah,
you hate to see that it's necessary, but you love to see it. He's looking. He knows what went wrong, and he's just like, okay, let me just clean that up again. It's not hard. I just gotta get back in the field, and then hopefully get into some more runs.
I think that shows a lot about Blue Bob as a runner, right? Like he's not like, oh, that was a fluke. Like I'm actually good at this thing. You know what I mean? Like he's got that like. That kind of level of like, okay, like I'm not invincible. I do have to practice this, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's Fire Sea Reds is not like the hardest thing, but it's still not easy, right? So. Yeah, I think that's kind of like a trap a lot of people fall into is they wind up exclusively practicing like the harder things. And then some of the ones that are more routine or you're more used to kind of get under practiced, and then you start making mistakes of those ones in runs. So definitely gotta keep up on everything. But yeah,
Right. We got a
Luigi
couple other
in the
runs.
basement.
Yeah, I was gonna say
she's
Luigi's in the basement.
She's coming up soon on the basement. Liam's in the basement. So hopefully we get some good runs going. And Punky and Dide are gonna race themselves.
Whoa, Simply's going for the slightly different, more optimized metal cap, and Blinkless, no problem. It's crazy that like to think about the fact that Simply is still able to play at this level and hold his own with everyone else, despite being like an incredibly popular streamer that does other stuff than just Mario 64.
Like and obviously he's what's the word? He's like an incredibly good streamer and like content creator, all that stuff. And then at the same time, he's able to put up these insane times.
Like, where does he find time to practice? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. Like, when you're at that level of streaming and on top of like being a high level at this game, like, when do you find time to like practice? I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy for sure. But obviously, gonna be hoping for a better time. I mean, already put out a 139, so definitely good looking for him today so far. Definitely know that he's capable of better. So we'll see if he's able to pull out 138 even in the event, or just casually pull out a 137. I believe.
Can only hope.
Honestly, if we saw another 137 in this event, that would actually be insane. But
I'm never ruling it out. I'll never rule it out.
I feel like if it was come from anyone, I would say Cheese. Like, assuming, not Liam, but like, just to me, Cheese, he just has that X factor. You can never just count him out of just randomly just.
No,
wait,
exactly.
He already has a 137. But like, what's the word? Just like pulling out like a new like PB or something like. I don't know. He's just clutch, man.
No, he really is. Like he's
But
Remember that one time where it was I think it was like the Blue Haven tournament. It was Punk. I think Punk K was racing Flixer, and they were like in TTC, and someone just comes in the chat. They're like, "Hey," and this is like, mind you, literally, like,
right.
like a day after Cheese started doing runs again, and they're like, "Yeah, Cheese is on record pace, by the way, in TTC." We're like, "What?" Like,
Yeah, that was
yeah.
great. And then like they paused the race like
yeah,
after the thing. And
super
it's
funny.
like everyone's went and watched. Yeah,
So, and
that was,
that was the record. He
great.
lost like 20 seconds in Rainbow Ride and clutched it out at the end.
Yeah.
With a bits gold too. Super sick.
BRB dinner 1 to 2 business days. I sure hope it's not 2 business days. But you know. See. Meanwhile, Cheese has entered the basement, so now we have officially 4 runners in the basement. And good to see. I mean, so far all these runners have been playing pretty well. Been some minor mistakes here and there, but looking like pretty. Oh, Ouija! What a sick save.
Okay.
He lost some time there, but the important thing is he was able to save that. He accidentally clipped the fence and then wall kicked off the like ramp to the start of the pyramid to save that. That was actually so sick. I've never seen that save before. So, I mean, an unfortunate time loss, but you know, not dying is a really big time save. I'm worried about this wing cap, but you do have quite a long time here, so yeah, it looks to be perfectly fine, no problems. Wait, did he get a new wing cap? I feel like he might have. I'm totally out of it, but
Couldn't quite tell, to be honest with you.
I don't know. Like the wing cap, it's deceptively long, I think, and the other ones are deceptively short. You know, like the metal cap and the vanish cap, they don't give you a lot of leeway, whereas the wing cap, it's quite long. So. But yeah. There are 3 runners doing all 3 basement 100 coin stages at the same time, well, excluding DDD. But
Pretty cool.
yeah.
I guess I don't really consider DDD basement. I know some people
Yeah,
do.
it's kind of, well, like it's basement, but it's its own section of basement.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
It's not part of the basement part of the run. It's crazy though, because like the basement 100 coins are like really technical and really hard.
Yeah.
And like just to see these runners just power through them is actually really nice. Oh my goodness. That movement to get all those coins and avoid the fire and everything.
It's scary.
So good, dude. Spicy.
Last reset is at 8 o'clock Eastern. PC's not in the basement.
So I looked away. Did it simply fall down and then lava boost to get back up?
Pretty cool.
I just heard 2 lava things and I look at he's got no health and he's just back up top. I'm like, wait, what?
I mean, there's a reason these guys are the best in the world, right? Like,
Speaking of backups, let's go, dude. All right, nicely done. So simply heading into Vanish Cap. You know, pretty good looking run here. A little bit behind the 139 he was able to put up before, but not too bad, and definitely has the time save later on. So
yeah, you know, like, and the thing is, like, you don't necessarily need to be going for anything super crazy. Like, we're kind of winding down. We have about an hour left. You know, we're we have the 7 to 8 block and the 8 to 9 block, but the 9 o'clock block maybe not going to be utilized fully. So like I said, we're winding down a little bit here, so it's one of those things where we're like, just keep putting out runs. Like maybe you get a lower 139, maybe you can bot Punke, like maybe you can close that gap a little bit more so you come in tomorrow feeling a bit more confident. Definitely doesn't hurt to not have the run today.
Unfortunately, Ouija didn't quite get the triple jump dive over, but not a huge time loss.
Yeah,
like I mean, for Simply here, if Simply finishes this run, we'll still have time to start another one.
Oh no! Wait, what? Oh,
all right.
Goodness. All right, that's fine.
Okay,
everything's fine. Wow.
Yeah, this is such a scary stage, but it's good backup there. So
it's so easy to lose your cool, right? Like like when you're in that position.
Yeah. For sure. It's also interesting too, because it's just like, unfortunately just the way that the wall kicks worked didn't quite make it, but that stupid slide off fortunately was able to slide onto the other elevator, so much preferable to taking a death. Not too bad. Ouija going for reset that. Going for Toxic Maze BLJ. See he was able to pull it out. Oh, dang it. Unfortunate. Did look pretty decent on the speed, but unfortunately didn't make it through the door. So bit unfortunate. As Cheese is going to be heading into HMC as well now. Interesting dive there from Ouija. that was a little high up, but
interesting. We just saw that happen with Blue Bob, earlier in that run that he completed.
I assumed based on the angle that he was going for metal cap, but the dive said more maybe going for the star. But unfortunately, the combo of both didn't work out. A little 2-second time loss, not the end of the world, but still pretty funny. But actually missing the wall kick there. So. Nice looking Christmas Miracle though. Meanwhile, simply just cruising. I totally. I used his name and then I actually just said I was gonna say simply cruising through CCM, like the adjective.
yeah.
Or the adverb. Dude, I don't know. I'm bad at English. I barely passed.
I mean, yeah, you're from Canada. I mean, right? You guys speak French first, right? Do you speak French?
A bit.
Nice.
I used to, but I never use it, so
True.
I mostly lost it. But. Whenever I mention someone, they immediately get cursed. Well, to be fair, if I didn't say anything at all, the outcome would probably be the same. So
maybe. Well, it's 50-50, right? It either happens or it doesn't.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, everything's 50-50.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely can tell Collins is a RuneScape player there. You do some quick math too. What's 99 divided by 2?
It's 92.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Come on.
Fourth.
All right, simply can't miss a coin here.
I love this slide skip. Like
Super
it
cool.
looks so scary. It's really not as scary as it looks.
Yeah.
But it's very neat. I like it. And then the penguin just gets absolutely like starts schmoving when you do it. The rubber banding is insane.
We've seen that destroy some people. So luckily, Simply's chilling.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think this about does it for me. So looks like Warning Track's going to try to hop in, having some internet issues. So we'll see if maybe it's me or someone else that is going to jump in. So I appreciate everybody's time. Volantis, it was a blast, my friend.
It was fun. I shall see you maybe tomorrow. I think.
I think I'm 2 to 3.
No,
I think we
I
have
lied.
a block. Oh, okay,
I lied.
never mind.
I'm not seeing you tomorrow, but
All right, that's cool. We'll link up soon.
I'll never speak to you again.
All right, everybody. We'll have fun and good luck to the runners on the rest of the event. Bye.
I miss Collins. Welcome. Or how are you doing today, Warning Track? Nope. Lost him. Well, that's okay. You know. Hopefully he'll be back any second now, so we shall see. If not, maybe somebody will come join. Oh, Cheese! Unfortunately, missing the red on Metal Cap Reds and gonna be resetting off that. Clearly frustrated with that. You can see the emotion there. She's definitely a very passionate player, so you hate to see the mistake, but you know, you love to see the passion. Are you successfully back?
Do you read me? Copy,
yes,
copy.
There we go.
There we go. Yes.
All right. Welcome.
Apparently, I missed some cool cheese stuff.
You missed Cheese missing a red and resetting. But,
oh, okay. So when you said passion, that was the bad kind.
I was talking about how like what he was showing so much emotion with how disappointed he was.
Yeah. You're right. It could go either way. If all I hear is that he did something passionate, I'm like, well, I mean, I do know.
Unfortunately, not for a good reason there, but you know.
I was gonna say because I remember every time he breaks the world record, he tears his shirt off, which is also.
Yeah. Well, exactly. You know, he's a very emotional player, and like.
Yeah.
It's really something to see. So
I appreciate
taking a reset there, but
it's passionate either way.
Yeah, exactly.
Contrasting with the slippery nips of the world, who we'd like to joke. We like
hits world records, just like okay, cool.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, maybe you'll get a thumbs up if you're lucky. I mean, we like to joke that every time we look at his cam, it could be a still image and we wouldn't know.
Yeah.
How you doing, by the way, Volantis?
I am doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm very excited about this. I'm particularly excited. I mean, you mentioned Cheese playing with the controller tied behind his back, basically showing up how many hours late. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. Not too sure exactly what he had to do, but you know, sometimes things just come up, right? So.
Yeah. But I mean, he's playing with that handicap, and if anyone could win anyway, it might be him.
Yeah. There's a reason. He's definitely like one of the clutchest Mario players of all time. So
I think he'd object to the one of at this point.
All right.
No, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, no, I mean, look, he's a great player. I mean, this lineup, one of the reasons I really wanted to do this today is because just this lineup is insane.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, 7. I had to count there for a second. I was just like, I just about said 5, and I'm like, no, there's way more than 5 people here. But
well, I mean,
7 of the top runners. I mean, I think again, Bob is the highest PB, and he's what 22nd in the world. So
right. That's ridiculous.
And that's including players who might not be as active anymore, or whatnot. So.
I mean, you can see the respect for the runners have for each other based on the fact that only 3 of them have finished. Because the rest of them are saying,
oh, yeah.
Right, if I'm not on like 140-ish pace, why even bother? It's not going to win against this crowd.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You're not going to beat Cheese Simply Liam with a 142.
Right.
But, I know, like, I think Dide was having some controller issues, so if you're one of the maybe like lower seeded players, maybe putting out a run around that time might be enough to maybe push you into above the lower spots, and then you can try and focus on just getting the god run.
Right.
But
yeah, I mean that's kind of what I would expect for a live time attack that is this long. Is that the first 5 or 6 hours at least you probably wouldn't bother with anything, and then I can see Blue Bob like end of the first day thinking, all right, let's get something on the board.
Yeah, and I'm assuming take a dinner break and then come back and try and get a run going at the very end of the day, kind of thing.
Right.
Which not a bad strategy there.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Again, 142, not gonna beat simply Punky, Cheese, Liam. Cheese and Liam, I'm assuming, like they could get runs that fast in their sleep, but also like that's still again an incredibly good run.
It's right. I mean, we're kind of parsing here, but that's kind of what you got to do with this group. But I don't know. I mean, when I looked up and saw 139.37, I've been watching off and on throughout the day just because why not? Yeah. It's amazing. That's a shockingly good time.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's nearly top 10 run. Like that's a very, very good run.
And that's not going to incentivize Liam, Ouija, Cheese, whoever to change what they're doing, because now the gauntlet's really been thrown, and they knew they might need a time like that. They thought they might need a time like that, right? But now it's a fact. Now they know they need a top 10 run to do it, and I don't know. I'm not going to say that's going to stand, but it wouldn't blow my mind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's kind of something like we expect to see from Punky. He's always kind of touted as one of the most consistent runners. He's really good at tournaments. Like we were just talking about in the past session with Collins, there was the Blue Haven tournament. He won that one. Like he was winning tournaments all over the place when he competes in them, just because he's so consistent. So he's the kind of player you'd expect to put out a really solid time, not quite like world record level time, although he could get a world record level time, but like gonna put out that really solid time pretty consistently, whereas the other guys, they're gonna have some better runs and some worse runs. So
well, and some
we'll
of the
see
other
if they're able to pull out those better runs, right?
Right. I mean, you make it.
Oh my goodness!
What do we got?
Squiddle, $333.33. Let's bump this up to hit that goal. Thanks for calling out that donation. I was bad at my job. Speaking of donations,
we're talking strategy.
Speaking of donations, we are raising money for Urban Arts. So for those who would like to know more, Urban Arts offers a multi-year college prep program that teaches students both the arts and technology of video game design, and their senior student teams make their own video games as their final project. So they really good cause here. They help out kids from low income school districts get into video game design. So really cool program. So we're glad to be working with them. Again, any money helps. Do ! Charity to find out more.
I mean, they've sponsored a few events here.
Oh, they've.
I've gotten to know the
huge partners. Yeah.
Oh, of course. And the thing that I always like to say, and I'm just going to say it again, is this is win-win, because it's a charity, it's a good cause, which is reason enough to do it. But on the other hand, we're all gamers here, so you want new, interesting games. We always say, oh, this game's samey, I've played this game before, it's like a copy-paste of this, it's another open world, map icons, whatever. You want different games. Well, the easiest way to get that is to get new people making games. Different types of people, all different types of people, because they're going to make things we couldn't even imagine. And
okay, but let's be honest here. These are the type of gamers who just want to play Mario 64.
That's true. It's a good point.
We want more Mario 64.
Maybe we're looking ahead, right? They're going to make something today that someone will be speedrunning on the Twitch hologram channel in 30 years.
We need more cases to make more ROM hacks.
That's a good point. We are playing a 30-year-old game while I'm talking about new games. But keep in mind, I mean, this is not, what I'm about to say isn't common, but think about Celeste. It's only a few years old, and yet it's a huge part of the speedrunning community.
Absolutely.
It might be rare, but like that can happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The stat that always got me for UA was 100% of their class going on to college compared to 50% of a normal sample. That is insane. 100% is it has speedrunning connotations. This means something else, but this is kind of more impressive.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's rare that like anything gets 100%.
Right.
Like it's so common that like you're always gonna have one or two you know,
Yeah,
for whatever reason, that just don't make it. So
That's no
but,
accident.
Yeah.
If you ever played a multiplayer game, have you ever in your life had 0 ping? No.
No,
It's always
but-
like, even if it's a local network, it's 20 milliseconds. You know. No.
Dang.
Perfect is no accident.
Simply with a really, really good backup there. So he was doing the triple jump and he realized he was gonna miss it horribly and was gonna bonk. Was able to successfully back out and then got it on the second try without falling in the water. So a nice save there. Gonna be coming out of DDD 100. You know, on a pretty good pace here.
Yeah, I mean the backups are just such a huge part of this, and I think I mean I don't run 120, but I certainly imagine from what I watch in it is that you need to have so much in your head. Not only are you doing all these stars and remembering every little thing and every frame perfect maneuver, but you need backup plans for when it inevitably goes wrong too, and that is a lot to keep in your head.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the times, a lot of the backups are basically just, you know, abandon the star, go to get something else, or
Some of them are
just,
simple,
you know,
yeah.
or do the same thing over again. But there are some that are, you know, a lot more specialized and whatnot. So in that case, it was just really quickly bail out of what I'm doing and then go try the strat again. So
Right. Well, some of it's just presence of mind, is like don't panic when something goes wrong, which, you know, it's easy to do that. You're on a good run and something goes wrong and it all falls apart. But I mean, you're never going to avoid mistakes. So you need to be able to react to them calmly.
Well, especially like DDD 100 is such an infamous stage for losing a lot of time. Like, I mean, even in Simply's world record, very nice chip clip there.
Yeah, I was going to say chip clip on
even in
120
Simply's
is
world
not like an
record,
automatic decision.
He lost so much time on DDD 100, and he got world record on that run. So it's just like, it's obviously, you know, that was a while ago, but
yeah,
it just goes to show like there's a lot of stages that are pretty scary, and this is definitely one of them, one of the scariest.
You mentioned consistency, and I think that's a really, really good distinction about what skill actually looks like. Some of the other games I've cast, people have asked, like, who's the best player? And I've said, well, wait a second. Best at their best or best on a given day, right? Like, because there are certain players who might have the highest skill ceiling, but they're a little inconsistent, whereas some other guy, he might not play quite as high, but he plays closer to his best more often. Which means he tends to win a lot more events. And I think that's the name of the game with these live events, is how often do you play near your skill ceiling?
Yeah. Unfortunately, simply missing chip up there.
I mean, going to chip clip at all 120
I'm
is a
incredibly
little
inconsistent and I'm incredibly bad. So that is where it's at.
I've got the big brain thing. I don't even run the game anymore.
You know, that's the strat, honestly. But
too hard. I bounced off it pretty hard. It's a hard game. On the other hand, I realized, hey, it's really fun to just watch other people who are great at it and just enjoy them.
For sure. Yeah. Crazy. I've been going between the 120 star and Sunshine. That's my go-to right now. So
nice.
Trying to get those ones PB'd. But,
staying with Simply here for a bit, and he's been pretty entertaining. And he's abandoning us. Okay.
Is he taking a bathroom break or something? What's he doing?
What was that? Oh boy. I don't know. I didn't think our speed running would involve actual running.
Yeah, that was like I don't know if maybe the door something does get chip clip. So 2 out of 3. I think overall that still loses quite a bit of time from the next one. But
I mean, that's not just me, right? Maybe I'm not up on the latest meta, but I didn't think we'd see a lot of chip clip in 120. I mean, you don't even necessarily see it in 70, and the top runners do it in 16. But you're right; it seems like a bit of a risk.
The one thing about it for 120 is because you're doing it multiple times. You're doing it 3 times as opposed to just 1, so it does save more time if you pull it out, right?
Right.
If you can get it consistent, which I mean, obviously we just saw 2 out of 3 there from Simply. You know, clearly he's confident enough that he can get it consistently enough to save time on average. So.
Right. I mean, you get all 3 great, but 2 out of 3, you're what? Close to breaking even, I want to say, maybe.
I think you're still losing a few seconds because it does push you like up, and then you're having to swim down. It's quite annoying to miss it, but you know.
Plus the 2 seconds he lost getting angry and running around the room to get it out of his system.
Yeah, I don't know what that.
You got to factor that in too.
If I'm not mistaken, I don't think he actually lost time on that.
No,
I think he got back in time to do the save menu. So
it was impressive. It was very impressive. Got to go fast. These are
I thought
always
for a
my
second it
favorite
was
parts
just
of the
like,
run.
oh, maybe at the door, maybe someone at the door, and then it's like, oh, maybe he's running to the bathroom. No, he's just.
I was like, I really hope he comes right back because I
doing
don't
a little
otherwise.
dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a flex otherwise. These are always my favorite parts because the thing I could never do, and one of the reasons I don't run the game is to just get that ridiculous fluidity of movement. You know, the like Olympic stuff like this, where they just flow from one area to the next. You kind of messed up in the beginning, but then they just start flying like this right here. This is so pleasurable to watch, and it's the part I could never do. That's probably why I'm most impressed by it, because we're more impressed by things we can't do.
Well, should still get early Ellie's, so nicely done. Not quite getting lava boost cycle. Going to be losing a little time there, but still not too bad. Good recovery after the slight mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I figure you can get away with it a little more on the 120, because normally you'd want this to be a lot smoother, but
yeah.
Got some
well, I mean,
margin
like
here.
again, you know, Fire Sea is kind of because of the whole cycle thing. As long as you make that cycle, you're fine, right? If you miss that cycle, you're losing a lot of time. So it's all about hitting that cycle. And I mean, you know, again, he hit a later part of the cycle, but he still hit the cycle before the elevator went too far down, so wasn't a big problem.
You mentioned that donation earlier, 333. We don't have a new one yet, but I do want to point out that we're up to $1,344, which is excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. Very good cause.
Yeah. And our goal is 5,000 right now, so we could use some help trying to hit that.
Yeah. Yeah, plus we get to read your possibly humorous username.
Yeah. And possibly humorous donation message, as long as it's appropriate.
Sometimes they, let's just say they straddle that line sometimes. They've tricked me into saying a couple of things, and I don't get too mad because it's for a good cause and I'm willing to look silly for the charity.
Oh, yeah. We encourage terrible puns.
Oh, yes.
If you have any terrible Mario-related puns, please send them in.
I saw Cario earlier when Electric compared Mario to a car. I thought that was good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
We were joking during another cast about how many jobs Mario has had. Just everything. I mean, he's got a medical license for one. He's definitely a world-class Olympian. Might be the fastest man in the world.
I don't know if I've ever seen that strat to get up here by Liam. Like a triple jump off the outside wall and then ledge grabbed. That was I don't know if that's his normal strat or if he was just flexing. Might be a new lag reduction thing that I haven't paid attention to. Or that thing with the balls where you can make Koopa run faster.
Right.
By spawning the balls. There's so much. It still blows my mind. Just this game has been out for so long and people are still finding new things like that.
I know. It doesn't seem to end.
Yeah.
The thing is, because there's always something new, even if it takes years, even if people do discover everything, they're not going to believe it. They're going to keep looking.
Yeah, chat letting me know that it was in fact the balls. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Careful, they might be trolling you. Chat.
I mean, multiple people said it, so.
What I'm really interested in right now is just how aggressive Liam and Cheese are still being with the resets.
And you know you can trust people in chat whose names include like DN or 69. So.
Oh yeah. No, of course. They have our best interests at heart.
Absolutely. Yes.
Super serious people.
They do.
Simply going for the blue coins is looking a lot smoother than he was in IL before, I think. Just a little momentary lapse last time.
Oh, not quite getting the side flip. Does get that coin.
Just as soon as I say it. It never fails, does it?
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, so looking at it, okay, he's comparing against his latest run, which was the event PB. So having that 139.58, so we can see he's slightly ahead of time, and obviously his best possible time is still 137. Obviously, this is not a 137 capable run. Like,
right.
You'd need to play God mode for the rest of it for that to happen. But like, you know, this is still potential to move up into first place pretty strongly if he's able to finish off a clean upstairs. And I mean, Simply has kind of been known for having, like, you know, what's the word? He's had some clean upstairs before.
strong end game.
Going back to the old world record where he did not have the best upstairs door touch time, but was able to get one of the cleanest upstairs to make it. Fortunately, missing one of those coins, so we'll have to kill a Skeeter here for the 100 coin.
Not too bad.
Yeah, not too big a deal.
I mean, look, even if he's not going to get the event best here, I mean, that 20-second gap, that could be worth lowering. I could definitely see
sure,
someone
absolutely.
beating. Yeah, right. Like, even if he could just shave, 10 seconds off, that could be the difference between, $1,000 and 750.
Yeah, absolutely. Every second counts when you're against a field of players like this. So
yeah,
very important.
I mean, they're all very capable, but if I were any of the three who've actually submitted a time right now, I'd be a little nervous. I'd be like, when are the big guys? When are the big names? I mean, they're all big names, but you know what I mean. When are the big names going to actually deign to give us a time here, right? What are they going to swoop in with?
It's crazy that Simply and Punky aren't big names in your mind. No, I'm kidding.
Right, I know.
I know
Right.
what you mean, but
Right, yeah, like 1, 2, 3 in the world, kind of things.
yeah,
and
no, I know what you mean.
Right. If you look up and they have a run that's going, it's a good run, because if it's not a good run, they're killing it immediately. So you're waiting for that for that shoe to drop.
Yeah.
Very suddenly, boom, 139.03 or something.
Yeah, you got the two people who have ever got 137s, and the last two world record holders, they still haven't got a run up. So
right.
Definitely, definitely, you got to be looking out for them. And then obviously Ouija is, not a 120 specialist, but he is arguably one of the most cracked Mario players around, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, to my mind, that's why he's so good at 16, is because he has like this, like you said, cracked, like obsessive sprinting kind of style,
and
where
his movement is like absolutely nuts. It's insane.
Right. He's almost not capable, and I mean this more as a compliment than anything. Almost not capable of like taking his foot off the gas to like make sure he gets the time he's about to get. He just cannot do anything other than the fastest possible thing he's capable of, and that's great for a sprint like 16 star. It's a little harder to maintain here. This is a little more temperament based, I think, a little more even, more of a marathon than a sprint, obviously. But I think that's why he's so exceptional at 16 star, because that's his style anyway, is to just go all out breakneck all the time.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, it wouldn't surprise me to see Ouija like moving up in the 120. Like, if he wanted to put his mind to it and like focus on it, moving up, and to me, Ouija would be probably the next player able to take like all the world records at once. I don't think it's likely, but
Yeah.
I think he would be one that if he wanted to put in the time, I think he could.
I mean, I think that's the nature of most great speedrunners, is that the game sometimes is immaterial. It's the type of person they are. So if they put in the time anywhere, they're going to be great at it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like, this is kind of an era where all the world records are getting incredibly competitive and incredibly like optimized. Like,
yeah,
it wasn't long ago that there had been 114 ever in 16 star. Well, I say that it was actually quite a long time ago now.
Yeah,
I'm flat, but it was like what six months ago or something like that, 6+ months, where there'd been like 116 ever and nothing for like a year, or 114, sorry. And now there's like, we got 1440 and we've got 6 players with 14s. Like,
jeez. Yeah, I mean, you do wonder. I mean, I joked earlier, like, people are going to keep looking for optimizations and tricks, even when we found them all, because we won't know we found them all, obviously.
Yeah.
And people are never going to assume that. But at a certain point, it is going to happen, or at least it'll get harder and harder to shave time. And that's when games tend to be they lose a little popularity in speedrunning, when there's no real developments there, right? But this one, I think people have said that about Super Mario 64 how many times now, right?
Yeah.
Like, thinking it's done, thinking we've basically, worked it for all it's worth, and there's nothing left to happen. And then someone discovers something, and we get 5 more years of insane competition. So I'm a little hesitant, to be the 5th or 6th person to say that and be wrong. But it's got to be true someday.
Yeah. Honestly, like, even if nothing new, like, strat-wise is discovered, there's always going to be room to improve it.
Especially 120. Yeah.
Yeah, especially 120. Like it's
16 maybe, but yeah, 120.
It's incredibly hard to play perfectly throughout that long a period. Even 16 star, like,
Yeah.
you know, you look at the difference between sob and actual PVs, and you know, yeah, it's in 16 maybe it's only like 10 seconds, but still, like, you know, it adds up.
Look at these star counts. Ouija is the only one, I think, who's even close to maybe completing a run up here, other than Simply. Everyone else resetting real hard. Liam with a hard reset. Cheese is sitting at 0. Blue Bob's at 0, back from dinner apparently. Only a couple runners here at the end. Yeah.
Trying to get some BLG or some Dark World happening.
But I mean, with Ouija over an hour in, it seems like he's pretty committed to getting something up here on the board before the end of the first day.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Actually, he might have timed it just off though, because look at this. Like, if he does finish with, you know,
yeah, we're looking at to go another.
Exactly. I think there's like a crucial 5-10 minutes there where he's a little off, where he maybe should have started it, you know, just a few minutes earlier and get one more in, because there's some strategy there for sure.
Yeah, that really makes you think. Like, say we're coming down to the wire and he looks at his time and it's not really one he'd be happy with. Will he reset or will he try and get it on the board, right? Like,
yeah,
say it's like a 141 pace or something.
I think he should think about. I think he should, keep going.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough question, because would he be able to get a better run? Maybe not, but
maybe not. But if you know for a fact you're going to get a 142 or something like that, that's not good enough. You have an entire day tomorrow. I mean, I would be pretty aggressive if I were Ouija. I'd be going hard like I always do. But if I had even one significant mistake now, I'd think about redoing.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my goodness, Simply. Hello. Very close to death, but fortunately it already got all the hits on Wickler.
It's very scary.
That's the problem with the the ground pound strat, is if you're slightly off, you're getting hit and taking damage, but does make it through.
Looking chill too, relaxed. We talked about runners being emotional or impassive or whatever, and I would say Simply kind of in between, at least right now. Looks like a nice even keel. I think that's where you want to be.
Simply, like, I mean, obviously, the famous world record after it happened. Like, you definitely you can tell, like, he does have that emotion, but like, to me, it's not like to the level of Cheese where it's shown quite as much except like at certain breaking points kind of thing.
Sure.
Cheese, it's there. It's just maybe not shown as much, but
looks like Cheese and Dide both with another reset.
And Dide's just taking a quick breather.
Yeah.
Then maybe come back strong and finish off the day.
Ouija's still going.
Yeah.
And Liam's gonna have the same kind of decision here, right? This run, even if it's a good one, will take him past the deadline, so he's gonna have the same kind of choice.
Is that a 103.59 up? I can't see that. I can't read it very well. Let me take a look.
A little hard to see, but yeah.
103.56, I think. Either way, it was a 103 up still, so like it was a high 103, but it was still a 103. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Discord stream isn't quite as high quality for me as the Twitch stream.
Yeah. There's a lot of runners
so I have to pull up the Twitch stream, full screen that. So it's a little more delayed, but then I can get I can see more detail on the timer. So I got to go between them,
As much as I would love to razz you for technical issues, I can't.
Well, it's not a technical issue. It's just, obviously, I can see all the gameplay on the Discord stream perfectly fine. It's just the really small text of the timers, right? There's so much stuff fitting on there.
We do have another donation. Sophie, $20, says, always love these SM64 events. You and me both. We all do. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Sophie. Simply breezeless. Easy. Not even worried about it.
Nope. Well, sometimes the easy stars, those are the ones you do on autopilot, and you don't think about them enough. I was casting a 70-star event, and someone missed it, twice in a row. And
okay, I was saying he did it easy. In no world is breezeless easy.
Okay, all right. I was like, is he serious? I'm gonna go with it. Just go with it.
It's a tough. But
star. I mean, I don't mean, I'm saying easy stars in general, though, right? The ones that actually are easy, like they can sneak up on you. because they're the ones you don't think about.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
In sports, they call that like a look past, where you've got a big game coming up, but there's someone you're supposed to beat in front of it, and you don't take them seriously enough because you're looking ahead to the next game, and that can be a mistake.
Yeah, for sure.
I love simply doing what I always call the check chat. He maybe he's checking chat, maybe he's not, but it always looks like that between stars. What are people saying?
Well, I mean, like we were saying earlier, simply he's not just a Mario runner, especially anymore. He's primarily, he's a full-time streamer, content creator. Obviously, he's much more about the chat and the interactions and all that stuff and the community, as opposed to just oh my goodness,
oh dear,
as opposed to just the best runs. So while pulling out these good runs, unfortunate mistake there.
Oh
and
no,
and gonna miss the.
And he's mouthing "wow" over and over again. I'm not much of a lip reader, but I know what that is. That is wow, wow. Oh man, but he's he's not freaking out. Still going.
That's a significant time loss, but again, he can still pull out uptime to bot Punk A, even with that, or he could pull out. It's going to be very tough to bot Punk A, but he could still pull out, a couple seconds off his event PB. So
yeah, and as long as he can, he probably will. But he's got half an hour to decide here.
Well, even if he finishes this run and it doesn't PB, like it doesn't event PB, as long as it's close, he should still have time to finish the run,
right.
and then start another one up.
He's timed it really well.
Maybe if it's looking like it's going to be dead, maybe call it a few minutes early so he can take a quick breather, get a drink, something like that. Before
run around the room, yeah.
Do another run, yeah. Do a quick run around the room.
Do another lap. I mean, it's an underrated part of it, right? Timing everything, making sure that run starts, over 90 minutes, about 100 minutes before the deadline if you can, and acting accordingly if it doesn't go well enough. We were worried about a meltdown there for a second, though, but, it wasn't good, but it could have been a lot worse. He did recover. It did not compound and, fall apart the way we've seen it sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. A minor... okay, it was more than minor. It was a pretty major mistake there. I believe that was Monkey Cage, right? That he was on?
I think so, yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, okay. So, again, a bit unfortunate, but does have that attempt now. If he's able to finish off cleanly, get a clean monkey glitch, should be in still decent form.
And Ouija seems pretty committed to this run too, although he doesn't have to make a choice either way yet.
Yeah.
There's Dide. Back in the castle. Back at it.
Yeah. The downside to LBLJ is it's so hard to get a run going because you got that hard trick right at the beginning. You're going to be going for. I mean, the beginning of the run is obviously full of a lot of reset heavy stuff. Womps is always a tough stage.
And there's just less cost,
especially when you're going for the strats these guys are going for.
Yeah.
You're going for Pro Cycle. You're going for. I don't think anyone's going for Salt in 120 really, but
Fair. I mean, I think I would imagine some of them. I mean, I didn't see those points in the runs earlier, but I would imagine some of them would because of that natural backup, down the hill to the side. But
I feel like I think I saw Ouija going for texture.
Okay. I was gonna say Ouija's the one person I thought might do.
Yeah, it's like a might,
Yeah, because his his conversion percentage on at least 16 is shockingly high.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's it might be like a kind of various points in the event you might go between the things, right? Like if you're at a point where you've got a good time down and you kind of just want to go for as good as possible, you're gonna maybe pull out some of those more cracked strats. Whereas if you're at a point where you don't have a run on the board and you kind of just need to get something going, maybe you're just gonna go for the texture, one that's a little more guaranteed, maybe not quite as fast, but
It's just that is one of the more straightforward backups, it feels like, in the early game. So my question is always, if you miss it and take the backup star, I forget the name of it because there's too many of them. That's right, thank you. It's like there's a color involved, I'm pretty sure. But like the question is always then, do you do it again, right, after you've already missed it? Because that's the one you can't miss. That's the one where you're losing more than a second or two.
Yeah. Well, and see, like in like 16, for instance, I mean, obviously, if you're going for like world record level now, you miss salt, you reset basically. But
Right.
you know, it was always the whole you can miss salt once and then try it again. But and like even if you miss it once and then try it again, you're basically even, right? Versus just doing the
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, like in 120, again, it kind of depends on the mindset. Kind of depends on where you are.
I mean, it seems like this group in particular, because they're so good, they gravitate towards the tougher strats, especially early. I mean, they seem perfectly happy to reset in the first 10 minutes over and over again. So why not? You know, anything that's risky in the beginning, you are incentivized to go for because it's the beginning. So, and they seem to have absolutely taken that to heart.
Like we were talking about earlier, Sicko Kick.
There it is.
If that was a lobby star, we'd probably see it much more often.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is 100. That's not bad. We're getting there. We're getting real close. And these last ones come fast and furious.
Except SL100s. We'll see if the RNG plays nice with Simply here. Oh, very nice start with that coin bag RNG. All right. So very good RNG to start off. We'll see if that sticks around.
It'd be really nice to close strong here.
Yeah. This star is just always just so brutal. Like it's just so much like it's nothing you can do about it. You just have to hope that things go well. I mean, obviously, the better you are, the more adaptability you'll have and whatnot, and like kind of set those up. I'm actually missing that coin, so there's the backup coin. Not going back for it. Not gonna have a spare. So missing one more coin will mean going and killing the fly guy or no man. But we'll see. Everything else looking good from Simply.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are inching closer to that 8 o'clock deadline. That is a deadline for anyone who doesn't know. 8 o'clock to start new runs. So a lot of these runners are going to have big choices coming up in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. And then potentially, yeah. And not what that coin fell through, so he couldn't get it. Unfortunate. So he's gonna have to get a backup coin here, maybe from the fly guy. No, gonna be going for the snowman. Yeah,
it's always painful.
Unfortunate, but you know, like it still wasn't that bad. Like honestly, everything else went pretty well. So you know, just a quick snowman kill at the end. That's not the end of the world. Yeah. I believe, again, Ouija had like a high 103 up, so still a very solid pace. Potential to move into, you know, third, maybe even bop Simply or Punky with a really good upstairs, but we shall see. Meanwhile, Simply definitely losing a few seconds there, but again, not too bad. You know, still 139 pace heading into Tippy. So
yeah, this actually could be really tough because if he's at a pace right around,
I don't think this is bot Punky pace. Like you need to play really well to bot Punky.
Right. But I mean, if it's like right around, can I even knock a few seconds off my own time? It's a really tough choice about whether or not you reset once more. And you know, that choice might be informed by, hey, I'm tired. Like, so it's not just do I want another run, but how likely is that run to be one of my best runs here at the end of a marathon day? And you know, some players thrive on that, but I would say your average person probably losing a little something, you know, 7 hours in.
Yeah. I mean, fortunately for Simply, was able to get Wilco clip. Let's took a few BLJs to catch on the stairs, but very nicely done. Gonna be doing this this short angle shot. Very nice grab and perfect looking. Beautiful. I love that strat. It's so tight, but it looks so cool.
Yeah. Kind of skips off the cloud.
Ouija nailing Breezeless as well.
We used to joke on 16-star casts in particular. They'd say, "What's Ouija's pace?" And we say, "It's always good because the moment it's not good, he resets. So you don't even. We'll let you know when he gets closer, but it's always a good pace."
Yeah, very, very, very nice cloud there from Simply. Like, actually insane. So, as you can see, lost, what, 2 seconds to gold there? Or 1 second to gold?
Yeah.
1.5, so.
He needs it. You could see some red there on the splits. You know, he's... there was a few mistakes in there, but...
yeah, but like, again, looking at the best possible time, like, you know, there's 40 seconds to lose. In order to get an event PB. Obviously, less than 20 seconds to lose if you want to bot Punke. So it's theoretically possible if everything goes well, but very, very nice triple jump there.
He just seems like he's rounding into shape. Like he's just looked really good in the last 10 minutes or so. And sometimes you just find a groove. And if it happens, you know, down the stretch when you need it most, hey, all the better.
Yeah. And obviously, we would like to see clean ending. Oh, unfortunately missing the coins, not quite getting the ideal movement there, and didn't get the safety red, so definitely needed those coins. But you know, not too big a deal.
Just a little momentary blip.
Yeah, a couple seconds and missing that coin, unfortunately.
Yeah. These are the things that add up. I mean, you say can give 40 seconds or 20 or whatever, but
yeah,
one here, one there. There's so many things to do. It adds up real quick.
Ouija unfortunately missed the monkey, but we'll take him over to the mountain, and that looks good. Nicely done on the monkey glitch. Always a scary one. Did Simply enter? Oh, never mind. I was looking at the wrong hand. I was like, did he enter like too late for stop time? Oh, moving reds. Let's go. Getting him out of the way early.
When we played this game growing up, we had no idea the clock entry affected anything at all. We were oblivious. And when I first heard that from speedrunning, because that's the people who care about it, I'm like, wait, what? Really? Felt so silly. I mean, I would just run into it.
Random what it was.
Yeah, I just ran into it every time. I don't think about it.
Yeah, that was an incredibly clean moving reds though. Very, very nice. You love to see it. Simply, honestly, you know, he's on a good pace right now. Like, again, this has potential if everything goes well for the rest of it to bot Punke, but it's very tight for that. But to save some time off of his event PB, move up and kind of solidify himself into second a little bit more.
Yep.
Definitely quite possible. So we'll see. I mean,
it would just be a great way to end the day too. I mean, to carry that momentum, that positivity into the next day. I mean, it's a frustrating format. You know, back-to-back 8-hour days, and you need something to carry you forward. And I think that would be a hell of a way to go out if he can just play like 10 more clean minutes. And the last few minutes have been really good, so he is hitting his stride, I think, at the right time.
Yeah.
I would say like this. So this stage in particular, this is where you want to play hot, because the downside of messing up is pretty massive. If you're going to play well here.
And I mean, he's done all of the moving stars. Only has moving bars left. It's funny that's like the star that we do stopped. Yeah. Time jumps on moving bars, we do stopped. And stop time for red coins, we do moving. Now,
that's like, a good point.
We got to be backwards speedrunners. But yeah, like finishing all those moving stars perfectly, like literally flawless. Like it was very, very nice. Okay, not literally, but you know, you could have maybe done a slightly better frame thing. Why do I talk?
I don't know.
I was not talking about his TTC. I was talking about his moving stars. So I still have not done anything negative.
That's not on you. Don't worry.
Yeah, that it's always on me. Don't worry. I'm willing to take the blame.
But I mean, if we want to get real serious about caster curse stuff, let's be honest. What's really going on is we talk about them doing well when they've done well for a really long time, and the longer you do well, the more likely it is you're going to have to make some kind of mistakes. So you know, just math, people. My fault. Just math.
But yeah, so like we saw there, that was 15 seconds down the drain to golds. So at this point, bopping Punke is looking very unlikely. 5 seconds to play with, so we need the rainbow ride of dreams here.
5 seconds to play with and about 15 minutes
that's
to
not
reset.
the rainbow ride of dreams. You hate to see that. That was a bit of an interesting attempt at Lacti Bounce.
We are getting very, very close to reset time, decision time for a lot of these runners.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Simply bounced off the wrong side of Lacti. You're supposed to bounce off the top of him, not the bottom. But, you know, see if he's able to correct that for the next one.
Well, that's the question. Will the next one be in 15 minutes, or will it be tomorrow? I think he's pretty committed to this run, unless it goes very, very badly. Why'd I say that out loud?
That's a really interesting Lacti Bounce setup. Like, it's kind of similar to the glitchy wall kick one, but, like, I guess a little easier wall kick. Does make it through, so gonna be going at a hopefully, or probably hundreds next. You would assume. Only makes sense.
Ouija's coming up on 100.
Yeah. Ouija, unfortunately, had some trouble with, I believe it was the top of the snowman's head, but a few seconds lost. Simply getting one of those coins. So we'll have one coin he's able to miss from like the Lakitu, but we'll either have to get an extra red or, you know, if he misses one, get a bob-omb. Ooh, Ouija struggling with the hardest star in the game. Slightly ironically, but slightly unironically. Deep freeze. It's such an easy star, but it's also
I was gonna ask
easy
you,
star mistake.
Explain the ironic and the unironic. Like, what specifically?
So that star, like, unironically, just gives me so much trouble. It is by far one of the easiest stars in the game, but it's also a star that if you mess up the timing of it, you can it just starts trolling you, and you just keep messing it up, and it just gets in your head. You know?
So easy, but if you mess it up, a lot of downside.
It's so easy. It's literally you just triple jump and then jump dive. But
And
also, it's so easy to just get in your head, and then you're just like, okay, well, now I'm screwed.
You get the yips, as they say.
Granted, messing up on that star, it's like not a big deal. You're losing, you know, a few seconds here or there, but
cracking your confidence is a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't be second guessing your movement. Like, you're not gonna make it. I mean, like I said, the simplest ones, man, they can be the most treacherous. They're the ones you don't think about. I mean, look, if you're up against, you know, tight times, if you're up against a tough star, you get the adrenaline rush. Like, how could you not? You don't get that with an easy star, which means there's less focus.
Yeah. Looks like Blue Bob stream must have gone off. Maybe he decided no more runs for the day. You know, call it a little early if nothing was going well at the end, so you'll get more of him tomorrow.
Everyone, this is for charity. This is for the Urban Arts, which offers... Sorry, we get a little distracted by stars.
They
offer a multi-year college prep program to underprivileged students in New York. It's both the arts and technology of video games. I like that. It's not just coding. It's not just art. It's all of it. It's a holistic program about making video games from soup to nuts, which I think is such a cool, holistic way of approaching the topic, because that's what video games are. You know, it's not just an art, and it's not just a technical form. It's absolutely both, and that's what makes them so special. And Urban Arts focuses on that.
Yeah. So while we were discussing that, Ouija actually did miss a coin earlier on. So there is the one backup coin. So we'll need to get all the coins from this last spin drift. Hopefully they play nice. And yeah, it looks pretty good. So maybe finishing off SL100s and moving up to Tippy. As Simply finishes off Rainbow Ride 100s. Nicely done. And Ouija, honestly, on a very similar pace to what Simply was into Tippy.
Yeah.
124.54, 125.13. So actually ahead of Simply into Tippy by about 20 seconds. So.
Funke with a clean bomb clip, no surprise there. But we are, again, 10 minutes until gut check time.
Yeah. We'll see if Simply's able to... I mean, that was very nicely done. Obviously, a few of the quote-unquote easier stars left in the stage. Especially with pro movement, they're not easy at all. But maybe easier than Lakitu Bounce. I think most people would agree. Well, maybe not even easier, but like less likely to mess up. You know, very easy to mess up Lakitu Bounce. Like Lakitu slightly messes you up. Oh, speaking of, simply with the dustiest rollout imaginable, but does just run into the fence a little bit to get the speed back up and save it. So nicely done.
I mean, like in some cases, the stars can be easy unless you try to run them at breakneck pace, which they do. So sometimes, sometimes they make them, if they're too easy, they don't let them be easy. They find some harder way to do it, like deliberately, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, that's what I like about 120 star too. Is like it's not in 16. It's like you really do just have to sprint, and you can't really take anything slow. With 120, it's a calculation. What risks do I want to take for speed? Because it's not a no-brainer. You should probably not do absolutely everything as fast as you can in 120.
Right.
So, you gotta play it safe sometimes.
Simply, if Simply ties the bits gold, will bop Punkay.
Oh my god.
So if Simply plays on par with the best bits he's ever done in a run, or does better, could move into first place. So it is possible.
That's still pretty crazy. I mean, you were saying like 10, 15 minutes ago, you're like, he would have to go, crazy. He'd have to run almost perfect. And and that was right around the time he started to play really, really well.
I mean, honestly, a very good tippy so far from Simply.
Yeah.
There were a few small mistakes here and there, but as you can see, 3 seconds up on the last run, and there was about 20 seconds time save in bits. So if he's loses a few seconds, unfortunately won't be able to bot Punkay, but could still bring that time down. And again, Ouija entered Tippy slightly ahead of Simply's pace here. So
right, he could
definitely
be one of those things where Ouija is about
be worried, right?
Right, Ouija could be about to bop him at his current time, but right before that he puts up a lower one. I mean, that can be very frustrating too if you're someone like Ouija too. You think you're about to take second and it's third, but we'll see. It all matters.
Not the best elevator cycle there, unfortunately, but still.
Oh! Sorry, I'm getting a little nervous. I'm getting a little nervous.
I think I know. Fine. Yeah.
It was just closer than I was ready for. I'm so ready for this to go wrong.
No worries. And that was a very, very clean bits in the pipe. Going for throws. 3 clean throws, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That will be potential to move him up.
I have PTSD, post-traumatic star disorder. It's my fault. I'm working on it. Going to meetings.
I think my favorite 120 star moment was from the 602 race. So it's a multi-Mario race. You do 120 stars in 64, 120 shines in Sunshine, and 120 stars Galaxy 1, 242, and Galaxy 2. Speaking of, Simply nails it. Let's go. Anyway, the guy gets 119 stars, forgets the last red, jumps in the pipe.
Oh, God. Don't even tell me that. I don't want to hear that. Wow,
I didn't
that
want
last
to talk
one,
about
man.
the throws, because if I talked about the throws, they would have missed.
Oh my god.
Simply will not bot Punkay 1 second off.
Oh my god.
But that was a very, very good run. Simply will move up, still stay in second place.
And he can do one more run if
nice
he wants.
improvement.
I don't think he's going to do one more run, but maybe. I don't know.
I wouldn't, but we'll see.
Oh
he's got
my
like 8 minutes to decide, so.
Now think back over the last 20 or 30 minutes to how many times something happened and you said, it's like a second. He lost like a second or two.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, again, 1 second behind Punkay now.
Oh my god.
Like, just goes to show how incredibly close this can be.
Yeah. And by the way, immediately when we cut to Ouija, I mean, this is absolutely no disrespect to Simply or anyone else other than Ouija for that matter, because right off the bat you can tell it's Ouija. The way he flings Mario around the stage, it just doesn't look like anybody else. I feel like I could spot Ouija's gameplay without the username most of the time.
Well, so funny you mentioned that, actually. There was that was sick movement there.
He's frantic,
there was a game show put on by Aussie Adam, and it was basically like, oh my god, dude. And it was like guess the PB, so and oh my god, Ouija.
Oh no. This is what happens
anyway.
though when you bring yourself around. Yeah, but please go ahead.
Yeah, so it was like guess the PB based on some gameplay from them.
I'm sorry, you're not gonna get to finish this story for a little bit.
Please. Anyway, my point was, he put in Siglemic's PB, like a moment from Siglemic's PB, and the movement was just like so unique and like so very like, you know, obviously. So the person like playing immediately knew it was like, hey, that's Siglemic. That's a 143, and it was like. It was like, all right, you know, like
it's weird how much personality can come out of the same movement set from player to player.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're right. But like you look at Luigi, and it's like it's characterized by just constant little Mario sounds and constant little flips and kicks. Like sometimes you're wondering whether or not they're necessary, but like it's never just run straight or jump straight for a while. It's just constant input.
Yeah. A 139 from Luigi unfortunately died with that. That's such an uncharacteristic. No, I mean I say that, but like
it's the way you play.
I've seen that star. Like I've seen that star kill runs before.
Yeah,
I've seen that star kill. I want to say it was the 70 star break the record.
Oh wow!
I think it was Benji with like world record pace into that star, and then just like bonked there or something. But like, yeah, like it's one of the easiest stars in the stage, but like it's just so, you know, again, Tippy is very, very tough.
Well,
very demanding.
You need to talk about, for every star you have two axes to consider. One is difficulty and one is downside, which is to say there can be an easy star, but if you miss it, you're falling a long way. And what I think the correlation there, the downside correlates very highly to how vertical the level is. It's a very vertical level, so if you miss one jump, guess what?
Yeah. Well, or in cases that are levels like Dark World, you know, you make a mistake,
Cycle, yes. Yeah. Yeah, Cycle's definitely being the other big one.
Chat's informed me I was wrong. I'm confusing something else then. I think it was from that event, but I'm pretty sure somebody like bonked on that thing and fell down and lost a world record run. Pace run. But anyways, yeah, no, like there's you're right. Like, I mean, unfortunately on that one, it's one of those things where sometimes you just get locked in a bonk thing and you just fall backwards off one thing, then backwards off another, like in the bonk thing. It's the worst feeling if you're like falling downstairs or something. Unfortunately for Ouija, it just happened there. I mean, still has potential to get a low 140 pace here. So still a really solid run. And speaking of, looks like Simply did decide, you know what, to pull out another run.
Wow. Well,
So-
I mean, maybe just go nuts. Try every little
I mean, it
strat,
doesn't
and if
hurt,
it
right?
falls
Like,
apart,
you might as well just try.
Yeah, just quit. Well, also, Chad, with one more decent donation, you can get us to over 1,400 for the first day. We're sitting at 1,364 still, and it is for a great cause. Urban Arts, underprivileged students learning game design. Coolest idea in the world. Do it. Make it happen. Use your silly username. Make us read it. We don't mind.
Otherwise, we'll make you feel bad, or we'll like try to shame you.
Yes.
Well, no, I will at least.
I can either confirm or deny that the money will go directly towards teaching puppies how to make games. I'm not claiming that. I'm saying it may be true.
Dang.
May not.
I gotta enroll my dog in that school.
I just want them to think about puppies while they're considering donating. It doesn't matter if puppies are involved. Just have puppies on the brain.
Or if you're a cat person, you can think about kitties instead.
That's fair. Yeah.
Either one is acceptable. We like both here. So.
Yes, we do. I have a dog and 2 cats, and they're all rescues, and I love them to death.
Oh yeah.
You got any pets?
My cat is sleeping right next to me. I left my dog upstairs because she's too crazy when interacting with the cat. And I'm like, well, if I'm gonna be doing this, I don't want her to be trying to chase the cat around and causing too much noise. So.
Don't they know it's a live time attack? Come on.
I know, right?
Speaking of, 2 minutes. 2 minutes until reset time. Last chance for a lot of runners here to decide if this run has any potential or not. Or if they have the energy for another one regardless.
Yeah, I think this is going to be probably Dide's last one, unless he fails Lacti skip.
I was going to say, yeah. This is all or nothing right here. Does he make it? Yes! I guess this is the run. Let's go. Punky cannonless too, so there's a nice little break point.
I guess LBOJ is a thing that is pretty oftenly failed.
Yeah, Punky's cannonless, nice and smooth too. I mean, why not right before? But we are getting perilously close to the cutoff, which means there could be another hour and 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, true,
potentially, probably not that much, but it's possible.
absolutely.
I think the real question is how many of these guys are going to finish out a bad run at the end just to have a score on the board at the end of day one.
Yeah. Oh
no.
my goodness. I
Oh,
got a
dear.
message, my phone buzzed, looked at it, and then all I see that is dead. That's unfortunate.
Vertical levels.
Sonic Gordon. Let's go, my dude. $50 donation. Asking
Wow.
chat, someone match me. Sonic really wants to hit the 1400 mark. We actually did hit it.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're only $85 away from the $1,500 mark, chat. Wink,
Right.
wink.
If someone matches Sonic, we're going to be on the cusp of 15, and that's the kind of the unofficial goal we were thinking of here in chat for a little while. At least on day one. I know day two is going to be crazy. It always is. Oh, $10 from Anonymous, too. We're getting up there. Another donation or two, and we will hit 1,500 for the day. That would be epic, guys.
Yeah.
Very good. Ouija, you know, he's sticking with it anyway. His death came right around the cutoff, but he might have also decided if he's not positive it's before the cutoff, then, you know.
Plus, you know, I mean, like, still, I don't think it was too big of a time loss. It was, you know, still potential 140 pace, maybe below 141. I'm not too sure exactly.
Yeah, I think he's going to finish
we
this
shall
one.
see.
I mean, you do need to. I think you need to finish them sometimes anyway, because what you don't want is to be on a great run, and then you get to the end and you haven't been playing it at all. You're not getting any practice in even. I'm serious, right? Like, because you get the most practice on the first 20 minutes, the places you reset the most early on. That's the stuff you get down. I think it helps to have kind of run through all this, reminded yourself, got a little muscle memory built up, so that when you have a good run going, maybe on day two, you're not coming at the whole second half of the run for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, we have hit $1,500.
Oh my god, that was quick.
Let's go. W.
Puppies and kitties. Oh, I see what happened here. Okay, first of all, the sound defense has matched Sonic Gordon. He says challenge accepted. Excellent. And then Volantis, probably you, right? You're not being impersonated here?
It's
No.
the other one.
She says something nice about the casters in your message then, instead of AO with a question mark. Anyway, I'm gonna say, great job, chat. I think the puppies and kitties work.
Let's go, dude.
Oh man, I mean, catching the BLJs, immediately in a
I
run
love
that's already
that.
done
That's
with.
such a Ouija thing to do. It's
I know.
It's not faster.
I-
It's just swag.
We used to joke about in 16 Star in particular that when Ouija screwed up in the beginning of the run, that's when his best runs came, because it's like he'd used up all his mistakes, and like the ones when he started hard, he always lost those in the second half.
Watching Ouija do any star in the game, like I don't think there's a single star that I don't watch Ouija play and just am amazed by like how clean he can, like clean the movement is.
Yes.
It's actually cracked. Dude.
I just don't understand why I can tell it's him, because they're all controlling the same character with the same move set. And yet it always looks different somehow.
Oh my god, dude.
That's the thing. It's also exciting because you know it's him. You know it's him, so he's gonna almost fall off things. He's gonna have 3 unnecessary ledge grabs every time because he's flying at everything. It's just amusing to watch because you don't know what's going to happen next.
All right, we are 140 pace in the pipe. Sorry, dude. That was
pretty wild. We are at 1524, everyone, by the way. Excellent job, chat. Don't have to stop there, and you're definitely going to want to keep it going tomorrow. There's a 1-for-1 for Ouija. You know that whole thing, dance like nobody's watching?
Dang,
Play
dude.
Super Mario like you're Ouija.
Ouija kicked.
Yep. Oh no! I was like, I don't think
okay,
so.
It's okay. The 140 is still alive.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Oh no.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh, it's all
How about that local sports team getting off the top? Okay, he did it.
My local sports team is the Pirates, and they're terrible. Not
I'm
Penguins.
Canadian, so my local sports team. I was obviously talking about hockey.
Oh well, hey, Penguins. I'm from Pittsburgh, so
Oh, well,
yeah.
they might be advancing.
Crosby's out tonight, so we'll see. These people in chat are like, "What is this? Sports without the E? I don't want to hear it. Not interested."
Okay.
All right, so that's gonna do it for Ouija. It's not what he hoped, but to be perfectly honest, with all the mistakes we saw at the end, to still have a 140-48, it kind of shows how fast he was moving every other time.
Yeah. Well, that was, obviously a very good finish. Unfortunately, not quite. Sorry, let me rephrase that. A very good run. Unfortunately, not quite the finish he was hoping for. You know, the Death and Rainbow Ride, a bit of a mishap in the throws and whatnot.
Liam's looking all right here, huh?
Yeah. Liam's always pretty good. Well, I think that is it for me then. Collins is coming back to take over. It has been fun. Enjoyed it.
Pleasure as always.
As soon as Collins comes back, I'll take off, I guess.
In your own time. We love having you here.
Well, I just want to avoid Collins, you know. It is.
You two can't be in the same room together. So literally, you're gonna leave in a second later.
Except for before you came, where we were in the same room together for an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Have we ever spotted them together?
I mean, we weren't really talking as much about Mario. We started just talking about RuneScape. So
I mean, that's
probably keep us away. All right, hand you over to Collins. See you later, guys. Have a good one.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Oh. Sure if we lost you for a second there, morning track.
I was gonna say I don't know anything about RuneScape. I hope that's okay.
No, it's unacceptable actually.
Well, maybe you could teach me on stream.
You have to watch me in Cheese and Pity.
There we go. I assume you were watching the end of Ouija's last run there.
Yeah, that was a great way to end it there. Honestly, I was really excited for him there. It was pretty solid run and nice ending. So, you know, right before the cutoff too. So that was always nice to kind of get one good one before it ends. So happy for Ouija for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to tell where he stands. Obviously, you know, half the field hasn't bothered to complete a run yet. I imagine a lot of them are going to here though, one way or the other, unless it goes real bad.
Definitely Liam's on quite a pace right now, so this is really cool to watch, and this is always how it is. It's always the last couple of runs that end up being some of the greatest, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think that is? Do you think it's just pressure, knowing it's your last chance, and just great players rise to the occasion, or just because they're practiced after a long day?
Honestly, I think it's just kind of it's the make or break, like kind of do or die sort of thing. So they kind of continue. They let things. They let mistakes that that would normally bug them not bug them as much, so they can kind of continue the run and kind of have a better mindset, I guess. Because a lot of these mistakes that these guys reset over are really not that large of a deal, most of the time at least. So you know, when they don't allow them to kind of they don't allow themselves to get tilted, or they don't allow themselves to reset after a run or a mistake that they think would normally reset to. I don't know. They kind of end up evening out in the end, I feel like.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's a good point. And not just that, but you got to realize when you can reset, you're actually dedicating some of your brain power. Instead of to the game, you're dedicating it to the strategy of when to reset. And when you remove that, it's just pure focus. I remember, just to randomly reminisce here, when Liam's world record came in, I remember just thinking, that's still a thing? Like, I thought it was done. Cheese has got it. It's over. It's never going to change. I know that's a dangerous thing to think about speedrunning, but there is always a point where, you know, a world record sort of settles. It's taken an incredibly long time for this game in particular. I remember thinking, who is this? I don't know who this person is, and there's a new world record, and I would have never guessed it. And then the same thing with Cheese, just a couple of short months ago. Thought maybe that's it too, and Cheese has said publicly he thought maybe it was as well. Maybe that was it for him. And it wouldn't have been anything to be ashamed of. Hell of a run, but they have this whole, like, I don't want to say late career renaissance because everyone involved is so young anyway, but it's not the kind of thing you necessarily see. This whole second, like, stage, this whole revival.
That's the thing about Cheese too, is you can never count the guy out for anything. He can always kind of bust out a world record no matter what. As long as he's playing the game actively, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in record contention. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where he just kind of has that clutch gene, and it's always kind of fun to watch. And I think this game just kind of breeds competition in general, right? Like, you see that somebody got a 137, you're like, I could 137. Like, you know what I mean? It kind of like just unlocks, like you notice a lot of the time that these PBs kind of come in kind of a little bit of like a cluster sort of format. Unfortunately, Cheese there. It's gonna be the end of it. Unfortunate death and Vanish Cap there, but yeah, like I was saying, like it's just one of those things where we see a lot of runners pushing each other, you know, through these runs. Like I said, Liam gets the 137, Cheese does, and it's been like that for years and years. I think once you see someone else do it, you realize that hey, it actually is possible. Like the thing that I've been working toward is actually attainable. So then, you know, they kind of just do it.
Yeah, I mean, you want to know you're not just banging your head against a wall, and once you have proof, then you know that the only limit is you. And speedrunners don't like those kinds of limits. They are very. I always use the word stubborn, but I want to be clear; it's a positive word in this context. They're stubborn people.
Oh, absolutely. You don't get to this level without being incredibly dedicated and incredibly diligent and sort of I don't know, addicted to your craft in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can't not have the passion as a competitor. You can't not have the dedication. You know what I mean? And to put in the time and everything to get to this level. I mean, it's not going to happen without that drive. So.
Yeah, and they're competitive. Let's be clear. I mean, what impresses me that they managed to all be so admiring and respectful of each other while being competitive. You know, because you can be competitive in a way that it denigrates other people. But the speedrunning community, I mean, it's just so rarely like that. It's like there's almost like this weird team mentality, even while they really, really, really want to beat each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys are friends. Like they all hang out together. Like, you know, they practice together. They share strats. They grind together. So it's like, you know, it's a healthy level of competition. No one's you know what I mean. Maybe when your PB time gets beat or you know you lose a world record, like sure you can be upset, but it's never with the other person. It's just kind of you're like okay, you know, if you're upset, it's like I didn't do what I was supposed to do, or I kind of slacked or whatever. But it always kind of just motivates you to do better the next time. So again, that's why I feel like it happens. Like the PBs kind of come in those, you know, those waves. It's like you realize it kind of gives you a little bit of motivation. I feel like when you're just, you know, when you have the world record and no one else is competitive, like where's you know what's your drive? Like what are you searching for? You know, so.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting Cheese at Glitch Infinite, and we did there was a Minecraft lifetime attack there too, and someone asked one of the runners about, you know, how they felt about the other runners, and he said, dude, we're all in the same hotel. We're playing games with each other the night before. You know, they get along really well, and I think that just seems to hold across almost every speedrunning category, every game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I think that, like I said, it's a collaborative effort. Speedrunning is not just an individual thing like a lot of people think it is. It's like we're working together to get the game down, and it's across the board, not only Mario but every game, right? Like we're always kind of working with each other to you know improve certain strats or find new things or you know implement new ways to you know beat the game faster. And it really is a community collaborative effort. You can't really have like now sure people do have like sort of tiffs here and there, but I think for the most part everyone's generally pretty friendly and pretty open and you know just good to each other.
Yeah, I mean, I like that it's treated like a form of discovery. Like we're discovering what is possible with this game. We're trying to find glitches because it's cool, it's fun, it's interesting. And so that anytime one person discovers something, I mean, they don't hoard it, you know, it comes out immediately anyway. They disseminate it. They tell everyone, and everyone gets to try it, which I just think that it's just such a healthy way of looking at competition that, frankly, a lot of other competitions that aren't speedrunning could take a page from.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It looks like Liam's still on a pretty darn good pace here. I mean, it's happening low-key in the background here because I think, you know, it's hard to get too excited until we get a little deeper into this run, but my eyebrows are up, let's put it that way.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. He's comparing to a 140 flat. You know, you can look at the BPT, it's a 138, so this isn't like a record pace run or anything, but it's it's still, you know, solid first place pace, you know, up pretty, you know, towards the latter, you know, 3/4 of the run. So definitely pretty comfy for Liam if you're Liam right now. Kind of hopeful that you're gonna be able to take that, maybe that second place slot, even first. You know, first is still on the table.
Yeah. That would really be something. I mean, we've seen it, like you said, seems like a lot of these best runs are right before the deadline, possibly for the reason you mentioned, just the clutch gene, you know, that so many runners seem to have, and that could be the case. I was wondering after that great Simply run whether or not he was going to call it a day because he had a few minutes left, but no, he's still going over there. He's up into the 20s, and that boy's got a motor. I would be exhausted.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that, like I said, not only is it honestly mentally exhausting to play this game, it is physically exhausting. You gotta consider that too. It's like, I mean, you're playing this game for 138 minutes, 137 minutes straight, and that's after attempts. You know what I mean? For a while, so you're kind of I don't know. You're moving your hands a lot. You know, sitting for that long isn't always super comfortable either, and you know, it's a lot of mental energy and it is a lot of physical, you know, stress as well. So it's definitely something to, you know, to consider too. Is like maybe your mental game is better towards the end, but sometimes your hands just do not work the way you want them to.
Right. I mean, yeah, and we're not just talking hand cramps or whatever. There is actual genuine physical exhaustion. I mean, switching sports for a second, race car drivers, they lose a lot of weight driving race cars, even though they're sitting. And I mean, it's mostly because if you do anything where you're tense the entire time, your muscles are strained the entire time. You actually do get a fair bit of, I'm not sure I want to call it exercise exactly, but it's tiring, let's put it that way, because you really can't be that relaxed in the general sense of the word.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Nice and clean from Liam. I mean, there's not that much to say because everything he does is just simple and clean. He doesn't have the frantic Ouija stuff going on, but he also just doesn't make many mistakes.
I mean, yeah, Liam is one of the greatest for a reason. One of the probably, you know, between Cheese and Liam, you know, the two fastest improving runners of all time. And in a category like 120 star, you know, that's exhausting as this one is and difficult as this one is. I mean, that's something to say for sure. So it doesn't really surprise me at all that even though Liam hasn't been playing as consistently, you know, as some of these other runners, he's still going to do really well. You can never count him out. It's leg ride and bike. Once you get the rust, you know, kind of shaken off a little bit, you know, it's nothing. So nice start to this 100 coins so far. Oh, he almost took a spill off the edge there. Really nice save. Super close there. And that's another thing too about 120 is I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier on my earlier block, but like, you know, there's not always a guaranteed piece of backup movement when you're doing 120 star. A lot of these strats, like, you know, coin RNG and stuff can mess you up, and it can go certain ways that you're not used to going, and it's a lot more on the fly movement than a lot of other categories, or I pretty would say every other category. So it's, you know, it's longer, so you can afford a couple more mistakes and everything like that. Whereas like 16, if you go somewhere you're not used to going, you're generally just taking a reset. But in this category, you really got to make up some movement on the fly.
Yeah. I mean, the improvisational quality. There's just more decision making, it seems like, and that's part of it too. Decision making is mentally tiring. You know, you want to go through muscle memory. You want to do things without thinking as often as you can, but when you have to make even just making choices for an hour and a half straight, even small ones, you know, hundreds and hundreds of choices, is tiring. Yeah,
it's like driving a car in a way. Like, it really is. Like, on the surface, it looks pretty easy, but you're making so many decisions every second. Like, you know, it's like, oh, my thumb's here and then it's here. And a lot of it sure is muscle memory, but, you know, there's a lot that goes into it for sure.
Well, when you're learning how to drive a car, that's the whole thing. It's like, it's overwhelming. There's a million little knobs, and then flash forward 10 years and like you pull into work or something, and you're like, how did I get here? I don't remember driving here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the more you can offload onto that like unconscious memory onto the muscle memory, the better. The more you can spend, you know, making tough decisions. I'm not saying a lot of the decisions here are tough. I mean, a lot of these guys, it seems like there's a pretty clear like flow chart. If I miss this star, here's my backup most of the time, right? But it's not perfect. The enemies aren't always in the right place. Sometimes you lose a second and all your timing is thrown off, especially if there's some kind of cycle involved, right? But they seem, I was talking earlier about how like there's a major memory component too. It's not just decision making. Sometimes it's like remembering all your backup plans.
Yep. And you know, you get comfortable as time goes on playing the game and everything, but it's, I mean, it's, you know, I don't know, it's crazy because like these really are professionals. These are the best in the world at this, you know, relatively popular thing, and a lot of people don't really kind of get that. Sometimes I feel like they're like, oh, I could do that, or like, oh, why didn't he do this? Why did they do that, or whatever. It's like, you know, it's kind of like almost like backseat driving in a way, right? Like,
Yeah.
like, oh, it's a lot easier when, you know, when you're kind of looking at it as opposed to when you're actually there. And sometimes your hands, like I said, just don't really cooperate in the way that you'd like them to. So Liam really is a kind of a master. Looks like J Rose just subscribed to Liam too. J Rose is an awesome YouTuber. It's pretty cool.
Very cool. I mean, look, I think there are a lot of things that are easy in a vacuum, but then you have to do 5,000 of them in a row, and most of them have to be clean.
Yeah.
Anything is hard if you have to do it over and over and over again, and just can't afford that many mistakes. It's the frequency, it's the high percentage that is hard. It's not the individual actions.
For sure.
Oh, in some cases, some of the individual actions are pretty hard. There's a
Yeah.
handful of things in 120 I've literally never been able to do.
Yeah. So this is an okay start so far for Liam. He missed one coin here. We'll see how he kind of continues, and hopefully the other coin RNG cooperates as well. So we'll see what he does so far here. And this is frustrating. Cameras all over the place when you're in this igloo, and
yeah.
you know, these coins are going everywhere, and there's a lot that can go wrong. So
I don't know if Liam has a weakness, and maybe I'm being unfair, and this is just anecdotal, but I do feel like insofar as he has one, I've seen several examples of missing the coins. And having to go back and find one more enemy or something. So, I don't know. I'm nitpicking, obviously, a tremendous runner, but that does seem to be something that's come up a few times already.
Yeah, and that's tough too, because like that coin RNG is really really not something you're able to control too much. You can kind of kill enemies in certain areas that might help, but you know, that might help the coin kind of go where you need it to. But all in all, it's like you're pretty much stuck. You know, you're at the will of the you know, of the game, and this is another part that we're gonna, you know, have to pay attention to here as Liam kills this last money bag. Where do these coins go? You know, he does have the 88 here, so he's down optimally one coin. You pretty much want you'd want 98, so you don't have to get all the spin drift coins. I mean, sometimes they don't cooperate, as we've been kind of talking about here.
Right.
But Liam actually manages to get it perfectly, so unsurprising. So nicely done for Liam here.
I mean, I remember the first time I saw 120 star, I was a little surprised to see RNG playing a role at all, because I think at 16 there's little to none. I'm struggling to think of even one example, really.
Yeah, there's a couple bits of RNG, and unfortunately Simply just died there. I think that might be it for him, but you know, there's amp RNG in Dark World. And,
that's right, yeah.
You know, there's some stuff in Fire Sea, like bullies and Goombas and stuff, but it's nothing super crazy.
It's minor, yeah. Like, you don't end up talking about it very often. But in 120, it seems like there's some pretty crucial areas, because it's disproportionately coin stuff, and those are already stars that take a longer time.
Yep. All right. So let's see.
Here we go. The great equalizer.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes for the Wilco clip here. Looks like he's going to line up. Looks like it's unfortunately not going to grab.
I love these guys. I think it was Ouija, right, who did the BLJs anyway. Why not? Like, breaking into a house you have the key for. I'm a sucker for the flying cap. I love it. I love watching it. When I first played this game as a kid, I just thought it was the coolest thing they'd ever put in Mario.
Oh, it looks like we're going to see Liam go for a pretty cool wing cap stage here. We're going to see him conserve some angles and stuff, or preserve some angles, excuse me. It's actually really interesting. So
I think this is what Simply did. He did a really good job.
Yep. He's going to barely grab this coin here as he shoots out of the cannon. And then you can see him, Mario takes that turn super quick there. And that's just because he held an angle as he entered the cannon there. So pretty interesting stuff. There's so much that goes into it, you know, like you wouldn't even consider like, oh, if I hold this angle you know, as when I'm going into the cannon, like, you know, that's gonna store it, and you know what I mean? Like, you can store angles going into cannons, like, it's crazy. Look at that backup, too. Super, super clean. Dribble jump right off the box, and he's good to go. He's just losing time here, obviously, but that backup was definitely something to kind of make note of, for sure. Not something we would typically, you know, not something the average runner would typically be able to pull off.
No, that best possible time you mentioned earlier, it's only a little lower. We're talking about 15, 20 minutes later, it's gone from 138.08, I think it was, to 138.38, and that's not a big loss.
No, not at all. To lose 38 seconds between, you know what I mean? Especially for this sort of, you know, for a lifetime attack like event, right? Like, this is, for all things considered, a really solid run for him. I mean, he's definitely in contention for this first place spot. He's just got to hold it up in, you know, in Tippy here, which for Liam is more than possible, obviously.
Sure. Definitely some risk, but looking good, looking smooth. It would really be something to come in with an event best here in overtime on the end of the first day. Would not surprise me, would not surprise anyone. And it's down to just him and Punkay now. As we can see by the raids coming in chat, several of the runners have finished and sent their audiences this way. Hello, welcome everybody. And then there were two.
And if Punkay wants to continue this run, he'll be able to. Punkay has always played very, very consistently, so not too many mistakes. You know, that you're seeing from Punkay is relatively consistent. So relatively is I would say not a great word, but very consistent. Probably, in my opinion, the most consistent no reset runner in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Valentis and I were talking about how that's just kind of an inherent advantage with any live time attack, really. It's just that's the better way to be. Obviously, for world record, you want to have a higher ceiling, maybe even if you don't hit it as often, because it only takes one, but this is an LTA, so totally different.
And we've seen, you know, Punkay in the past, like even semi-recently, like be on pace for what was world record, you know, a couple months ago. So like it's always possible for him. Like he definitely is nice BLJ there by him. You know, it's one of those things where he's absolutely capable, but what really carries him is the amount of runs he's able to get progressively farther and farther into the game, just because of the fact that his consistency is quite good. And obviously all these guys have relatively good consistency, just for you can't not and be at this level, right? But
right.
Punkay is really one of those much different, and it's a totally different setting between racing and LTAs, yes. And you know, actual like streaming, you know, when you're streaming attempts and everything like that. There's different types of consistency, but you know, Punkay's play style is actually very solid when it comes to this type of event, and we can see that, like, he's in first place at the end of the day, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a good distinction, too, because otherwise you'd be tempted to think you could just take the leaderboard and just transfer that over and there's your list of favorites. But that's not quite how it works. It is a different skill set than what produces world records.
For sure.
A lot of overlap, obviously, but yeah, that consistency. I would bet on consistency every time in a live time attack if I had to.
I mean, it definitely works when you're a tournament runner like Punkay and you're making like a couple $1,000s a year just simply off of playing consistently.
Yeah.
So
it's pragmatic.
Absolutely.
Liam making me look silly. Pretty smooth on the coins there. When I said maybe if I'm nitpicking and he has a weakness, maybe it's this, and responds with some real smooth movement. And we are getting very, very close here. He's just over 130. That best possible time has only gone down another 10 seconds since the last time I brought it up. That would still be an event best by a good 40 seconds or so.
Then we have Rainbow Ride here, and Liam's running against a 644, which for him is pretty attainable. 644 is obviously it's a good time relatively, but you know, when it comes to what Liam's capable of, definitely he's definitely well capable of, in this sort of setting, hitting a 644 for sure. So very curious to see how he's going to do here, and kind of kicking it off with a little bit of unfortunate there, missing the missing the fly guy. Luckily, that's not necessary to finish the 100 coin. But now he really doesn't have any room to miss any other coins, and he almost was a little bit too early there and gets the lucky ledge grab. That was something else.
That could have been bad. Could have ruined a very promising run here. Promising is maybe not the right word given that we're 90 minutes in, but very good run, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh dear.
Yep, and he's going to actually just be able to back up. Oh, unfortunately, thought he was going to be able to get that wall kick, or the ledge grab, excuse me. See if he can do it this time.
These are crucial seconds, too.
Absolutely. And these backups in Rainbow Rider, no joke either. And he misses the red, but he can actually go back and just get this, not go back, but he can get this last one here underneath this. A little bit unoptimal because he has to actually do that kind of turn right there, but I mean, you're losing, frames at that point, so not the end of the world. So, this isn't the cleanest Rainbow Rider 100 to start with, but this is still more than workable for Liam to, have an event best so far for sure.
Well, Volantis and I clowned ourselves a little bit saying, oh, it's just a second. We said that 5 or 6 times, and then look at the leaderboard there. That's what I'm worried about right now, is that those frames we're talking about are going to end up being pretty dispositive pretty soon. Yep, little sip while he's waiting for the carpet to go. That's what counts as a break.
Absolutely a classic. This is the part of the 120 run, especially when you're on PB pace, where it's pretty much the first time in the whole run where you get to just take a break and just kind of sit there and be like, man, all right, I get to take a drink of water, wipe my hands off, kind of do what I need to do, and it really is a really refreshing part of the run for sure. Definitely a little bit nerve-wracking because you miss out on this carpet and you're done. Like you lose this carpet and it's over. Like you're done. I mean, we've seen I mean anybody who's ever watched this game has seen many runs die to the carpet. I think the last one that I remember that was really devastating was Callie. Callie died on a really solid pace to the carpet, or missed the coin, I want to say, or something, and didn't realize that he had missed a coin, and then the carpet disappeared. Just such a devastating mistake to make at this point in the run, especially because it's at the end of the run.
Right? Yeah, you lose a lot of time there. That just down the drain. And while I'm sure most runners appreciate the break, I can imagine some of them, if they're really in a flow state, maybe hate it sometimes.
So Liam definitely playing it a little bit safe. We're going to see this side flip ball kick here, and this is always really scary too. You bonk off this, and it's tough. Luckily, you got 5 frames.
Yep. We're going to know in just over 5 minutes whether or not we have a new event best. We're going to find out what Liam's first entry onto the leaderboard is. We're going to see, is it first, second, third? It looks like it's very likely going to be top 3 or 4, even if things go pretty bad, but, why'd I say that out loud? I think Liam might be immune to the curse, though.
Yeah, Liam's kind of in the zone right now, and
yeah, the little break did not throw him out of the groove.
Nope.
Still hot.
It is like riding a bike for sure.
Yep. And I'm gonna admit I'm a little nervous. I'm not even playing. There's nothing at stake for me, and yet I always get nervous on the runner's behalf.
Yeah, at this point, you can talk to a lot of these guys, and they're nervous at this point, you know what I mean, when they're on a run like this in an event, or they're on PB pace or world record pace or anything. Of course, it's really nerve-wracking, but a lot of the time you just really got to trust in yourself and that muscle memory, and trust that you it'll take over, and that you'll do what you need to do. It's a little bit scary there from Liam. Almost kind of missed the cannon. Almost got hit by the Lakitu, seems like, as well, but...
Yeah, a lot of almosts, I've noticed, certainly.
That's his game. This game is a game of, inches, really.
Pixels, yeah.
Yeah, pixels, literally, right?
Right. Definitely one of the calmer runners. We were talking earlier about the ones that show a lot of emotion and passion, and the ones that just sort of sit there like a still image. And Liam definitely closer to the latter.
Oh yeah, Liam and Punkay are definitely notorious for that. That's for sure.
it probably. I'm guessing there's a relationship between that and the consistency you talked about.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's easy to get emotional when you're playing this game, for sure. When things don't go the way you want them to, those mistakes start to compound for sure. But if you have that kind of cool and collected demeanor, like you can rub those off a little bit better.
Liam just. Oh no! There it is.
Oh, and that was the first C too.
There it is. I almost didn't even accept that it was happening. I just assumed. Oh no.
Yep. Not a fun mistake to make. Wall kicking there is always tough. You can save it with another frame wall. When you get that firstie, it's unfortunately over. You're always getting firsties when you don't need them. Sometimes when you want the firstie, you just don't get it. And then when you don't need it, and then when you definitely can't have one, you're always getting one. It sucks.
Yeah, and the best possible time is you could see it rising very quickly. It's going up every single second that he doesn't finish this now because of that death, and I'm not sure event best is possible, but it could still be a very good time.
Absolutely. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
That was
good. Not bad. Could have been worse.
all right. Looks like we have best possible time of 1:39:31. So,
oh man,
hoping it's still possible.
I didn't think it was even going to be possible afterwards. But oh man, that's close. I wonder if he knows.
Oh, he knows.
Yeah.
All right, guys. As we kind of start to wind down here, Liam flying through bits. Just another shout out to Urban Arts here, our partners here with GSA. They offer a multi-year college prep program to underprivileged students in New York. Teaches them about art and technology and video game design and prepares them for college. So big shout outs to them. Really appreciate them sponsoring this event here. As we see Liam cruising through this bits. And yeah, we really appreciate you guys. Exclamation point charity if you'd like to donate. We'd really appreciate it.
And Liam is playing like someone who knows exactly what we just talked about. It knows exactly what he needs.
Yep. Oh, you definitely get an idea for sure. Like when you're at this level and you're like, okay, here's what I need and here's how long bits approximately takes me. You know it's possible. Yep. It's still possible right now.
I mean, there's an urgency to the movement that it's palpable.
Sure.
Here we go. This is gonna be, oh boy, it's gonna be tight.
Right. All comes down to the throws here.
Oh, it always does, doesn't it?
It always does.
We did see VG miss 2 of them.
Yeah. Here we go, Liam, for the first throw. He's gonna miss.
Oh my goodness! Right away. It's heartbreaking.
That's the worst one to miss. I'd rather miss the last one. I'll tell you what. Seriously.
I wonder if everyone feels that way. I wonder if there's different opinions about this. There we go. It's going to be a good time. We knew that. That's been obvious for a little while now. We weren't sure how good. Turns out good, not great. And that looks... No! 2 misses. I said Ouija missed twice, and Liam matches him. That's a real pity. Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Yep, he's got a couple seconds here to hit this last throw for 139, and he will just barely squeak out the 139.
Wow, could have been significantly better there, though. Late death and two missed throws. And remember, the death, too.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Really unfortunate there for Liam, but hey, he's going to snag third place with a 139.58 on the dot, pending a retime, of course. But, I mean, hey, can't complain with a third place run, and he's got all of tomorrow too, right? Like we got all day tomorrow to get a run going. He's got one on the board. He knows what he needs to get. He knows where he needs to improve. Maybe do a little bit of rainbow ride practice. Maybe do a little bit of throws. But he set himself up for some success tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting seeing which players come back or maybe just stick around after even. I mean, I've seen some of these guys. They'll finish day one of an event like this, and then they'll just start practicing anyway. They just don't let up, particularly if they had a problem area.
Oh yeah, you're not You're not playing this competitively and not just giving up a bit early. Oh, and what an invis wall! If I know Punk K, he's probably like, typical dude, 1 in 1,000, only me, man. Classic Punk K.
That's a better impersonation than I was expecting. He was definitely mouthing something. Again, I was trying to lip read earlier. Wow was easy to read from Simply. I'm not sure what Punk A said there, but I'm gonna choose to believe that you nailed it.
Wow, dude. Only me, man. Typical.
I was gonna say, if you listen to speedrunners, every single one of them has below average luck, though.
Yeah, of course. Punk A's probably like, is Collins making fun of me on stream?
You guys have got a real mind meld thing going on here.
Yeah.
You can see that look. You can see the annoyance.
Yeah, he's gonna DM me.
I appreciate you putting yourself out there for it, for our entertainment.
Oh, me and Punk get into it for sure sometimes. Back in the day, back during the pandemic days, playing Fall Guys. Good times.
Oh no.
Yeah, it used to get pretty fun.
Fall Guys charity stream when? Hopefully never.
Hopefully never.
So I guess Punk A's gonna... I guess he's gonna keep us here an hour, isn't he?
I guess so.
Alright, I didn't have anything scheduled.
Yeah, right.
Dinner is overrated.
I fully anticipate on being here for the entire duration afterward.
Jason pointing out Fall Guys crowd control. I think that whole game is basically crowd control already, though. The way it messes with you. So, what do you think here? I mean, he's still on a good pace, so there's no reason to quit this unless he's exhausted, and he seems not to be subject to physical laws like that. But there's got to be a point at which enough mistakes would cause him to abandon it, right?
Yeah, so what you're looking at generally is your best possible time or your BPT. At this point in the run, a 137.30 BPT it's continuable. Like, it's not 138 pace, but it's possible if he... he's comparing to his 139.37, so his event best here.
Right.
So he's only 16 seconds behind, with a lot of time saved to go. If he plays well for the rest of the mid game, gets through DD100 and has a solid upstairs, like, obviously it's possible to get better. And at this point, like, until your BPT, like, generally, like, a lot of people will say, until your BPT gets above the goal that you have, you might as well continue. Now, right. when you get more optimized, obviously, like, there's less room for gold potential and all that kind of stuff. So Punk A, like, if his BPT right now was 139, it's copium, and this one is actually going to be done. He's going to have to get the penguin race, and looks like he's going to actually back this one up again, but it's quite a large time loss, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if your best possible time is, still event best or whatever, on the other hand, early in the run, you're still thinking there's got to be a lot of potential. There's still so much to go.
Excuse me. Yeah. Sorry. He actually was going to go for the slide skip, but then he chose not to because he missed a coin. That's my bad. I thought he was going for the traditional route there, so I was like, kind of what's going on? So he grabbed those 2 blue coins at the beginning, and missed the one, and then he realized, I can't do the slide skip anymore, so now what I have to do is just go down the rest of the slide. But then, of course, you have way too many coins. You can't spawn the star that early, or else you can't beat the penguin in the race. So he had to do a little bit of on the fly thinking there. So nicely done by Punk A to kind of back that one up. It's always scary to have to do that math and make those decisions on the slide. So well done.
Well done. I was saying when I was casting a 70-star event that it seems kind of lazy that they put that second star there at the end of the race. You just go down again and there's just, you win and there's a star, or you complete and there's a star, or the coins or whatever. You just get 2 in the exact same spot. I mean, it's a great game, but there are a few stars in here that feel a little tacked on.
I don't know why they decided to go with 120, to be honest with you.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I remember thinking, because, like, you couldn't just go online and find these things out, so you didn't know what was possible exactly, and I just kind of assumed it was going to be 100. And I get to 100 and there's like more going on. I want to throw my controller.
Yeah, right.
I mean, 100 seems like a very like natural line, but they just put an extra 20 in. Why not?
Oh, and that's gonna be it.
Oh dear.
He's
That's
gonna
it.
have to. He's actually just gonna have to. It's not the end of the world, but that's a factory. It's at least a 40-second time loss. So
Yeah.
he did the right thing there by stage exiting. That's the most.
It's the quickest way. Yeah.
It's probably the quickest way, which it seems almost counterintuitive, but when you're at the bottom and you factoried, like you are seriously.
Yeah.
You're far away from where you need to be for sure. And it's not hard to factory, especially with this route that he's taking, these methods that he's using to complete this ghost.
Still going with the run though. Hasn't called it quits yet. I mean, it's possible he'll just, get a little more work in, get a little more practice in, and then decide. Might be one more mistake. He might tell himself. I mean, if it were me, that's what it would be. It would be at a certain point mentally, I would say, okay, that was the last mistake. If there's one more death, one more whatever, one more time loss of over 10 seconds, and that's going to do it.
Yeah. He unfortunately did lose a bit of time there as well towards the end. Didn't get the double kill that he needed, unfortunately, and missing the wall kick too. And like I said, when these mistakes start, they compound, and it's hard to keep your focus.
Yeah. Yeah. Poise, composure. It's a big part of it because mistakes will happen, and you got to react to them well.
Yeah, it's all about mindset.
I mean, yeah, it's shocking how mentally focused speedrunning is. People think about the mechanics, and I mean, they're fascinating and they're great and they're difficult, but it's not that. It's patience, it's resolve. Hate the piano. Hated it since I was a kid. Had nightmares.
I always thought BBH was cool.
Yeah.
It was
Maybe
like
I'm really scared.
It was like a hidden stage. Like you had no idea
true.
that it was like a thing. You know what I mean? So like sometimes I would like log in and I'm a 4-year-old. Well, I think 5. Yeah, I'm 5 years old, right? And like it's like I don't know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So it's like sometimes I discover BBH and sometimes I'm like, well, how do I get there again? Like, and I'm like, was this like a glitch in my game? Like, how did I how did I figure this out? So I don't know. I always thought it was kind of cool the fact that you like had to kind of go out of your way to discover it in a sense.
It is super cool, but I made the mistake of my friend came over, and my friend and my brother, we had a sleepover, and it's like we're gonna stay up all night playing Super Mario. So it's like 1 a.m. and we're all 11 years old. And we run into that piano having no idea it's there.
Yeah.
Let's just say we woke a few people up.
Yeah, for sure.
Not proud of it, but it's true. I mean, it wasn't as scary as the sea serpent, whose name I can't remember.
Oh, Unagi.
I was never going to remember that. Okay.
Yeah.
That was scarier. That one stuck with me longer, but in the moment.
I love that. I loved what's her name? Ness. It's not Nessie. It's like Nelly or something.
Yeah, I think it's Nelly sounds right.
Yeah, I think it's Nelly. I always thought that was so. I was like, there's like a Loch Ness monster down here. Like, this game is so sick, dude. Like, I love that stuff.
So what I'm hearing is that everything that scared the crap out of me, you actually loved and were not scared by at all.
I was a weird kid.
Apparently.
I'm a weird adult too, right? Like, Dory. Yeah, Dory.
Oh, goodness. Well, I mean, I'd rather be weird then. It would have been nice not to be terrified.
I mean, I was like also playing Ocarina of Time, which way scarier than this game.
That's true.
Ocarina of Time had some. I mean, they had a whole like torture dungeon, and you know what I mean. Like
it was low-key very grown up.
Yeah, no one even like talks about the fact that there was like an actual just like torture chamber in Zelda OT. Like
Peggy 13.
Like we need to talk about that. Like.
We need to talk about that. Somebody write an editorial. I mean, they did. Yeah, kids' games were a little darker back then. It's true. But like with a cheery veneer, right? Everything looks fine
on the outside,
surface. Yeah, right. If you're just like watching someone play, it wouldn't really occur to you.
I love the Mario like iceberg and stuff, and like the Zelda like icebergs, and it's always like the last stage is like, you know, like torture chamber. You know what I mean? It's like super
Get more and more serious.
Yeah, it gets more and more serious. Like it gets like liminal in a way too. It's great, especially this game with like all like the Space World demos and stuff, and like all the beta and everything. Like this game's kind of like a little bit uncanny valley almost sometimes, you know.
Twilight Princess wasn't too bad. I don't know. I thought the wolf transformation stuff had some weird philosophical implications that I never wanted to think about, but that's about it.
Yeah, it definitely Majora's Mask definitely takes the cake in terms of being horribly dark.
And I guess chat's running with this, man, sharing their scariest game experiences. Of course, surprisingly scary. No one's gonna be like Resident Evil. Yeah, we know it was scary.
Turok 2, like that game actually scared me so bad when I was a kid. Turok 2: Seeds of Evil. Holy, that game was like, I don't know why I was even like allowed to play that game. I was like literally 5 years old.
Well, there was a point at which games got a little more serious. It was, I mean, Mortal Kombat being like the first example. And everyone, parents in particular, just think, well, games are games. Like they're never, right? And they didn't really realize, so they just kept buying games in a lot of cases. And the kids are like, am I allowed to have this? Or
I could just rent this from the video store. Like it's not a big deal.
There were no ratings.
You're like, what? Like the teenager at the desk, you know what I mean, at the counter of the video game rental store, like does not care whether or not it's rated M. Like,
no,
whatever.
No. He's not gonna stop you.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this game is sick, man. Have fun.
Yeah, like, he's one of us.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I played that when it came in. It was cool. Like, yeah, man, I miss doing video game rentals.
As much as I love the convenience, I do miss that whole vibe.
Yeah.
This is what we're reduced to when a guy's just playing a run out too, by the way. Just memory lane.
If you ever wanna kind of be able to like work a Twitch chat, especially a speedrun chat, you'd be like, you guys remember that show? And then you just name like an old show, or like you remember that game, and then you just go do this like nostalgic sort of like game.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, remember like going to the video rental store and like your mom would buy you like popcorn and like Bunch of Crunch, and people are like, yeah, I remember, and then like then they're just putty in your hands at that point. I was like,
yep. It's cheap, but it works. There's a whole South Park episode about it. Come on.
I'm Mandy. Yeah, classic. It's a classic. I mean, that's why we're all. That's the reason we started, right? Like a lot of people started speedrunning, like these N64 like retro games, just because like you love them as a kid, and then the next, speedrunning is always the next like it's always the next progression in a way. You know what I mean? It's the most logical progression of like playing a video game. You play a video game so much and you beat it so many times and you love it, and you're like, okay, but I still like this game. How do I continue to get my my value and my my worth out of it? And you're like, oh, I just try to beat it fast. I mean, it's just the next. It's a very logical kind of step to playing video games. I mean, like we were speedrunning Zelda, quote unquote speedrunning Zelda OOT when I was like 8 years old. You know what I mean? Like we had never heard of like any of these like actual speedrun strats or anything. We're just like, oh, I remember this and I have the guide, so I'm just gonna try to get through it as fast as I can.
Yeah.
And if you can beat it in like one sitting and like in like a 10-hour sleepover or something, like that's awesome, right? But it's just like that's what draws everybody in. It's like you love this game as a kid, you like the movement and the mechanics, and you're like, and then there's a community behind it, and you're like, oh, this is awesome. And then you're sitting here on a Saturday or Friday night with 2,200 people watching.
Watching a 30-year-old man. Yeah, well, I mean, I think you're right. Like, some people, I've heard people who don't get it, and I want to be fair to them. They're like, I don't understand, this doesn't seem fun, there's glitches, like, what a dumb way to play the game. But you're right, what motivates it is, like, I love this game so much, I don't want it to be over. I don't want there to be something else to do. Like, it's the exact same logic as someone who, like, plays Skyrim for 600 hours, and then mods it a bunch, so that they can keep playing Skyrim, sort of.
Yeah.
You know, like, find a new way to break the game so that you can keep playing the game because you don't want the game to be over, because that like magic you felt the first time you played it is something you kind of want to keep finding, and you want to find it in the same game, and speedrunning allows you to do that, because like every time someone comes up with another glitch, it starts all over again.
Yeah. There's always, and then, there's that skill ceiling and that sense of progression and stuff is always there too. So it's a pretty generally agreeable hobby, I feel like. Unless you go to like a Kotaku article about speedrunning, then it's like literally like the devil's like game.
Yeah.
Like you're personally ripping money out from Nintendo's.
I know. I've heard some pretty bad analogies. They're like, it's like taking a gourmet meal and eating it as fast as you can. I'm like, no, you've already had the meal.
A bunch.
A bunch. Yeah, you've had it every day.
It's like a pie eating competition.
Yeah. Right, exactly. They do treat it like Nathan's hot dog eating competition, don't they?
Yeah, right.
Like you're just shoving it down. It's like, no, actually, you're spending as much time. You're spending hundreds of hours with it before the run.
Yeah. That's what makes it fun.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want the game to go away. And well, we've managed to keep this one alive for an incredibly long time.
Yeah, this is cope. This is cope pace for sure.
I think it's just doing it to spite us.
I mean,
I want to see how many memories you guys can come up with to fill this time. Let's at least get like some angry arms in the air. Let's get some emotion. Something we can react to over here.
Get some donations.
Yeah,
Give us something to read a little bit.
Hey, look, when you were a kid, obviously you were saving up money for the next game. I know I was, and that is what prevented you from playing another game. But most of us have jobs now, so I'm thinking you can afford a little, 10 here, 20 there. We'll take whatever we can get. It's for a great cause. And look, I have never in my life donated to a good cause and not felt good immediately afterwards. I have never regretted it once, and you won't either.
$5 and tell me your favorite show from when you were a kid.
Oh yeah,
we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll put votes up there. We'll make it like a little vote thing, turn it into a competition. Ooh, they're saying favorite console. I'll let you go first.
It's N64.
Yeah.
That's the obvious answer, but I mean, the repertoire of games, right? Like just bar none. Like all the Mario Party games, Super Mario 64 release, OT, Majora's Mask, Pokemon Snap. I mean, it's all amazing. I don't know what that was from Punky there. He's gonna take a death. No.
He's just despite us at this point. I mean, N64 is better, but it's largely based on how old you were, right?
Yeah.
Like if you had an older brother, it's not logical. It's not really about the best thing. That's why he did say favorite, right? So it's a little different than best. I acknowledge that N64 is superior, but for some reason GameCube for me was, I don't know why.
Yeah, GameCube was great.
I loved it, and I was super late to Ocarina of Time. I played Twilight Princess before Ocarina of Time, which is crazy, right? So for me, that was the magical Zelda experience. The first time.
It's always the first one you play.
Right, exactly. So I don't know how I didn't end up playing it. I just didn't. I just missed it. Sort of. I'm not sure if I was just distracted or schoolwork or whatever. But I did Twilight Princess first, and Twilight Princess, like so many people said, is sort of just almost like a refurbished version of it. I think it's gonna be it for Punk pretty soon. Yeah,
looks like it is here. Saying GG in the chat, and that seems like it's about it for the day, everybody. So. It's been excellent. We really appreciate everybody watching, and again, huge shout outs to our partner here at Urban Arts. You guys know Urban Arts offering the multi-year college prep program to underprivileged students, getting more BIPOC, gender nonconforming, trans, LGBTQ students into game design and arts and technology, things that we really are passionate about over here at GSA. So thank you guys so much. Exclamation point charity if you want to get any last minute donations in. And yeah, we really appreciate your time, and we're back tomorrow.